go and bring some more water and just put it by the speakers, yeah?
Still and sparkling?
Still and sparkling, both.
Lord Mayor, my Lords, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to City Week. My name is Paul Deacon. I'm your Toastmaster or Master of Ceremonies for the day, and I'm required by the Guildhall to tell you that there are fire exits located on the right-hand side of this room and through the main entrance that you came through, and there is a further fire exit at the back of the room. In the unlikely event that an alarm does go off, we're invited to make our way to the muster point, which is in the large square just outside the building. Please do go to the muster point because we have recorded your entry and we need to make sure that you're safe. It's now my pleasure to introduce the CEO of City Week, Maurice Button.
Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to the 14th, hard to believe it, the 14th annual edition of City Week. I'd like to start by thanking our distinguished board of patrons, our sponsors, our supporters, our partners, and everybody else who has helped bring this together for today's event. It's always a pleasure to come to the Guildhall. It's so steeped in history. If you, on your way in, notice to the left in the art gallery area, what remains of the Roman amphitheatre is visible. 2,000 years ago, just beneath our feet here, gladiators were fighting it out. And of course, the history has continued. During the Dark Ages, there was a Guildhall here where people came to pay their taxes. It continued through into medieval times. If you have a look at the crypt in London. And then here, in this very room, Lady Jane Grey, in the Tudor era, about 1533, was tried, the nine-day queen, with a very sad outcome. And of course, since then, there have been state banquets, monarchs have been here. It is steeped in history. And in a sense, it's a symbol of continuity and of stability, which is in great contrast to our subject today of climate change and natural capital and biodiversity loss. We all know that the concentrations of CO2 in the atmosphere are now the highest level ever during human history. Global temperatures are increasing at an unprecedented rate, and biodiversity loss is truly disturbing, which is what makes today's gathering the more important. What is the role of the financial sector and the responsibilities of the financial sector in terms of helping solve this crisis? And today we have pulled together an excellent group of speakers to examine some of the key themes involved in tackling this crisis. So I would like to introduce our chair for today, Emma Harvey-Smith. Emma is Chief of Staff of the Green Finance Institute. She's an experienced and passionate green finance specialist. She previously led the GFI's Built Environment Sector, a dynamic programme that has transformed the green home finance market. And she is an excellent choice to have for today's chair. Finally, just before Emma takes over, I should just bring to your attention that there is an app with lots of useful information on it. I hope that you have now accessed that. There are feedback forms on the tables. Please do fill those in. And I hope that you're going to have a very good day. Thank you so much. Emma.
Thank you, Maurice. And good morning and welcome to the Climate Change and Natural Capital Leaders Summit. It is a real pleasure to see so many movers and shakers from business and financial services come together to explore how finance can support and accelerate the transition to a net zero, resilient and biodiverse future. And a warm welcome to our virtual audience as well, who are streaming in today from across the globe. As Maurice mentioned, I'm Emma Harvey-Smith, I'm Chief of Staff at the Green Finance Institute, and I will be your chair for today to try and ensure you get as much as possible out of your day. And gosh, do we have an exciting agenda. We are joined today by many of the leaders from this market to explore topics ranging from the role of green finance in catalysing the net zero transition, opportunities to invest into net zero in the UK, the role of international financial regulation in driving this market, and the role of international carbon markets, and well beyond. So please do check out the event app for more information on the agenda and the speakers today, and please do complete the feedback forms on your tables. It's your feedback that helps to make this event as impactful as possible. Now, before we move on to the first of today's keynote speeches, I thought it was worth taking a moment to reflect on the journey we've gone on to date towards net zero. So, according to the International Energy Agency, the momentum towards the clean energy transition has been accelerating. In the past year, global annual renewable capacity additions increased by almost 50% to nearly 510 gigawatts. Electric car sales neared 14 million cars, and heat pumps experienced record growth of 11% last year. We've seen landmark deals to support investment into the net zero transition, from the US's Inflation Reduction Act, which committed over $360 billion to reduce emissions by 40% by 2030, to the EU's Green Deal, which has pledged to mobilise over €1 trillion in sustainable investments by the end of the decade. And over the coming 5 years, several renewable energy milestones are expected to be met. This year, wind and solar together should generate more electricity than hydropower. Next year, renewables should surpass coal to become the largest source of electricity generation across the globe. And in 2028, renewable energy sources should account for over 42% of global electricity generation, with the share of wind and solar increasing to 25%. However, energy sector CO2 emissions still remain worryingly high, reaching a new record of 37.4 gigatons last year. And demand for fossil fuels has increased, spurred by the energy crisis in 2022 brought on by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and so have investments in supply. Under existing policies and market conditions, renewable energy capacity is forecast to reach 7.3 terawatts by 2028. This growth trajectory would see capacity increase by 2.5 times, but that is far short of the tripling goal that was set at COP28. What is needed to actually reach this collective goal of tripling renewable energy capacity? G20 countries account for almost 90% of global renewable energy capacity today. To achieve the global goal, the rate of new installations needs to accelerate in other countries too. So that means in many developing and emerging markets outside of the G20, and many of those do not currently have sufficient investment or policies to achieve that. We need a transition that is just, inclusive, and supports rapid decarbonisation and halts biodiversity loss across all countries, developed and developing. Initiatives like the JET-P and WEF's network to mobilise clean energy investment for the Global South will be crucial to support a global transition, as will efforts to reform multilateral development banks to channel capital towards climate change. And that brings me to the opportunities for the financial services sector. Almost every project that supports net zero, biodiversity or adaptation for a 1.5 degrees plus future requires some sort of investment to become a reality. And however, the Climate Policy Initiative estimates that the annual investment of 7.2 trillion a year to get us to net zero by 2050 means that we cannot rely on the public purse alone. We need to deploy not only public capital, but also private capital and blended capital. We also need to bridge the execution gap to actually deploy that capital, thereby ensuring that climate finance commitments are actually met. We need to consider innovative new forms of finance that provide attractive risk-adjusted returns to investors and to lenders. And we need to think up new types of institutions that can connect global pools of capital with local real economy projects. But is certainly a key enabler and facilitator of the net zero transition. And that's what we're here to explore today. So without further ado, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage our first keynote speaker, who will explore the role of green finance in catalysing the transition to net zero. Please welcome the Right Honourable, the Lord Mayor, Alderman Professor Michael Manelli.
My Lord, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the City of London Corporation, a very warm welcome to Guildhall, as Morris said, the City of London's historic headquarters. And we are delighted to be hosting City Week here once again, and our thanks to Morris and his team at City and Financial for organizing such a great conference. And thank you, Emma, for your kind words, for chairing this session, but also for the work that you and the team do at the Green Finance Institute. And we clearly look forward on the program to hearing from Lord Johnson, Sarah Bloom-Raskin, and a variety of expert speakers on the role of finance in tackling climate change, supporting biodiversity, and enabling the transition to net zero. As is well known, climate change affects every corner of the globe. It hits people and communities on every continent. Changing weather patterns, rising sea levels, extreme weather events, as we've recently seen in Asia and South America. Back in 2006, 18 years ago, Jay Leno, the comedian, said, "Climate change is terrible. Scientists predict it is going to be worse than ever." Which is odd, because just yesterday they said it was going to destroy the planet. And the point about this is Jay Leno is talking about this on The Tonight Show 18 years ago, and it's difficult to see the progress that's been made. Now, estimates say we need an annual commitment of $3.5 trillion a year, and we've known this for some time. Lord Stern, back in 2007, published his report saying it was approximately 2% of GDP per year for something like 30 years. And clearly, public money alone will not be able to fulfill this. In fact, I would reverse it. Back in 2005, the UNFCCC said that 86% of the capital needed to be provided by the private sector. Well, you can have all the public capital you need and get your 14%. If you get no private capital, you have a very severe problem. If you get the 86%, I can worry about the other 14 some other time. Now, the City of London is committed to doing all that we can to support the prevention of climate change. Locally, along with our climate action strategy to achieve net zero across our operations by 2027, that's 3 years from now. We're on track, but it is not easy, and we want to be net zero across the square mile by 2040. But we believe we can do more by strengthening London's role as a leading global centre for and a mobiliser of green finance. So, as the 695th Lord Mayor, I am the elected representative of what I like to point out is the world's oldest democratic workers and residents cooperative. We are nearly 14 centuries old. We've been holding the vote, starting with sheriffs, in the middle of the 7th century. And the theme of this mayoralty is very much Connect to Prosper, trying to celebrate the connections of the many knowledge miles our square mile has around the world. I like to call the square mile affectionately this year the world's coffee house. We have 6 programs underway. I'll come on to our green finance program. We have a program on life sciences, one on smart economies networks, one on mental health. We have a particularly interesting one on space protection. Climate change will not be solved unless we also handle the space junk problem. We had nearly 50 countries now signed up to our space protection initiative. We also have an AI initiative. We had 30 countries sign the Walbrook AI Accord in Brussels last week. So a lot is happening here in the city. But when it comes to green finance, we want to draw on the 40 learned societies, 70 higher education institutions, and 130 research institutes that are within 2 miles of where we're sitting today. We have 24,000 businesses in the square mile. Don't forget, nearly 8,000 of those our scientific, engineering, and technical enterprises. So I like to think we are one of the strongest, if not the most successful, concentration of knowledge on the planet. And that gives us a responsibility. We are looked up to. The ZN Global Green Finance Index rates London quite straightforwardly as number one when it comes to green finance. But you may not be aware of our history in this space. Following the Great Smog of London in 1952, the corporation was the very first entity in the world to pass a Clean Air Act in 1953. This laid the groundwork for the first UK-wide Clean Air Act in 1956. We've also used our position as a global financial center to become a global sustainable finance center. In 1997 at COP3, we were the first promoters of carbon markets. In fact, a Lord Mayor or senior representative has been at Rio and every single COP, and I was in Dubai in December. And I was part of the team in the late 90s and early 2000s, which actually created the first emission trading scheme on paper here, and that was the emission trading scheme that the EU adopted in April 2005. It's also a reason that the City Corporation helped to launch the Green Finance Institute and the Impact Investing Institute. And alongside the funding of climate solutions and Paris-aligned companies, we are trying to support any company that wishes to put forward credible net zero transition plans. We're hosting the Secretariat for the Government's Transition Finance Market Review, announced as part of the 2023 updated Green Finance Strategy, launched earlier this year. And we are very focused on how the UK can build upon existing innovations and standards to become the global center for transition finance. Now, as a global society, we kind of know what to do, just not how to do it in time and not how to actually take the pain. Expected needs still outweigh flows of capital by 66%. I wrote a paper last year called All-In Finance Against Carbon, Extreme Finance to Save the Planet. This must include things like emissions trading schemes covering all emissions. At the moment, positively, 23% of global emissions are covered by a credible ETS, but that still means we have a long way to go. We also need to make voluntary carbon markets work, and we need the two to work in tandem. This year, the Mayoralty supported the launch of the City Carbon Credit Cancellation Service. You can now go on with a credit card and purchase proper emission trading credits and cancel them. So it gives climate-conscious businesses and individuals the ability to purchase from systems that meet the high standards of the UK and EU ETS. We are also promoting sovereign sustainability-linked bonds. I would point you to the very innovative work in Chile and Uruguay, now 6% of the climate bond market in just 2 years. We are supporting the insurance of voluntary carbon credits, and in the last 4 months, 6 underwriters have gone forward to insure voluntary carbon credits. And I would encourage you, when it comes to biodiversity, to go back to an old scheme, the Georges, and think about land value tax or land value capture as a way to reduce sprawl and get efficient use of land. So there's a lot happening in the city intellectually, and I'd encourage you to look at it. We will also be holding the Net Zero Delivery Summit at Mansion House on the 4th of June in partnership with the Sustainable Markets Initiative. This is a summit we started a few years ago to mark the midpoint between each COP, and it focuses on maintaining momentum, but from a private sector perspective. And this year's summit is going to focus on 4 areas: the role of green technologies, securing a nature-positive future, transition finance and practice, and raising the ambition of the carbon markets. The summit is live-streamed and free, and we hope that many of you will draw on what you learned today and bring that to the summit when you participate. So, I look forward to everyone exploring many of these issues today and throughout City Week as we work together, as we must, to mobilize our financial and professional services industries to find and finance the solutions. As Ban Ki-moon put it, there is no planet B. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Our warmest thanks for that fantastic perspective on the green finance in the city. And as you say, we know what to do, just not how to do it. So let's see what we can get out of today's summit on how to deliver that. We are now delighted to welcome to the stage Lord Dominic Johnson of Leinster CBE, Minister of State for the Department for Business and Trade, to explore the investment opportunities in the UK's renewable energy and climate tech sectors. Please welcome him to the stage.
Well, thanks everyone. Are you having a good time so far? That doesn't sound very enthusiastic. This is Monday morning. It couldn't get more exciting. We're going to save the planet. You're the warriors. You're the people who are going to make it happen. And thank you very much indeed, Michael. I mean, to follow, what number are you? 685? I can't remember. What number are you? 695. I was 10 out. To follow the Lord Mayor, who has been such an important leader in terms of finance in the world, really for many hundreds of years, is phenomenal. And I love coming into the city. And I love coming to the Guildhall. This is the centre of where it all happened. And my own career, I don't know, hands up if you're in financial services. Hands up, just so I can see who's in the audience in financial services. Well done you. It's a tough job. I was in financial services for nearly 30 years. And I always say that I was in frontier and global emerging markets. Anyone an investor in frontier markets here? Hands up if you're a frontier investor. There's one poor soul at the front who's looking a bit gloomy. Because they're difficult, aren't they? They're difficult to invest in. There's always a political crisis. They're always changing leader. And so I left that industry and went into British politics. And all I can say is stay where you are if you want to make a difference. But I know one thing, it's taught me how difficult it is to be an allocator of capital. And I say this at the beginning of every speech I give. So if you've heard me speak before, I apologise. But actually it's such an important message that we have to get this across. That it is, in my opinion, there is no more important act. There is no more noble human endeavour than allocating capital to the highest point of return. And when I say that, people go a bit quiet. They look a bit stunned, like I've said something that's slightly inappropriate. But Ronald Reagan, said in our journey from the swamp to the stars, it's capitalism that has provided us with the goods and the services that literally will allow us to lead longer, happier lives. So everything we're doing today is all about that, isn't it? It's allocating capital to the right point of return. It is taking capital away from less productive, non-productive sectors or lower productive sectors and moving them theoretically into higher productive sectors. And as the Lord Mayor's just said, 80-odd%, 70% of all the capital that we're going to need has to come from the private sector. So we need this process. We need capitalism to work if we are to achieve our goals. And what's exciting about standing here in this wonderful hall, this is your small breakfast room, is it, Lord Mayor? Your side room. What's wonderful about standing here in this spot is how important this is changing the world and to allocating capital to the highest point of return. And my first job was at Robert Fleming. Anyone remember Robert Fleming? Hands up if you remember. Anyone worked at Robert Fleming here? Any old colleagues of mine? It was an extraordinarily interesting business. It was a classic, what I would call English bank. It was a Scottish bank, British bank. And Robert Fleming originally in the 1870s, 1880s had gone to America. He was a jute merchant from Dundee, I think. And he'd seen the opportunities in the railways in America. And the City of London effectively was the financial power that connected America up. He came back to the UK. He and Rose from Norton Rose invented the investment trust, invented here, and accumulated the capital, formed the capital formation, which is crucial, and took it to the States. And was very much part of and drove the Industrial Revolution in the United States. And we know what happened after that. And we're doing exactly the same thing here in London today. And that's what's exciting for me. I get a lot of pushback from journalists. I've just done an interview with CNBC. The implication is always that we're not doing very well. And the reality is that's just not true. I can give you as much spin as the next politician, but I don't need to in this instance, because we still remain the capital for international finance in the world, here. And if you look at the EY survey that I think came out on Friday, I got a copy of it this morning, so these things take normally a few days to percolate through to me. It showed the extraordinary rate of growth of the financial sector in this country, given all the shocks that we've had from around the world over the last 3 years. We are combined the new power of France and Germany in terms of new financial services investments. And in terms of investments themselves into our own domestic clean energy revolution, we far outstrip every country in the world since 2010 in terms of greenfield investment in clean energy. Does anyone know that? Hands up if you knew that we were top in the world. And we've raised since 2010 300 billion of international and private capital in order to fund our clean energy revolution. Now, very few people know that, and it's amazing. And what you probably didn't also know is that the greatest products of the new energy revolution are here as well. In fact, and this is something that you certainly won't know, the windmill was invented by Margaret Thatcher. The offshore wind revolution, the non-fossil fuel obligation. Did anyone know that? And hands up, since you're starting to look a bit blank as I reel off these incredible statistics that you've never heard of and you're not sure if they are true, but they are. Where is the biggest wind farm in the world? Hands up if you can tell me that. Anyone? Was it did you say off the shores of the UK? Did you say that? You would be correct if you did. Anyone know where the second biggest wind farm in the world is? Yeah, it's off the shores of the United Kingdom. Anyone know where the third biggest wind farm is? Off the shores of the United Kingdom. And I'm going to help you out here. The fourth and the fifth biggest wind farms in the world are off the shores of this great but small nation. And again, no one realises this. And in terms of raising capital for the rest of the world's opportunities, the biggest green bond in the world, I believe, is listed in the United Kingdom, the PIF green bond, which I think is now 8.5 billion, 7 billion. That is for investing back into Saudi in order for they can propel their own hydrogen and solar revolution. It's not in Riyadh, it's not in New York. It is in the United Kingdom. And this government, again, furrow brows. What's the government done for me lately? Well, this government has truly been the pioneer in the clean energy revolution. And if you go back to 2010, genuinely, David Cameron and his government with George Osborne were the first major industrialised nation, G7 economy, to actually say it's not just about the changes to climate, some of which we can forestall, some of which we can't. It's about creating an industry in this country that will take over from the fossil fuel industries that have powered our growth for the last 150 years. And it was expensive and counterintuitive and met a great deal of resistance. But I don't think anyone today would look back and say that wasn't one of the best decisions ever made by any governing party since the Second World War. And the money that we've put into it at a time of constrained financial resources, we don't have money to throw around, but the money that we've invested in these new technologies, such as battery storage, or carbon capture, or hydrogen production, or fundamentally in how we manage offshore floating and fixed wind, has been extraordinary. And for all the pushback I get about the Inflation Reduction Act, I say Inflation Reduction Act, eat your heart out. Because as a percentage of GDP, if you accumulate what we've done, considering America is effectively starting from scratch, we are absolutely the equal of any government support scheme in order to ensure we can effect this revolution. And finally, we're thinking about how you structure the financial frameworks around the clean energy revolution, because we've got to make money out of it. I'm unequivocal. For me, the exciting thing is not necessarily curing the world's ills, but creating this gigantic industry that now employs 300,000 people, creates tens of billions of pounds worth of turnover, and importantly, is a global export. When I travel around the world, people ask me, how can you, UK, help us develop our clean energy industries? How can you help us do floating offshore wind, where we are the world leader, and completely transforms these Asian countries who can't have fixed offshore wind? We're leading in hydrogen production. When I was in Germany recently, I signed a deal so that we could export hydrogen to Germany that intends to be a net user, and we intend to be a net producer. And the contracts for difference, the regime that we created, is now copied around the world, is really the only effective way to give the off-take guarantee that allows businesses to take the risk to invest in these new innovations in order to generate a sensible rate of return with an underpinning guaranteed by the state. So when I ask, what's the government done for me, I say to you a huge amount. And when I look around this room, I see the importance of the financial services sector doing the work that we need in order to power the next phase of the revolution. And at the same time, the government standing with you as a partner to make sure that you can be successful and the UK can remain the global leader when it comes to this extraordinary and essential revolution. So thank you very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to come and talk at you. And now you're going to have an opportunity to talk at me. I think there are questions. So please do ask me anything you like. I'm here to help. Ronald Reagan said the 9 most terrifying words in the English language were, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Well, I am from the government, and I am here to help. And I would like you to feel comfortable about linking with me. If you need my mobile number, you can get it off the Lord Mayor. As Investment Minister, I'm truly here to make sure you have a friction-free, return-rich journey in your investment processes in this great nation of ours. So count on me and my team who are here to support you. I wish you the greatest of success. This is a truly important endeavour. We are right behind you, and I truly believe we've made a phenomenal start. So thank you very much indeed. And we've got some questions.
Because the conference is being recorded and live streamed to other delegates, if you have a question, would you be so kind as to raise your hand? And I am one of the magnificent City Week team. We'll come and give you a microphone and ask for your name and affiliation. Any questions, please?
That's excellent. I'll knock off my fee, the questions section. Oh, the Lord Mayor has a question.
Michael Mainelli, City of London Corporation. If I may, Lord Johnson, could you expand a little bit on what our plans might be for wind vis-à-vis our Irish neighbours?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not sure what the Irish policy on wind is. What I do know is that we've successfully navigated the change in pricing needs for the offtake price for the CFD auction round. And I think that was a very powerful message that we sent to the world. The second thing I'd say, and I think it's important to be open when we've had successes and when we've had failures. I think we've had phenomenal successes in the offshore wind industry itself. But where we haven't paid enough attention is to the supply chain. And that has two issues. One of which is we've had to import most of our materials, whether they're the propellers or the monopiles or the transmission stations or cables. And the other, of course, is now there's a massive shortage of these materials that we need. And so the government's very aware of this, and we've been working incredibly hard to make sure that we're now investing in, and my personal time is dedicated to, getting the supply chain onshore in the United Kingdom. It's not just a question of nationalism of supply or onshoring, it's a question of the reality of the need to control the supply for the incredible amount of infrastructure that we need to build, and also we want to profit from it. So I was delighted that Seiya Wind, for example, announced their investment in the monopile factory in the northeast. We're looking at a number of big Japanese conglomerates looking to make cable in the UK. We're looking encouraging companies like Vestas to make the blades. This is really important, and we're helping these companies by locating them in free ports where they have phenomenal tax advantages, and on top of that, there are other support systems that we can bring to bear. So, you know, a big opportunity for those investors in terms of something new in the UK. At the same time, I think our offshore wind processes have been well adjusted, given auction round 5 leading on to auction round 6 and the new contract for difference. Any other questions? They can be as difficult as you like. Oh, now they're coming. Now they're coming. It needed the Lord Mayor to break the dam.
It's Andrew Smith from CREAB. In the post-Brexit situation we find ourselves, how do you strike the balance between the freedom we do have to diverge, but the opportunity of cooperation with our European allies? I mean, we have the freedom to do what we want now post-Brexit, but in terms of the aims, we tend to be trying to aim at the same things in terms of having delivering green investment. So how do you strike the balance when you come to policy making?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's a very, very reasonable and important question. And for me, Brexit was about opportunities and positives rather than trying to raise barriers and focus on negatives. It's a huge opportunity, Brexit, frankly. I was never a big Brexiteer. I was a pretty comfortable, pretty uninspired Remainer, to be absolutely frank. But since the moment that we voted out, I've seen the opportunities. And we're doing everything we can to make sure that we create new trade routes. We have the Indo-Pacific tilt, which frankly, as business people, is absolutely right if we're looking for an economic medium-term restructuring. But at the same time, we mustn't try to diverge for the sake of divergence. And in fact, I personally, as Minister for Better Regulation, am pushing regulators and the body politic to use as much as we can when it comes to European standards that we think, frankly, are just as good as any standards that we could create ourselves. The second point, though, is on regulation. And for those of you in financial services here will know that actually there was never a common market in financial services, for example. And there are huge opportunities for us to change how we have to have our capital requirements, how we manage our own financial services markets, which were completely different to what they did in Europe. So the reality is, in that sense, divergence actually is very important if we want to accumulate the capital or form the capital that will allow us to keep London as a leading city. And those of you who are really interested in politics may have read, has anyone, I'm even going to put my officials on the spot here, the white paper that my Secretary of State, Kemi Badenoch, and I launched, I think it was on Thursday, about better regulation in the United Kingdom and the opportunities that now that we've left the European Union to have smarter, more service-orientated regulation where the onus is on the regulators to assess the impact of economic growth on their activities. So a whole new framework, and a really powerful one. And I would say this to all of you here who deal with the PRA or the FCA, which actually don't necessarily come under this specific mandate, but in principle still have that growth mandate, that we should be very comfortable in challenging the regulators when we feel that they're not taking economic growth into account with their activities and duties. So we've got big opportunities to make things better. We don't want to put up extra barriers. We want to keep friction as low as possible. And I totally agree with you that every effort is being made to ensure that we're not diverging for the sake of divergence. I think there was another question there.
Thank you very much, Armin Peter, ICMA. You mentioned actually earlier on that the model needs to work in the capitalistic model, and capital goes to the highest price, so to say. We heard already what we achieved here in the UK and what you've given as incentives. What do you think actually continue to be blocking elements that keeps capital not flowing into the direction to the amount needed? What kind of incentives or other sticks might there be planned going forward?
Well, that's a good question. I haven't thought about sticks. Really, I think more positive incentives are better in capitalism. I mean, for me, if I look back over the last 2 years or so of Rishi Sunak's government, possibly the most important thing in financial services terms or in finance terms that we've done with the Edinburgh reforms, and then following on from that, the Mansion House Compact. Because we have a deficiency in the sense that we have an enormous amount of foreign direct investment coming into the UK. We're the most successful country in the world, really, considering our scale, at getting foreign direct investment in. But the counter to that is we need it, because it needs to make up the investment gap from domestic investment, both in listed equities and in illiquids. And that's an issue. And so by changing capital requirements, by working with the big life and pension companies to look at their own domestic market, to talk more openly about managed risk, which is something that we have to do, in my view, firmly. From 2008 onwards, we've seen a continued attempt to remove risk entirely from the market, which is very dangerous. Because whilst in many instances you feel better about yourself in the short term, in the long term you can't generate the returns in order to do what you really need to do, which is to pay for our old ages or indeed invest in the economy and make sure we retain our position as a science and technology superpower or affect the clean energy revolution. So these are major issues, and we need to see them actually coming to fructation. It's all very well making announcements. We now need to drive the regulators to regulate for growth and to understand that their job is to make sure the financial services sector is powerful and liquid. And we need to make sure that we work with the institutions to ensure that the frameworks around their governance and how they're managed and how they have to look at their capital and liquidity allows them to invest domestically. The last thing I would say is that the government has actually been very forward-footed when it comes to investing in cats-over-the-wall technologies, as I call them, such as nuclear fusion, such as quantum, and the Advanced Manufacturing Plan, which is $4.5 billion, has already yielded incredible fruit. So if you look at the car industry, when I came into this job in 2022, we really had a cliff edge where we saw the internal combustion engine coming to an end in the next 10 years and nothing to replace it. And since then, since Tata's extraordinary announcement of their $4 billion investment in their gigafactory in Somerset, since Nissan announced that they were going to reinvest in the northeast, since Stellantis announced they were going to make Peugeots and Citroëns in Liverpool, and BMW and Volkswagen and a whole range of other cars, because of the support we've given them, we now have an EV industry. And the second final point I'd make is on clean steel and green steel. And what the government's done in Port Talbot really, for me, is everything that we should be looking to do. A significant amount of government support, a substantial amount of investment from Tata, and a clear vision to take our old industries, our carbon-intensive industries, move them into clean industries that are more efficient in terms of the circular economy for recycling steel and creating proper future secure jobs for the local community. So, there's a huge amount still to do, but I'm very, very optimistic about the future. I think we've done a lot, but we're only going to be successful if we can work with all of you. So as I say, I'm here as your partner. Thank you for the time that you are taking to listen to me this morning and for the investments that you're making in the UK economy. And I'm very grateful to have had this chance, Michael, to come and talk to you today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Johnson, for sharing the opportunities to invest into the UK. And you touched on a really interesting example of UK financial innovation and policy and finance working together, which was the growth of the UK offshore wind market, where we galvanised an entire industry by creating enabling policies, financial structures such as CFDs, and building the supply chain, all in tandem to try and create a new market. So we're now on to our final keynote speech of the morning, which will be with the Honourable Sarah Bloom-Raskin, co-chair of the UN Net Zero and Accountability Framework Review, former Deputy Treasury Secretary and currently Distinguished Professor of Law at Duke University, who will share an insight into the net zero agenda in the US. So Sarah, if you'd like to come and join us, please.
All right. Well, thank you. It is really a pleasure to be with you this morning and really for giving me the chance to share some observations about where we are in the decarbonization transition and what we need to be thinking about in order to deliver a just transition to net zero. Now, one of our great American writers, James Baldwin, wrote, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." What we're facing, and this is not just Americans, but people, communities, businesses, countries, ecosystems, and enterprises everywhere, is extreme and unprecedented heat, which is having effects on sea level rise, the ferocity and frequency of storms, human health, migration, and economic performance most widely. These climate events are incurring much death and destruction, and they're also shrinking the world economy. Some projections indicate that by 2025, global income will fall by about a fifth, equivalent to $38 trillion a year, compared to what it would have been without extreme heat. Our day-to-day experience seems to support the costs to economic performance. We see our homes, shelters, and businesses alternatingly baked by heat waves and soaked by floods. From the perspective of climate science, we are underperforming on the goals to keep global warming to an average of 1.5 degrees Celsius. That said, at the same time, in the past 2 decades, climate actions and energy transitions have shifted the trajectory of warming downwards dramatically, proving the James Baldwin statement that nothing can be changed until it is faced. Had there been no climate action, we might be hurtling towards an average of 4-degree increases in global warming at crisis levels even more severe than what we're facing today. But in particular today, I want to say something about delivering on a just transition to net zero. And when I say just, and say it in the context of net zero, I'm going to limit our lens to an example of one particular issue coming to us from my country's heartland. And I'll talk about that. For now, I want to emphasize 3 necessary conditions for delivering on a just transition. And of course, I should say there are many, many conditions, more than these 3, that we could be discussing today as necessary. Indeed, there's some strong, productive thinking going on regarding net zero, which is typically shorthand, as you know, for net zero emissions commitments. Net zero, the idea that new carbon emissions should be zeroed out by equal carbon removal, is a mitigation tool. Indeed, one of the many tools in the toolbox of policymakers and in the toolbox of firms, municipalities, and businesses of all sorts and sizes. We see in the most comprehensive climate policies and strategies of countries commitments to be net zero by a particular year. The presence of net zero commitments, together with the interim milestones and transition plans that lend credibility to these commitments, is the subject of a lot of good work, notably spurred by the United Nations High-Level Experts Group on net zero, but also initiatives like High-Level Champions and Race to Zero. Last July, at the request of the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, I co-chaired with Bing Lang from the International Standards Setting Board a 4-month series of discussions and convenings with business leaders on how accountability for net zero emissions commitments and transparency for these commitments can spur greater climate ambition. Over the course of about 4 months, Bing and I, with the assistance of the staff of the UNFCCC and Simon Steele and an expert advisory group, held a series of conversations with more than 300 participants who offered their perspectives on net zero for their firms and enterprises. We learned from these conversations that there's much to do to deliver on a just transition. And based on what we learned and heard, Bing and I are sharing our recommendations to the UNFCCC and Simon Steele. And we have a series of recommendations focused on improved accountability and transparency, which we think are foundational to greater climate ambition. When you read a summary of what we learned in these conversations and the recommendations, and I hope you do, you'll see 7 operational ways in which accountability and transparency can be improved upon, with the goal of creating meaningful, non-greenwashed, accountable, achievable net zero commitments that can be relied upon as delivering progress towards net zero. We're going to talk in that report about the use of a global climate action portal for data, the momentum of the voluntary initiatives, creating more technical capacity for firms to join in setting net zero emissions commitments. We're going to talk about creating a transparency pipeline between net zero commitments and nationally determined contributions. So it's a report, a set of recommendations, chock full of these, delicious and irresistible actions ahead. But for now, I want to get back to 3 necessary, if not sufficient, considerations for us to illuminate if we are to deliver on a just transition. And here's my shorthand for them. 1, the need for policy scaffolding. 2, the need to reimagine collaboration. And 3, the need to not permit intellectual surrender. So let me take them one by one. First, policy scaffolding. What does that mean? Policy scaffolding, in short, is the set of national, federal, regional, state, and local rules that are really the rules of the road that will guide business decision-making regarding capital expenditures and operations. Businesses, and Bing and I were told this loud and clear in the process of our listening sessions, need certainty and stability of policy frameworks in order to make investment decisions. This is true for climate-related investments just as it is for any investment, any capital expenditure or strategic decision. Businesses call this policy certainty, and it turns out to be a persistent headwind when it comes to business investment. But what does policy scaffolding mean in the context of the decarbonization transition? In particular, what does it mean to deliver a just transition to net zero? And it means this. So as you all know, the last COP, the COP28, produced consensus among parties, meaning countries, that there needs to be a transition away from fossil fuel emissions. Now, in fact, this transition away from fossil fuel emissions has begun. It's already underway. It is in progress. We are in the midst of a transition characterized by a mix of energy solutions, solutions that are in the here and now, being deployed, scaled, affordable. Now, there are fossil fuels, and there are also key clean technologies, so solar, wind, batteries, heat pumps. And over the past 10 years, the cost of these clean technologies, these non-fossil fuel energy sources, has fallen rapidly. They are becoming increasingly affordable. Professor Leah Stokes tells us that if in 1957 an American household wanted solar power for a month, it would have cost around $300,000 US. And yes, that's for 1 month alone for solar power. Today, the figure is closer to $30. Solar costs have fallen precipitously. And I like how Professor Stokes describes the graph. She says the line falls so fast it's nearly vertical and seems to slip off the page. So this means that the clean energy transition can create vast consumer benefit and economic opportunity. Similarly, as wind power expands, individual consumers can expect their energy costs to fall by nearly 30% by 2030. Widespread electrification in the U.S., enabled by reforms to the power grid, create ample opportunities for this ability to transition into new energy sources. Now, that said, fossil fuels are still part, and they're a heavy part, of that energy mix. In other words, the transition is not complete. In fact, it isn't even close to complete. It has started, it has momentum, but it is nowhere near over, and that's why it's called a transition. And as it is a dynamic transition, and not what the economists like to call, a static or neutral point of equilibrium, there are going to be issues along the way. And some of these issues are in the category of equitable and distributional, and they're going to need addressing. So consider this one, coming to you from my country's heartland. As it stands today in the U.S., essential services in rural, farming, fishing, and heartland communities are tied to fossil fuel revenues. In other words, schools, bridges, roads, even hospitals are funded by fossil fuel revenues. Indeed, state government budgets are largely tied to fossil fuel revenues. As the decarbonization transition is underway and proceeds, revenues necessary to fund these essential state services will necessarily be challenged. Jobs, too, are going to need to change. And this is the nature of a transition. And in seeking a just transition, there's going to need to be transitional fiscal mechanisms that are tailor-made for each state, that address funding gaps as well as the costs that workers are going to be forced to confront. In other words, there will need to be policy scaffolding. And one type of such policy scaffolding, again, necessary but not sufficient, will need to be state fiscal policy scaffolding. Now, the IRA, we all know about, that was federal fiscal policy in the U.S. that provided some scaffolding. It focused on creating resilient domestic supply chains for clean energy and deploying emissions-free technologies over the coming decade. This form of federal scaffolding has shown initial success in enhancing the decarbonization transition. Investments in clean tech and semiconductor manufacturing in 2022 were almost double what they were the year before. Clean energy installations were up 13% over the year prior to the IRA's passage, and there was a 37% uptick in clean energy manufacturing and deployment. At the same time, in the U.S., several factors are slowing clean energy deployment, including the difficulty of building interstate transmission lines, supply chain bottlenecks, and ideological opposition to renewables. Offshore wind developers have walked away from projects on the East Coast because of high financing costs, namely higher interest rates. All said, large additions of renewable power have added to the overall energy supply, but haven't displaced fossil fuel emissions in the aggregate. Fossil fuels continue to account for about 80% of global energy supply. In 2022, global coal, oil, and gas accounted for 79% of total U.S. energy consumption. As the decarbonization transition proceeds, the coal, oil, and gas components of the energy mix will decrease, and the solar, wind, and hydro components of the energy mix will increase. But along the way, we're going to notice that there is some urgent, unfinished business of fiscal policymakers as they recognize the need to manage the effect of declines in fossil fuel production. One such effect will be the need to ease the consequence of people who reside in fossil fuel-dependent local economies. The shape of these state-local fiscal mechanisms is yet to be drawn, but the policy requirements are clear. Lost fossil fuel revenues that fund essential local services like schools, universities, roads, and bridges are going to need to be replaced. Renewable energy sources will need to fill the fossil fuel revenue gap. Because of the significant lag in achieving renewable energy flow that is commensurate with fossil fuel revenue flow, states in the U.S. are going to need to set up state-managed funds with governance mechanisms. So while applauding the course of the decarbonization journey, we're going to have to devise policy scaffolding for work like the one of redevising state funding. One of my students at Duke Law School in North Carolina has proposed reviving an old relic of state fiscal policy, which is the use of state-managed investment purposes. And she couples this with something quite newfangled, at least for the U.S., which is the creation of an independent citizen management council. And what she observes is that carbon-based activities, because they've historically underwritten state reinvestment funds that fund essential services in states, that there needs to be a way of incorporating renewable energy revenue into these funds in order to accelerate the decarbonization transition. And she imagines something akin to what the French government created in 2019, the Collectif Citoyen, which is, I guess, a management council made up of citizens, not politicians, who would make the decisions for investment of the renewable energy, the infrastructure improvement efforts, and into addressing the necessities. Again, this enterprising student may not have the mechanisms or contours completely tied up with a perfect bow, but the point is that she's underscored an equitable or just challenge. There's something irresistibly refreshing in this way of thinking about the decarbonization transition. Its use of the Independent Management Council as a cross-section of communities, of community voices set up to steward the effects of changes in the energy mix, to inclusively think about how you engage rural Americans in deciding how to increase reliance on renewable revenues, decrease reliance on non-renewable revenues, and replace those revenue sources at a pace with funding from renewable projects. The end result could break the ties that bind so many state budgets to fossil fuel revenues, while also introducing ways that would allow rural communities to meaningfully participate in clean energy work. So that's one condition, state fiscal policy scaffolding. To the second condition, reimagining collaboration. And here, what needs acknowledgement and inclusion is the role that local people play in creating economic resilience for their communities. Delivering on a just transition has to mean that policy is built to support the solutions that local people are creating for the resilience of their communities. People, and this includes very notably indigenous peoples, are creating community-first solutions to decarbonization in the realms of agriculture, science, medicine, and engineering. Policy frameworks need to support these efforts, not hinder them and not dissuade them. Localities need to be given the bandwidths to collaborate, experiment, and innovate in creating solutions that work for them as citizens of a democracy. Finally, the third condition, no intellectual surrender. The work of delivering a just transition to net zero needs to be done with another significant U.S. headwind, and that is the headwind of heavy lobbying by interest groups that are holding back the decarbonization transition. These groups are focused on holding the energy mix constant, thwarting clean energy innovation, and resisting investments in the jobs of the future. Indeed, as the transition proceeds, there will be a crescendo of even more intense lobbying meant to deter policymakers from taking on the work necessary to manage the effects of the transition on people and communities. The vested energy interests are loath to see demand for fossil fuels be substituted for cleaner energy forms, and they apply intense pressure to keep demand high, all at significant risk and cost. We need to urge policymakers to not succumb to a static, frozen, unyielding vision of an energy mix that is not reflective of a necessary transition. In the U.S., we already see a language problem where we cannot call climate change, we can't call it out as climate change. We see heavy denial evolving from climate change isn't real to climate change isn't solvable. This denial keeps people from asking questions, from exploring the contours of what can and can't be done. It produces despair and hopelessness. It amounts to intellectual surrender. This instead should be substituted for questions and issues that need to be asked and raised. Done how? Done with the language of history, with stories, with independent journalism, with logic, with critical thinking, with interdisciplinary analysis and the use of science and data and the scientific method. I think I have to end now, but needless to say, I find delivering a just transition to net zero to be both possible and inevitable. The conditions for it are several, but this morning I've highlighted three of them: the need for policy scaffolding, the need to reimagine collaboration, and the need to not intellectually cower from the challenges ahead. Again, in the words of that American writer James Baldwin, nothing can be changed until it is faced. Facing and moving through this necessary decarbonization transition justly is one of our most urgent challenges, and one that is best taken on inclusively, imaginatively, nimbly, and, I dare say, bravely. Thank you for the chance to be here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Really interesting to hear about the 3 key lessons to try and ensure that we have a just transition, and many lessons that we can translate from the US to the UK market. We're now going to move on to our first panel session for the day, which will explore the growth prospects for sustainable finance and investment in the run-up to COP29. So please can I ask the panellists to join me on the stage, and we'll start to explore this topic for the next half hour. Thank you. So, welcome all, and as we say, we're here today to explore the implications for sustainable finance as we build from COP28 to COP29. How can the financial services industry best facilitate the energy transition and accelerate investment into renewable energy and climate tech? What does it take to make a project investable? I'd like each of our panellists to introduce themselves, just sort of where your name and where you're from. So if we move down the line.
Thank you. So I'm Maria Lombardo. I am from Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered is a UK bank with its main footprint, though, in emerging and growing economies in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. My role is I'm the global head of ESG advisory, a support that we give to our corporate and financial institutional clients, mainly really involved in highest emitting sectors.
Thank you.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Claire Coustar, and I run our ESG and sustainable finance business for the investment bank fixed income and currencies division at Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank's a large multinational German-based bank. I've been in the business in different parts. I'm going to actually pick on Lord Johnson. I moved actually from running different parts of our emerging market business to trying to find something easier like saving the planet, and definitely have had my work cut out. So pleasure to be here, and thank you very much.
Stephanie Meyer, so I'm Chief Sustainability Officer at GAM Investments. We're a Swiss-listed asset manager, investing across asset classes, predominantly active.
Sonia Laut, probably the only one with not ESG and sustainable in the job title. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Legal & General Investment Management, part of Legal & General, actually sitting here around the corner. And we're the largest pension fund manager here in the UK, and I'm responsible for the entire investment team, and that does include ESG, although my colleague who's responsible for the responsible investment integration is here in the room as well. So I have great support.
Fantastic. Thanks all, and for the superb panel that we've got together today. So 6 months after COP28, which was termed the fossil fuel COP, and 6 months out from COP29, which is being dubbed the finance COP, it feels appropriate to have a conversation about the energy transition and investment into such technologies. But before we delve into the challenges and opportunities that this presents, I'd like to pose an opening question. How would you each define the energy transition? And if I can start with you, Sonia, and we'll work back along the row.
Yes, thank you. And it is indeed always important to take a step back, because it's very clear that one can get lost in the detail very, very easily. And I always start with the question is what actually is the problem we're trying to solve? And we've heard a number of times this morning already. It is very clear that the energy transition is a system-wide problem, and as such requires a system-wide response. Now that sounds easier said than done, because obviously spanning the globe, we, point one, know that the problem is not evenly distributed. We heard this idea of a just transition multiple times, and in fact it's very clear that it's the global south that will probably determine the success versus the failure. And so obviously sitting here in the UK, that is important to understand of what the contribution is and to put the problem statement in context. It does require as well, and it did come up a couple of times this morning, that we probably require a level of global collaboration and cooperation that we have never seen in history. And so again, it's always worth reminding ourselves what we are trying to achieve here. And it does include financial markets, and it does include policymakers, governments, consumers, in order to contribute. Now, sitting here as the representative for the asset management industry, it's very clear that the responsibility to consider the capital allocation process in the energy transition is very, very important. And it does require for us to understand how the energy transition will impact countries, sectors and companies in order to identify and understand what each individual company actually can contribute. And it's very interesting that we have been moving towards this idea of a third dimension. You're all familiar with the idea of risk return, and we've always assessed investment opportunities along those two lines. What we're now adding to it is the idea of outcomes, and we are increasingly very specific on what outcomes we're trying to achieve and how companies can transition. Last but not least, I think we have to be very humble and acknowledge that this is a journey, and the facts will change, the technology will change, innovation will change, and we're talking about multi-decade transition plans. So in order to help companies to do so, it's very important to see ourselves as part of the journey and to work with them, because it is very easy to get, again, too short-term and too focused on the detail and to miss the big picture on the journey.
Thanks very much, Sonia. Really, really important points that you shared there. Stephanie, can you sort of share your view on, how do we define the energy transition? But also, we know that the energy transition and policy are quite tightly intertwined. So what kind of policy interventions do you think as well will help to unlock and catalyse the energy transition?
Yes, so I think the point about the energy transition is, Sonia said, it's a system-wide transition. And actually the challenge isn't just an energy transition, but it is a net zero transition across the economy, which means it's not just the energy sector, but it's housing, it's transportation, it's manufacturing, and it is across the value chain, and it does incorporate, again, not just the manufacture or the production of energy, but what does our grid infrastructure look like? How are we facilitating that? And while capital is absolutely critical to that, I think it's interesting you sort of the COP29 being the finance COP. When I was in Glasgow at COP26, that for me was very much the finance COP, where GFANs, trillions of dollars of asset management, banking, insurance across the finance sector came together and essentially put their hand up around we have the capital, how do we support the transition? Roll forward a couple of years, I think is what's very evident is that capital alone cannot drive that transition, and policy is really, really critical to that. And when I'm looking at policy, I suppose I look at two key elements. So I think one is really pricing. So what are those pricing signals, those incentives, those disincentives, those explicit carbon pricing, but also all the implicit pricing that comes from standards and targets and how those are then translated through the policy framework. But it's also about the pathways. What we're looking at around this transition is, yes, action now, but also action and investment that will be going forward decades. So knowing that there's a phase out in 2030 is driving those capital allocation decisions within companies. Those are the conversations we're having, and it's the capital allocation decisions that we're making across companies, across asset classes, in terms of how we think that's going to work through. And I think this element, beyond just the certainty piece that was referenced before, it's really understanding that pathway and how it interconnects, and how national policy and international policy and trade, which is becoming more and more important, this kind of cross-boundary piece, is all structured together. So I think for me, understanding that and being very much more, I think, open around how interdependent policy and finance are is going to be critical if we are going to finance the whole economy net zero transition.
Thank you, Stephanie. And it's interesting what you say around pathways, because we have seen some technologies experience significant growth over the past decade. For example, we've seen solar PV increase at a annual growth rate of 22% over the past decade, according to the SEIA. So, Claire, if I can come to you, keen to hear your definition of energy transition, but also keen to unpack what some of the challenges are to achieving pace and scale along those pathways.
Sure. So, I mean, not to repeat, what some of the other panels have said, but I think probably what I would highlight about the energy transition, I think we've moved over the last 12 to 18 months to think more about energy transition from the lens of not just green, so green bonds, green use of proceeds, channeling, funding to what is effectively, really net zero technologies and investment, to thinking more about, okay, what is those interim steps that we need to take, and this is different for every country, even within every country, every region, and every sector, to take those steps that decarbonize the economy. And so we're starting to see, sovereigns come out with transition plans, which really map out from an industrial policy perspective what technologies do they see coming in at different stages. And that's, I think, incredibly helpful when you're thinking about what to focus on from a financing perspective, where the technology breakthroughs are going to come, and really thinking about how we focus our investments. Coming to your question about, how do we achieve pace and scale, I think it depends on a couple of things. I think we tend to think about pace and scale from the supply side as opposed to the demand side. And I think that leads to the question of how quickly do we need to run, and are we running in place, right? Because the demand side is obviously as critical and sometimes even more complex, especially when we think about things like the residential housing sector, especially in places like the UK and Europe. How do we actually reduce demand through energy efficiency? But in terms of the supply side, I think I would break it down into two different aspects. So there's some technologies which have achieved, cost parity. In fact, there are cheaper renewables, are cheaper and don't need any government sort of incentive or subsidies. I think what is needed on renewables is more the pace at the government side to free up the licensing, to speed up the approvals, and then the marriage of supply and demand on renewables, especially when you think about what's happening in AI and the consumption of power that's driven by AI and data centers. We need closer alignment between renewables and that. And we're starting to see that. There's been some announcement recently. The likes of Brookfield, for example, have announced big partnerships in that space. On the more technology, either which doesn't achieve cost parity, which is, by the way, almost, if you think about all types of e-fuels, SAFs, green hydrogen for steel production, carbon capture, is not at cost parity right now. So there you need the government incentive, and that can come in many different ways and forms and shapes. Contract for differences was talked about, but I'm happy to talk more in details of what we're seeing on that. But I think that is really needed to get the catalyst, and what Sonia talked about is the ecosystem of players that needs to come together to make these projects viable is not what we have been used to seeing. So if you look at, for example, what's happening in sustainable aviation fuels, you're seeing airlines getting directly involved in the production and the equity of these projects, which is not something they're used to doing, or entering into very long-term contracts to make the projects viable.
And that comes to Sonia's point around actually addressing this systems-wide challenge requires collaboration across sort of silos that have traditionally not worked with each other. And it's an interesting point you raise around demand as well. I think we often look at how do we generate energy, but as someone who worked for 5 years on energy efficiency in buildings, it's sometimes the forgotten solution, and actually the cheapest energy is the energy you don't use. So let's throw a bone to the energy efficiency world as well. Maria, can I come to you for, again, your views on what is the energy transition, but also your bank is mostly focused on growing and emerging economies. So how do you see the energy transition taking place in your footprint markets?
Thank you. Yes, I can only mirror all that has been said, that when we talk about transition, obviously we are talking about a global project to bend the curve of emission, and this is one that matters the generation to come, but also that opens up lots of investment across different sectors and different regions. But as we just said, it doesn't mean that we need to have necessarily one global solution. It really has to differ between the markets and the sector, and we need to really find some customized solution. And for us, these that we have in growing and emerging economies, obviously we see the complexity of what that means, but also in environments where, if we think about the 52 countries that we are operating in, almost half of them have not defined any energy transition targets. So how do you operate there in terms of really help them to achieve the zero emission by 2050 and to align to the Paris Agreement effectively? For us, it has to really go down to, as we just said, innovation, but also a customized solution. In these countries, we might see a leapfrog to directly to more energy efficiency or more energy alternatives, but also we see the need to cater for highest emitting sectors that effectively can be the only employer in the countries. And so how do we do this with in a responsible way and maintaining the equity and the equity and the equal benefits and opportunities for also in a just transition. So these are the challenges that we are facing. And again, we think that one of the way is to not just set targets for financial institutions per se in terms of defining our own transition planning and achieving those, but really consider those a mean to a target, because we might enter into these situations where it is very easy sometimes to exclude investment in some of the areas to achieve our own target. So this to us is not a component of the way we are looking at it, but is a way to really prompt us to see differentiation in industries, so mapping out the different industries of all the net zero industries that we look upon. We identified 12 of them and map them out in terms of how is the ambition that we want to achieve from an oil and gas perspective, a power perspective, a metal and mining perspective, and then go into countries and sectors and corporates, so top down in a way, to see what needs to be done specifically to find this type of solutions. So we should not be, to some extent, afraid of taking on different velocities, on taking on positioning to really support the responsible transition that we see there.
Thank you very much, Maria. We have probably all heard from various different parties that the banks can solve the entire climate crisis, or finance can solve it, which makes me ask a question, so sort of, please for anyone to take, which is, what is the role of financial services in the energy transition? What is within the scope of FIs, and what is outside the scope? Sonia, I don't know if you want to take that one first.
Very happy to, but I fully agree that this idea of us saving the world is probably a slight exaggeration, and we want to be very realistic of what we can and can't do. Now, speaking from the asset manager side, and as I said this morning, earlier, the asset allocation decision is a very important consideration in understanding the impact on the energy transition. The vast share of our AUM is in public markets, and if you consider the role of companies publicly listed, it's very clear that they are a big part of the transition. But coming back to my earlier statement, it's a system-wide transition, so we shouldn't overestimate what the role of publicly listed companies are, and I'm sure we are hearing more about the private side, because again, we have to look at these both in consideration. Now, if you look at the current MSCI World constituents, only a quarter, roughly, is currently aligned to net zero. So there's a lot of heavy lifting still to be done, and I think that's what we want to get to. And the role of the asset manager here is to make sure that we can help the transition journey. And that is important because exclusions have been a big part of earlier initiatives, but exclusions obviously only work if you can have all investors globally follow the same principles. And in the context of, the system-wide change, engagement to our mind is the far more suitable approach how we engage with companies. Now, if you consider the early days, it was very much speaking to companies, do you have a plan? Have you started engaging? Have you established this? But obviously, as of today, we have most companies that, of course, have started to establishing transition journeys. So the role of the asset manager is really to judge and understand how successful these journeys will be. And that's a big shift. We're talking about assessing multi-decade transition plans and give an opinion on whether we believe these are successful or not. And we have to understand as well what the financial benefit is. So financial materiality is a key aspect, because if you consider you are the management team of a publicly listed company, you're responsible towards your shareholders as well. And if you consider the longevity, so the time horizon of these transition journeys, they will not always, actually, in fact, it's the minority of these plans that will yield by financial benefits right up front. So you have a conflict of interest here. And it's our job as the asset manager to help articulating the benefit statement between the real world versus the financial upfront investment and the potential lack of financial materiality upfront. Because very often they have decisions to take between immediate investment opportunities that actually might have a higher IRR and an earlier payback period. And it's all about that education and communication with investors. Because as I said, system-wide transition requires all company to be on the journey and contribute. And we should not forget, if you exclude a company, you literally just transfer. Somebody else might have very different objectives, and this is why working with a company rather than just asking them to divest of the assets that are not aligned with the energy transition is not the right solution. We want to make sure that those assets are managed in the best interest and obviously with the best interest of the environmental impact. So that's clearly where we see us as the asset manager changing. It requires as well, whoever is working in the asset management industry, if I asked you 10 years ago, did you have a climate solutions team? The answer is no. So you have a massive reskilling of our own staff in order to sit eye to eye with the management team of a company to engage with them constructively on these journeys. And just a final point, we are not here to criticize management teams. We are fully aware that this is a hell of a journey and that they're confronted, as we've heard multiple times this morning, with incomplete scaffolding was the term. The frameworks are not aligned globally. So if you're a multinational company, you're in doubt dealing with different regulatory requirements, different data requirements, and you all have to make it work. So it's an idea of being a critical but constructive part of the journey in order to make it work.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Would anyone like to come in and add anything to what Sonia shared, potentially providing more private markets perspective as well? I don't know if Claire, if you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I think, to echo Sonia, we have our own commitments for our own balance sheet, and we very much take the approach that we're going to engage with our clients and we're going to help them understand, how our commitments, but also I think I was going to use the word unconfused to kind of describe the way we're engaging with our clients, because I think the ESG landscape is an extremely confusing one, both in terms of disclosure regulation, but also what is coming at them from the global stakeholder perspective in terms of supply chains we talked about, in terms of taxation, the CBAM regulations, which is now live in terms of reporting and going to be live in terms of payments in a couple of years' time. How does that impact their exports? How does that impact their operations? How does it impact their funding costs? So I think aside from what we're doing for our own net zero commitments and decarbonizing our lending and helping clients understand what that means for where we need them to be, it's also helping them understand what's happening at the macro and what that means for how they need to adjust their operations in the way they engage.
So really a trusted advisor role for the banks and financial institutions to play. Now, I have tons of questions I want to ask the panel, but conscious we've had to slightly shorten this panel session. So we've got a little bit of time for questions from the audience. So please do raise your hand if you would like to ask a question. And please remember to state your name and company before asking. So do we have any questions from the audience? And if we don't,
I can't see any, ma'am.
well, then I will dive in with the question that I have been burning to ask, which was, during the opening comments, it was mentioned a couple of times around some of these emerging technologies, sustainable aviation fuel, hydrogen, battery storage. Now, we know with all of these technologies, they're CapEx heavy, and they also are currently highly reliant on government grants, maybe a little bit of finance in the mix. And really what these technologies face as they scale is a valley of death, where they struggle to attract private capital to support them to reach appropriate levels of scale. So what are the opportunities to actually invest into some of this climate tech? And what do we see the role of blended finance, so a collaboration of public and private capital, in helping bridge the valley of death? Who would like to take that question?
Maybe I'll just start very quickly. So I think two phases of blended finance. So on one hand, obviously blended finance is a way also to the risk and to really find the appropriate, again, systemic players to take the appropriate risk for their appetite, from the government to the multilateral down to private bank, and attract more private bank because of the support from a government point of view. But maybe sometimes we see this from the just transition. For example, we are very much involved in Vietnam, in Indonesia, in South Africa. It is the issue there is to really find the right projects, because it's not an issue of scaling what we got. It's sometimes to really find the right projects that would have these different segmentations of risk. On the other hand, it has given us another way of thinking of innovation in finance, which is really to create this framework around the using really the ecosystem, using the different financial players, and using the real meaning of being a financial intermediate, which is that you really take a small number and you multiply it or you leverage it, so your notional can be much bigger about that. So how can you do that? If you say you do have in a particular country or particular issue, take the blue economy, take projects in tech innovations, you do have this little money available, but how can you scale it? By maybe using this little money available for insurance or for guarantee, for elements that will help the multiplication of it. So that's one element that I just wanted to say in terms of the way we're thinking of using this framework also when the projects are there, but not big enough to be scaled.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Maria. So a final question to each of our panellists before we close up today. In the run-up to COP29, what excites you most about the energy transition? Maria, if you could start us off.
Well, look, COP28 has been heavily criticized to some extent. We know many reasons why. But for the advantage of the work I do with my team and Standard Chartered, we really come to help clients before they even think about any transactions. And we have been busier than ever. I mean, what we had done in a year last year, we have done it in a month this year. So I would really like to see a continuation of that. I see there are obviously many pledges to multiply the ambitions that are particularly in new areas of investments. And so I really hope that COP29 will again be a finance COP for sure, and be a COP where we see a multiplication of actions.
Thank you, Maria. Claire?
Yeah, I agree. I think if every COP is not a finance COP, I think we have a problem. But I think if we look back on COP28, it was criticized, I think, a little bit unfairly for bringing a lot of industry parties to the table. But I think without that industry, across every industry, engaging in this discussion, we're not going to get to where we need to be. So definitely, I think that was a good catalyst. I think we saw good continuation of that into this year. Hopefully that continues going into Baku. I think what I'd love to see in COP29 is some progress on Article 6, so on the carbon side. I think it's been debated for years that there needs to be a solution there, because I think that can really catalyze investment. And we've seen, the EU, UK to a certain extent as well, has been really the forefront in establishing the EU ETS market, and we've seen that translate to your point about, how do we bridge the valley of death? If you look at the cash and how that's been applied by the Innovation Fund to some of these nascent technologies and get access to the market. We were part of the H2 Green Steel financing, where we had effectively grant money coming in from the Innovation Fund for $250 million of the $6.5 billion of costs. That really makes a huge difference. So I'm hoping that we can get some progress on that at COP20.
Fantastic. Thanks, Claire. Stephanie?
Yes, I think for me it's really the appreciation that this is a lot more kind of complex and not just around the climate mitigation piece, but the need to look at the adaptation, a much more explicit link with nature, the interdependency piece there, also the human element of what this transition means, not just from a just transition, but the health impacts, etc. And I think the last few years we've seen a much on the agenda at the COP, the climate COPs, that there should be a much better understanding that this isn't, a climate issue. This is an economic, societal, broader issue. And actually, there are other elements here that are moving. The Kunming-Montreal pledge around nature. I think things are starting to align. Yes, it's complex, but I think understanding that bigger picture, I think, is critical in enabling those COPs to be successful, but obviously importantly for those international policy signals to be translated into action at a national level as well.
Thank you, Stephanie. And last but not least, Sonia.
Thank you. What excites me the most is the tremendous investment opportunity. Any change in the problems that we have just highlighted means that the investment opportunity is getting better. I think we all agree that the energy transition and climate change has a material impact on companies. So solving for it should be a benefit, and with that comes the investment opportunity. That's just the public side. On the private side, we've heard enough in terms of the opportunity set, and we know of the numbers that were cited earlier. A vast majority will come in the shape of private credit. So this is a real investment opportunity that investors should look at, and any positive change on the regulatory front and on the policy makers front can only help it. Now we've talked enough about the problem statement, so let's finish on a more positive note. That actually for investors, I think this is a very good journey to look at, and to make sure that you have sufficient capital invested in those areas.
A wonderfully positive note to finish on. Please join me in thanking all of our panellists today. So please give them a round of applause. And we will now take a coffee break, an opportunity to get to connect with each other, which is made all the easier by the City Week app, so please do use that. Please try to return here by 11 a.m, where we will have our next panel exploring the role of financial regulation on climate change and biodiversity. So thank you all, enjoy the coffee break. morning, all, and welcome back from your slightly shortened networking break. But I hope that everyone is feeling recaffeinated and invigorated for our upcoming sessions. And welcome back to our virtual audience, who again are joining us from around the world. Now, before we move on to our next panel, a quick reminder that we'd welcome your feedback on today's summit via the questionnaire on your table, so please do complete that when you have an opportunity today. We've also been notified that a blue iPhone has gone missing in this hall today, so if you have come across it, please can you drop it in with the event organisers at the registration area. So, all of the admin's out the way now, so I am now delighted to welcome to the stage Chris Hall, co-founder of ESG Investor, who will be moderating our next financial regulation on climate change and biodiversity. Welcome, Chris.
Thanks very much, and I'd like to invite my panel to come and join me. So thank you for joining this discussion on international financial regulation relating to climate and nature risks. Specifically, we're going to talk about, we're going to look at collaboration and convergence between regulators, why it's important, where it's working, and where it needs to be improved. As per the introduction, my name is Chris Hall. I'm co-founder of ESG Investor, and we're a publication that regularly looks at regulation as it impacts the sustainable investment teams of institutional investors. We're very lucky to be joined on the panel today by two regulators, US CFTC Commissioner Christy Goldsmith-Romero and UK FCA Director of ESG Sasha Sazan. And we're equally fortunate to be joined by Taylor Francis, CEO of Watershed, a firm that helps organisations to handle the regulatory requirements in this space, especially in relation to disclosure. We're going to cover a lot of ground in the next 40 minutes, and we'll try to keep our points succinct with the aim of allowing questions toward the end. I'm not going to run through all the regulatory initiatives involving these and other regulators globally. I'm sure that'll be a relief to many of you. But before we get into the discussion, I just wanted to make one observation, really, which is of kind of regulation in the finance sector. I'm throughout my kind of career as a kind of financial journalist, astonished really how basically practitioners tend not to really take a great deal of notice of regulation from a kind of day-to-day perspective. I think that's different in sustainable finance, but I think for one or two of the reasons that I'm about to mention. When financial market regulation fails, we all know consumers lose money, market participants lose business, everyone loses trust and confidence. Costs go up in terms of compliance, transaction fees, liquidity, fines, even bailouts, as we experienced on a large scale with the global financial crisis. All this is also true when it comes to the regulation of sustainable finance. If regulators don't cut down on greenwashing, for example, collectively improving the quality of disclosures, the accuracy of fund labels, the credibility of carbon credits, then trust diminishes with negative consequences for capital flows. But we all lose in an additional sense, of course, because if we don't stimulate and direct capital flows to truly sustainable assets and projects, we don't miss the targets that the scientists have clearly laid out for us. So, on that cheery note, let me turn to our panellists. Everyone, I think, will take a view on this kind of first area, but perhaps I'll ask Sasha to comment first. In this year of elections, we all know that regulators have different mandates and different political contexts, and we can see the impact of that in the climate space from the point of view where we stand with climate disclosures, for example. Sasha, could you start us off by talking about how the kind of political context, the kind of mandates that you are set, how these impact the FCA's agenda and ability to collaborate in the kind of climate and nature space. And feel free also to comment on other reasons for and barriers to coordination between financial regulators.
That's quite a few questions. Hi, everyone. Let's take a step back for a second. We are the Financial Conduct Authority, and we have to look after the consumers of this country for financial products. You touched on it quite a bit at the beginning on integrity. And even before we start, consumers are wanting, and the Financial Life Survey that we do, that they want to buy products that are doing good as well as making a return. And we had 81% of respondents saying things like that. Secondly, you know, because they've been selling very well some of these products, because there's demand for them. So what's the regulator's role? First of all, it's in our remit from the government in the Financial Services and Market Act that we should have regard to the UK getting to net zero in 2050. So it is in our mandate. So it's not political, it's literally in our legislation. Now, that doesn't make it easy, and it doesn't mean that we have to be in charge of things, but we have to help the system work. So many things that we're doing are things like our anti-greenwashing rules, which come out in 2 weeks' time, I think it is. We gave you 15 examples of it. We gave you, the forward-looking to try and help you. It's clear, fair, and not misleading. And why? Because we think the products that we need to have that trust and assurance, and then potentially demand will increase. Secondly, we work with many regulators across the world. This is an area, and I think sustainability, and I think you touched on it, is an area that everyone is trying to struggle with the same problems at the same time. So these phrases like greenwashing, or more importantly, nature, TNFD, or even the work that we've done on TCFD, and I'll try not to use too many acronyms because there are a lot of them out there. They're all the same problem. So I'm with Christy, with others. We work very closely to try and work out what we can do and ease the market. So a lot of this is not actual regulation, it's convergence. So I'll just give one example, we can talk later. ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board, launched at COP26. It's the fastest international accounting standard in the history of the world by a mile. It's come into fruition. The international regulators, that includes CFTC and ourselves, all around the world said, that's the standard, ISSB. We want some metrics. Most importantly, it's international. China, Brazil, Hong Kong, India, Nigeria, they're all looking at this, Japan and the UK, so that we can have data, and I think Taylor can then talk about this, that is assured, and it can be on those things. And one of the things on S1 of ISSB is nature, and financially material information has to be there. So it's not just the UK doing this, it's working with other people.
Mm-hmm. Now, Christy, you may want to give consideration to the kind of political context, or not, but certainly the US is its own kind of distinct area historically when it comes to financial regulation and adoption of kind of global standards. So with that in mind, how do you see the kind of the reasons and the barriers to high levels of coordination here?
Yeah, well, thank you. First of all, let me say thank you, City Week. Thank you, Maurice. It's nice to be here with all of you again. I'll give my standard disclaimer that the views I'm about to give of my own as a commissioner do not necessarily reflect the views of the commission or my fellow commissioners. Let me start off with, we're all facing the same challenges, right? So climate change does not know borders. We might have different remits, we might have different authorities, but we are all working together. It's not like I just met Sasha today. I mean, we talk and we try to figure out together and learn from each other, basically where there are opportunities for us to help as part of this process. And so, you heard from Sarah Bloom Raskin today, who is a good friend and someone I revere, about kind of the climate. And you've also heard earlier today that the U.S. is kind of just getting started in these first couple of years. I think President Biden has been a real leader. Obviously, we have the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Act. And so we are moving very quickly, as we should in the U.S. The U.K., you heard about today, has been involved for a much longer time in this area. The CFTC regulates commodities markets. If we think about this, a lot of this relates to commodities. So historically, agriculture and energy markets. Those are markets absolutely impacted by climate events. And so when we've had this hottest year on record, this year of historic droughts, we've seen things like the Mississippi River have very low water levels, and so barges carrying grain cannot be filled fully, and then even so they get stuck. And I remember going out to a grain elevator, and a huge food company showed me how the grain elevator has a chute that comes out to load the barge onto the river, and there was a barge there that had a 4-foot water line. Said, we can't fill this barge. We have to then truck out more more grain and find where to put that in, costing energy, time, money, energy. And then, if the barge gets stuck, there's a loss. And ultimately, a lot of this grain is being exported throughout the world. So these are problems that we all have to work to try to figure out. How do we promote resiliency to the climate risk, the financial risk, and the other risks that are very, very real? And you're even seeing that internationally with the Panama Canal. Less ships can come through the Panama Canal for the same reason. And so when I'm talking to my counterparts, including Sasha, we are talking about opportunities that are there. And we are trying to figure out where we can all work together. And we're comparing and contrasting about what we can do on greenwashing. But I think there is much collaboration, and I'm very hopeful. It's nice to be here after this many years with the IRA and what we're seeing in the United States to be able to really move forward. There's a lot more investments in clean energy than there was even in 2022. So it's been really great, and we're moving forward sort of full steam ahead on how we can ensure that these markets are working for those who want to take advantage of these opportunities.
So clearly there's a lot of very, very local and kind of specific kind of challenges that organisations in different jurisdictions are facing, and there's some kind of common opportunities, common principles that are being adapted by regulators. But Taylor, how does it look? How coordinated do things look to you and your kind of clients when it comes to dealing with the different states and the different pace of sustainable finance regulation?
Yeah. Well, we have a really interesting window to see how all of this plays out in practice with companies, with financial institutions, because our software powers sustainability measurement and reporting for companies actually that are responsible for 1% of the world's emissions, and financial institutions that manage $20 trillion of assets. And so it's really interesting to see how these regulations, how these market forces actually play out on the front line with companies. And I'd say, look, because of the different local contexts and because of the different politics, there is a patchwork of regulations, right? On the one end, you've got the EU and CSRD and broad, detailed, granular sustainability disclosure requirements going into effect right now. And then on the other end, you've got the SEC, which has had a journey on its climate disclosure policies. And so you might think that this patchwork would lead to some sort of race to the bottom. We work with a lot of global companies exposed to a lot of different jurisdictions. And I think there's a fear of regulatory arbitrage, of companies trying to do the minimum possible. We've seen, and I'll say it's a little bit surprising to me, but it's really striking, kind of the opposite happen, which is we work with a lot of UK companies, a lot of European companies, a lot of American companies, and whether you are in Paris or whether you're in London, I was talking last week to an energy company in Houston, a manufacturer in Pennsylvania, a bank in New York, all of them are actually trying to figure out how do they comply with the most stringent version of sustainability disclosure, which today is CSRD, this kind of EU regulation that, like, if you're in Texas, if you're in Pennsylvania, if you're in New York, if you're in London, if you're in Paris, that's the thing companies are really trying to contend with. And so there's actually a race to the top from companies and from financial actors around how to navigate that patchwork. And I think that's a good thing. I think that is a sign that companies have made the calculus that the clearer their plan on climate, the more capital they'll be able to access, the more customers they'll be able to sell to. That makes me optimistic.
I'm sure it makes our regulators optimistic as well in terms of a race to the top in terms of the kind of disclosure standards. Now, one area, I wanted to choose an area where perhaps kind of coordination and kind of oversight is probably still has got work to do, and an area that isn't necessarily kind of automatically thought of as within the kind of CFTC space, considering one thinks of it more as a kind of wholesale regulator than too many kind of links to consumers, but obviously that's not strictly the case. When we think of the integrity of carbon credits, we know full well that for consumers, for financial institutions, for corporates, this is an area of contention. We know that there's been problems with kind of the kind of carbon offset programs of numerous organizations, not just airlines, and anyone who follows this stuff kind of closely will be aware of the kind of rows within the Science-Based Targets Initiative over their kind of willingness to accept kind of carbon credits. We know that the credibility of these instruments is constantly under scrutiny. So clearly, there's more work to do here. And on this kind of particular topic, perhaps, Christy, if you could kick us off in terms of how regulators are kind of collaborating with each other and the industry to kind of weed out bad actors and make sure that there is confidence in this market, which will be positive for, on the wholesale and the retail level.
Yeah, so I'm happy to. So I will say this is I've been a regulator in the United States for 21 years. This is the first time that industry comes in and they ask for more regulation. So I thought, okay, this is odd. Let's see, what is this about? So I think what happens is, companies, financial institutions or other regulated entities, they want to make investments and they want to be able to have their net zero commitments or their Paris alignment strategies in place. And so everyone's sort of looking at how do we use these carbon credits, and I'm glad you're calling them carbon credits. People used to call them offsets. And then this question became where, you first need to try to reduce your emissions and then use the credits where you can't. And there was some concern about where there wasn't a reduction of emissions, but just using offsets instead. So what happens is there became a lot of reputational risk. This is what I'm hearing from industry, because on the voluntary carbon credit side, and that's a commodity, so that falls under us, there was no real way to determine what's a high-quality credit versus a low-quality credit. And so particularly public companies who are trying to disclose their milestones and how they get to their net zero commitments were concerned if they were using these offsets, voluntary carbon offsets, to get there, that they could potentially get in trouble and have something that they were relying on be not high quality. And the problem in that we saw there is a very fragmented market, lots of different registries, standard setters, also no transparency on price. There's not a price on carbon. So what happens is the price drops to the bottom, right? And so there was no real way for the market to say, to price out what's a high quality carbon credit or not. So this is an area, Sasha and I were just talking about this, but this is an area where I had been talking a lot with Annette Nazareth of the Integrity Council, who'll be speaking later today for voluntary carbon markets. And so in March of 2023, I proposed that the CFTC issue some listing standards for our exchanges. I think bringing more of these onto exchanges helps bring transparency in terms of pricing, and also exchanges have due diligence that they have to conduct. And so I proposed that the CFTC basically put out exchange listing standards on voluntary carbon credits that would adapt the core carbon principles that the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets were proposing. And that's hopefully going to be a global standard, a global way of determining what's a high-quality credit and what's not. So we proposed those in a public consultation in December when I was at COP in Dubai, and that we just got comments back on that. But the idea is that this really just relates to the derivative side, which is a very small market, but it does sort of send a message about the U.S. government has some interest in trying to ensure market integrity. And the basis of our authority comes from exchanges can't list anything that's readily susceptible to manipulation or fraud. So the idea is, well, how do you know it's not readily susceptible? Well, if the carbon credit meets these core carbon principles, which the Integrity Council has just started to approve some, then exchanges could look to those as part of their due diligence in saying this is something that could be listed. And the idea would be to bring more certainty, which is what Sarah Bloom-Ruskin talked about. This idea of uncertainty becomes a headwind. And so this could bring more certainty and also transparency in pricing.
So, Sasha, what Christy's describing is, I guess, an example of standards being developed at the industry level and then being, becoming sufficiently kind of robust and credible to be used in the kind of regulatory kind of context, which seems to be a kind of strong theme in sustainable finance regulation more broadly.
Yeah, I mean, so specifically on this one, Christy's answered it excellently, so there's not much to add. But IOSCO, the International Securities Regulator, co-chaired the VCM work, Christy and your chair, Austin Benham, with ESMA, Verena Voss. So Europe and US working how to get the best standards for that. We worked into it, but there's no point us doing anything when you've got the US and Europe doing this. Just make sure you get this standard there for the world. IOSCO did the same thing, principles on ESG ratings, which I was very involved in, and now we've just had the code of conduct that the UK's done, that Hong Kong, Japan, Singapore, EU is about to do it, using the IOSCO principle. So there is definitely convergence coming in all of these areas. Now, you could say it's taken a while, but actually, compared to sustainability, it's reasonably new in some of these areas. It's coming much quicker than it did in things like credit ratings and other things that took quite a while for codes of conduct on that side. So I think we are trying very hard. The ask of the audience is sometimes we need your guidance of how to do this. And sustainability is pretty good, but we all know that if you ask the question as a regulator, I mean, we have 257 responses on something, and most say, we like it, but. The but is perfect because we want to know where it's wrong. But if the but comes from 25 people, it's better than 25 different ones. Because we are trying at warp speed to try and get this right. And we do want, the whole aim of this is integrity. Because I think the more we get that credibility and integrity, this market will take off.
So one aspect of financial market regulation clearly is about helping to kind of generate kind of standards that can be adopted safely as kind of guide rails for behaviour by the industry. But it's also about making sure that the kind of risk management is appropriate risk management is kind of taken, but also increasingly we've seen, actually the FCA is a very good example of this, is the kind of generation of innovation and working with the markets in order to kind of develop solutions and providing the information, the tools to mitigate risk. Can I turn back to you, Christy, to ask about, particularly when one thinks of the kind of some of the kind of physical impacts of climate change that you've already mentioned, and the fact that amongst the kind of most impacted sectors are energy and agriculture, which are sectors which are obviously the CFTC in the derivatives market are particularly kind of close to. How's that kind of level of collaboration with those kind of long-standing kind of partners to address the physical impacts of climate change?
Yeah, I think the physical impacts of climate change, it's a fascinating area to be in, but this is where you actually see it, right? So when I go out with farmers and I'm learning about, you have a situation where we have these severe droughts, or you have in the United States wildfires that go through California with the fruit bowl, or you have these severe storms that, like a hurricane, that will wipe out grazing lands for not just one season, but multiple seasons. So I think the idea has been to not have a situation where you're just completely responding to each event, but you're trying to promote resilience. So think about it like climate resilience. And resilience is not the idea that you won't be hit by something. It is that you will be hit something and you need to recover quickly from setbacks. So there's a big undertaking, I think, in the United States and elsewhere about how to get ahead of this. One super interesting, I know this is not a technology panel, but a previous panel mentioned AI, so I want to talk about this for a second, is about the use of technology, right? So we heard about there's all these clean energy technologies, but the use of AI has been super interesting. I was at the University of Arkansas, and what we learned there was they had this drone technology that uses AI to go over a field and determine the hot spots that would need fertilizer. So the idea is you're not like sort of blowing fertilizer over the whole lawn, which became particularly expensive after Russia invaded Ukraine when fertilizer went up. But you have these sort of technologies that help you determine where things are needed. This idea of AI potentially being used to potentially move up growing seasons or change growing seasons to try to avoid the drought is really fascinating too. So there's a lot of thinking in this area about what do we do. So the Mississippi River, with the low water levels, the idea is how can the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers come in and sort of change that river? What would they do about the Panama Canal? Mm-hmm. Same is true with like exports and imports, right? We're exporting a lot of grain to the world. And so, one of these things is like, how do we address some of these exports and there's this, where the supply chain or the transportation gets bogged down. We have to think about these as global markets, global economies. So if you follow what's going on with cocoa, climate change has severely impacted cocoa plants. So this is going to take some time. And so you're seeing the pricing be very volatile and spike up. And so we're looking at sort of how can we use derivatives markets, which typically manage risk and have always managed weather-related risks since the beginning. How do we use those to smooth out some of this risk so that the pricing and the volatility is less like this, but we use these derivatives markets to kind of smooth that out. So they present this great opportunity. And the same is true if you want to make clean energy investments in the United States, for example, under the IRA. And what it would do is you could buy interest rate derivatives to smooth out the interest rate fluctuations, foreign currency derivatives to smooth those out. So there's a lot of opportunities there, and so we're just trying to get the word out. There's opportunities there to help smooth out that risk so you're being more resilient and less responsive to the climate events.
Okay, thank you. So we've looked at a number of different aspects of the kind of regulators' roles and responsibility. Obviously, one that the FCA take particularly kind of seriously is kind of consumer protection. Sasha, you mentioned already kind of greenwashing rules coming out soon. It would be interesting to find out more about how you are kind of balancing the need to coordinate and work along kind of similar kind of principles and guidelines as kind of fellow regulators, whilst also specifically addressing the kind of greenwashing risks to kind of UK consumers.
Well, I'm glad Christy mentioned the word opportunity. There is so much demand in this area. The products are there. So the labelling rules which are coming out, if there is, and by the way, you don't have to have a label. You can sell a non-nature fund, a non-green fund. You don't have to sell it. But guess what? If it's on the shelves and it's got trust and integrity, I think, and our surveys and the industry think so, they will sell well. So I think there is definitely demand for it, but it's not our job to make the market. One of the things that we've done, so you've saw in the anti-greenwashing rules, it's linked with the CMA, the Competitions Market Authority, and the Advertising Standards Authority. Exactly the same rule. And they have already put this into action and have already fined some companies. So we're doing it in the same way. Secondly, we gave time for the industry. We've given 15, we gave 8 examples. The industry said, we want more. So we've given another 7 examples. There's 15 examples, and we don't start it till May the 31st. So we are trying very hard to help the industry, not be the hindsight regulator and stop an industry. This is at its early stages in this market. And third but not least, the rest of the market, the investors, and I'm really glad, Taylor, you said that, the corporates are doing this because they think there is an opportunity. They're going for this. And the employees of the companies that I speak to, the employees are saying, I want to work for a company that is not at the bottom of this. So this is not coming from regulation. This is coming from the owners of the business who are demanding your data, but it's also coming from the employees who want to work, and it is a retention tool, especially on climate, the one that is there, which has been a higher one, that people talk about this all the time. And if you are a high-emitting sector, they want to know what you're doing about it to get there. So we are working on those things, but we are trying to let the industry make that. But there are pension funds who are desperately wanting products that fit their needs for this area. And they are starting to buy these products, but they want more clarity.
Mm-hmm. One thing that we've observed on greenwashing, which I think applies for funds, it applies for companies, and it applies to specific products. Right, in a consumer products context, you want to be able to walk down the supermarket aisle and compare the carbon content of products in the same way you compare the cost and the calories. You're doing the same thing on the fund side. The reason we have such a greenwashing problem today is that there's a data quality problem at the core of climate and sustainability, which is we're doing a good job of getting climate sustainability data broadly disclosed, but we're not yet doing a good job of making that data really comparable. And so, in the agriculture context, if you're trying to measure the emissions of an agricultural product, of a food product that's on the shelves, if you look at two different numbers from two different companies, that could as much be because they have different calculation approaches as because they actually did the right thing on fertilizer, did the right thing on regenerative agriculture. And so I think we need better standards on greenwashing, but we also need, once we kind of get through this next chapter of broadly disclosed sustainability data, I think there's going to be a really interesting task around shifting from what people disclose to how they disclose and how are you actually doing the numbers in a way that's comparable. Until we get there, you're not going to be able to have the power of the market unleashed in terms of picking products, picking companies, picking funds that are actually faster on the race to zero.
And that's exactly, I mean, it's not exciting. The least exciting part of the regulatory part is the assurance. And the bit that goes, but that's the most important part.
Yep.
And IOSCO, so not even just the FCA, all of it is, there's assurance work going on now, even before ISSB is in place, to make sure that the numbers in one country, if they're using the same metrics, are assured so that a customer, a consumer, can buy that product, or an investor can analyse whether they want to buy it for an alpha generation, and if it's in a different country, they can have that. That's coming, but it does take a while. But assurance is vital.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But there's always going to be a limit to comparability, though, isn't there? Really, I mean, is there a role here for AI, perhaps, or is this just kind of the kind of the reskilling of the investment sector in order to be able to understand where the limits of comparability and to be able to make decisions based on best available information and their expertise.
I'm excited about a transition to, transition. I think I think of the kind of broad sustainability data project as having two acts. Act one is around getting the data out there so that there's a common baseline from companies, from investors, from products. And act two is actually making that data something that is used in decisions, whether it's where to allocate capital or where organizations and companies, kind of how they operate their business. I think we're in the middle of Act One right now, and it's actually going quite well, right? A year from now, tens of thousands of companies are going to be disclosing emissions at a assured level with their finance team and their CFO taking responsibility. That's a huge deal. And then I think Act Two is going to be around how those numbers actually go down. And I think you're right, Chris, that it's going to be less about comparability and more about the direction of the graph for different companies. And I'm really jazzed about transition planning as kind of the next zone of energy from regulators. We're seeing a ton of energy around it from both corporates and financial institutions, because I think that's going to be the way you can tell, hey, is this an asset? Is this a company? Is this a fund that is going to do well in a radically different net zero world 10 or 20 or 30 years from now?
I think transition plans, which not for this one, but this has been something that we've worked so hard on for so long, and the UK's done a really good job on the gold standard on that. It's about the forward-looking.
Yep.
And, you know, I think that's really important. But back to your specific question, there's enough wonderful fund managers out there and investors out there who've had audited reporting accounts for very long who use that information in very different ways, and some people who buy that say, I'm a buyer of that stock, and someone with the same information will be a seller of that stock, and that will be the same, and that's what capitalism is about.
And you know that I'll say on the transition, one of the things to think about is what you're transitioning in. So metals and minerals markets are really big right now because, at least in terms of demand, because of the idea of electrification. EVs and batteries and sort of all of that. But you run into a supply problem because the idea is sort of where are you getting all those metals and minerals from, and then you run into all these issues of how were those metals and minerals mined. I was just at the largest U.S. copper plant in Salt Lake City, talking to them about their process to like pull out this copper and then meeting with copper traders. This is sort of one of the hot new areas to go into, particularly with the U.S. regulations that are sort of feeding this and putting all these grants and public-private partnerships out there. So on some of this transition, when we're talking about renewable energy, we're talking about new technology, or we're talking about trying to find ways to find more metals and minerals. AI is being used for that, to try to find where some of this is sourced in the world. But we're also using derivatives contracts like to help on the pricing of some of this. So CME, which is our largest exchange, had derivatives contracts on lithium and copper that ended up quadrupling and then being used as a way for lenders to set a price that they could put on their books. So this idea of some kind of price transparency, something to use to manage risk for anyone who wants to invest, becomes really important, particularly as we're going into new technologies or new types of transition into electrification, and what are the underlying resources that are needed.
Thanks, Christy. There was one further question I was very, very keen to ask everyone, but I did say at the beginning that we would leave some time for questions from the floor. So if anyone does have a question, now would be the time. No? Well, in that case, I will ask my final question, which is specific to nature-related risks. And the question really is, to what extent do we think that the incorporation of nature-related risks and disclosures into financial regulation will take a similar but perhaps a faster path than, for example, the TCFD into financial regulation before it? Maybe Sasha.
Well, my personal view, and I've worked very closely with TNFD, is it won't be a separate TCFD document and a separate TNFD document, hence why we've put the transition plans, which includes, and we had WWF helping us, includes thinking about nature inside the same plan. Because if you have a corporate, we do get that comment sometimes, I've just done a TCFD document, what have I got to do next? You're like, you've got to think about your business and you've got to think of it in the way that you need to. And even on that, ISSB has just announced that it's looking at its forward agenda, nature. So it's going to be incorporated in the stuff that matters for investors to price risk and opportunities.
Anyone else?
Well, I'll just say CFTC doesn't handle disclosures because the SEC does in the United States, but the nature-based risks are certainly something that has to be managed, particularly as we're looking at, we have all the largest banks under our jurisdiction, and as we're looking at how they are managing that risk, what we've learned, we did this big special project, was that the sort of nature risk or climate risk is not a separate risk. It's embedded in all the traditional risk factors. So it's going to be market risk and counterparty risk and liquidity risk and all of that. And so that all has to be baked in. And I think that is the way that these large banks and others are going.
Well, thank you very much to the panel. I'm sure everyone found that as useful and insightful as I did. So please join me in thanking the panel on financial regulation.
Thank you very much, Chris, and to all of the panellists for sharing your views on the role for international financial regulation on supporting climate change and biodiversity. And if three themes really clearly came away from today's conversation, it was the role of integrity, the convergence of regulation, and also the race to the top, which is incredibly positive to hear. I'd now like to re-welcome to the stage Maurice Button, CEO of City Week and City and Financial Global, to lead our next panel on climate change acceleration and the implications of climate adaptation, best practice transition plans and risk management. So Maurice.
Hello, everybody. We have a fantastic panel coming up looking at climate change in terms of climate adaptation and various aspects of that, looking at how the country as a whole is preparing for climate adaptation, how companies, corporate UK, should be looking at this, examining the risk. How do you analyse the risk? How should you model it? Looking at the role of insurance as a form of mitigation. And finally, how financial institutions should be financing climate adaptation. So I'd like to welcome to the stage our panellists for today. Please, could you join me up here? Why do you come and sit here? So, although I'm sure that our panellists are quite well known to you, so going from my left, we have Baroness Brown of Cambridge, Chair of the Adaptation Committee of the UK Climate Change Committee. Next to her, we have Judy Page, who's the EMEA CEO of Aon. And on her left, we have the Baroness Veer of Norbiton, who's the Treasury Lords Minister at HM Treasury. And finally, but not least, on the far side, we have Bruce Carnegie-Brown, Chairman of Lloyd's of London. So, if we may, let's start off, as I said, at the top macro level, considering what the government itself is doing on adaptation plans. And perhaps to start with you, I think, Julia, to talk about it. What sorts of changes are anticipated in the UK? What is the government doing now? And is the National Adaptation Plan, now in its third iteration, fit for purpose, in your opinion?
Thank you very much. A lot of big questions there.
Yeah.
First of all, I think the weather over the last 2 or 3 years has given us a bit of a window into the sorts of changes that we're already seeing, and you know there's a lot more to come. We've seen in the UK 40 degrees C temperatures. We've seen significant rises in death rates over the summer period, the periods of very hot weather. We've seen London's largest hospital, Guy's and St Thomas's, lost 2 of its data centres when they both overheated. Unfortunately, they were the ones that hosted its appointments. They had 2, thinking that was an assurance policy, but both suffered overheating in that very hot summer, and it took them months to get back on course. So another huge impact on the health service at this really critical time. We've seen now much of Yorkshire and Scotland is still suffering from flooding, so we've got fields underwater where farmers had planted, and crops are not going to grow where farmers can't plant. So we're going to be suffering from shortages of wheat and potatoes, up to 40% impact on the wheat crop in parts of the northeast and Scotland. We're beginning to see these impacts really coming quite regularly. We've seen empty supermarket shelves in the summer when there's been really hot weather and drought in Europe, where much of many of our fruit and vegetables are growing. So we can see that we aren't yet well enough prepared for this, and it is going to get worse. By the middle of the century, our summers could be as much as 25% drier, and our winters could be as much as 14% wetter. And when rain does come in the summer, it will be more likely to come as short periods of incredibly intense rainfall, the sort that causes surface water flooding, the kind of problems we've seen recently in the Gulf, but we've seen water pouring into underground stations in New York, and indeed we've seen that also happening in London, because where we pave over our cities, the water has nowhere to go except for these marvellous openings to the underground. So, we are in danger of having a transport system that also could come to a halt at times, as well as the damage to people. So we do have, every 5 years, a climate change risk assessment in the UK, which the government responds to with a national adaptation plan. And the third national adaptation plan was published last year, and it states as its vision that we should have a well-adapted UK. Now, on the Climate Change Committee, we say that's great, we'd like a well-adapted UK, but you have to tell us what you mean by that, government. We have to have a vision that has some goals and objectives, and it has to have, we have to have an ability to measure whether we are progressing towards it. We have to know what the government's objectives for a well-adapted UK are, and we have to know what the government is going to do so that business and individuals can work out what part of the picture they need to play. But without the government taking a lead on that, it's hard for the rest of us to know what it is we should be doing. We also want a real focus from the government on delivery. There's been a lot of focus on planning and process, but actually we need to see change being delivered. We think we need an upgrade in the governance. We need much more effective cross-government working. This isn't just DEFRA's problem, even though DEFRA is the department which coordinates this for the government. It is a problem for planning, it's a problem for our electricity system. It's much, much wider than one government department, and we really are not seeing them working strongly enough together. We think we need resilient standards, that all of our regulators need to be involved in that the National Adaptation Plan needs to be aligned with the spending review. At the moment, it comes out just after came out just after the last spending review. So, clearly getting money for the actions that are in it needs it to come before a spending review and to be done hand in hand with the Treasury. We need to see the government using its power, the adaptation reporting power, which it has in the Climate Change Act, where it can require the providers of critical infrastructure and critical services to report on what provisions they are making, how they are addressing the risk of climate change. And we need, I think, a much larger programme of engagement with the public, so that, again, the public understand what is coming, they understand what they need to do, because this can't all be done by the government, but the government does have to take a lead.
Very interesting. I mean, Bruce, when you, as a huge insurer of natural catastrophes and risks across the world, but when you have to look at the likelihood of events occurring across the world, do you look at national adaptation plans around the world, if such things exist elsewhere, or how do you come to your decisions about pricing risk or the likelihood of catastrophes? Do you look at historical data primarily, or?
Well, most insurance is focused on historical data, and one of the attractions of the general insurance market is that people buy annual policies, so once a year you get a chance to relook at the terms and pricing for insurance policies, and so if the data is telling you new things, you can adapt the coverage. Long data sets, and any one additional piece of data doesn't change the trajectory very fast, and nor should it. The whole purpose of insurance is to be reasonably consistent over time. But if something exponential is happening, which it almost certainly is with respect to climate, then there is a danger that the insurance industry is permanently behind the curve, and that is one of the challenges that we are concerned about. But we already think we have a lot of skin in the game. 25% of the capital we deploy in the Lloyd's insurance market is deployed against natural catastrophe risks, and those clearly have a close correlation with climate change. So we're very invested in this and very keen to continue to provide cover to customers. But what needs to happen is that customers build more resilience, and this is what is really meant by transformation, if insurance is to play a valuable role, because simplistically, insurance is there to support unexpected risks, and if the risks become expected, then at some point the premium and the claim become the same number, and that's not particularly helpful for customers. And another way of looking at it is insurance becomes either unaffordable or unobtainable. So the mitigation on that is to improve resilience, so that the expectation bar is raised, and insurance can keep doing what it does best, which is protecting customers against unexpected risk.
And Judy, when you're advising clients on planning for climate adaptation, do you look at national adaptation plans? Do you have your own models? What's your approach to looking at the developing climate catastrophe? How do you look at that in terms of risk?
Much the same way as Bruce just described. We start with modelling, so we start with the data that's out there. Insurance, as Bruce described, and the risk capital that's available is based on historic data, or has historically been based on historic data. One of the things that we're doing now for our clients is we're looking at predictive analytics, because, picking up on Julia's point, we do have a climate change issue that's baked in. It's going to happen. Even as we bring emissions down, we still have a period ahead of us. So as a result of that, we've got to start figuring out what happens to natural catastrophes as climate rises, sea levels change, and only predictive data is going to help us do that. It's predictive as opposed to fact-based, so it's all based on assumptions, but we work with academics around the world who can feed us the best available insight to do that. And we do that at reinsurance and insurance level. So when we're with our clients, particularly if they're investing in new assets or renovating assets, on the impact of climate based upon the data that we've got, or clients who are significantly involved in funding, loans, loan books and the like, give them advice on the likelihood of an event that might lead to a default. Those kind of risk-based issues is how we think about risk. But of course, country by country, different forms of regulation, different forms of adaptation will start to influence risk. Do we get ahead of that? So do we anticipate what a regulation might do on pricing? I'd say probably not enough yet, but we do understand what the risk implications are of individual risks, taking action to control the cost or the impact of an event. And we will take that to the insurance market for our clients who are able to describe their own adaptation, their own preparedness, and the resilience that they have to significant losses.
And Charlotte, looking at the individual company level, the government, the Treasury has blazed a trail with the Transition Plan Task Force, and to great credit, I think, at the work it's done, and that's been copied by other countries around the world. To what extent is climate adaptation factored in to the transition plans? What's the interplay there?
Well, it's incredibly important, and as Julia set out in the outset, she really outlined very clearly the challenges that we face, and I just wanted to, I think, reassure everybody that the government is very much aware of the challenges that Julia outlined, and I think that perhaps the actions of government is potentially not quite as grim as she mentioned. We have responded to the risks that have been identified by the third climate change risk assessment. We do have goals in place for reducing those risks, and also we have significantly improved the governance, cross-government to ensure that those that action's taken. Before I was in the Treasury, I was at Department for Transport for 5 years, and actually I can say that over my 5 years there, the impact of adaptation and the need for adaptation within, for example, the transport sector has really gone up the agenda. So I think I'd like to reassure you the government is very focused on this. pumping billions of pounds into things like flood resilience. I note Julia's comment that a spending review doesn't necessarily, hasn't happened at the right time for this particular 5-year plan, but of course a spending review is every 3 years and a 5-year plan is every 5, so sometimes it's not going to. But we do have long-term resilience funding in place in order to reduce those risks. But so turning to transition plans, you will have seen that the Transition Plan Task Force, which was established by the government with the private sector after COP26 to really think about what does the future look like, because a lot of where we had been before we really focused on transition plans was all about reporting where you are today and where you had been in the past, which is great for insurance. But again, as others have pointed out, we may need to look to the future as well. So this is what transition plans are all about. It's like, how are companies going to get to their publicly stated goals, and how are they going to incorporate that, all of the elements of climate mitigation, climate adaptation, we're starting to think about nature, how are they going to incorporate that so that everybody can see what their glide path is? Because we are never going to green our financial system unless we have clarity about where the corporates in which the financial system invests are going to go. Because there's one really important thing that concerns me as well. As we transition to a green economy, we need to make sure that our legacy economy is also getting the capital that it needs. So until we have really well set out transition plans, which include elements of adaptation, includes all of the elements that need to be thought about, we're never going to be able to get that correct balance and that really efficient allocation of capital over those periods. So that's why I think transition plans are important. For once, I will be an evangelist on this. I don't like being an evangelist. I'm more of a pragmatic deliverer. But I do think that they can be a fundamental step change. And for all of you who haven't ever done one, it's really hard. But if you don't start now, you won't know how your business needs to change, how processes need to be adapted in order to do a really good transition plan. My favourite one to date is HSBC. Go and have a look at that one.
A question perhaps for Julia and Julie. To what extent do you think companies in the UK are actually cognizant of the dangers they face from climate adaptation and B, are actually taking action now from your research?
I think it's very variable. I mean, I think, you know, looking at the parts of listed companies, TCFD reporting, the part that's weakest tends to be the physical risk part. I think particularly in the area of supply chains, I think, you know, almost everybody now has international supply chains, so that it means you don't just need to know whether your factory is going to be liable to flooding. You've really got to know where the factories that you're interacting with or the fields that you're getting crops from and what the weather looks like there. Now, the Met Office does a good job in providing us with all of that information, but I think there's a lot that needs to be done there. You really need to understand who you are dependent on and how resilient they are. I gave you the example of guys in St Thomas's Hospital who thought that having 2 data centres for their legacy systems meant went down. Well, you need to know your communication networks, you need to understand their climate resilience, you need to understand how good they are at understanding how dependent they are on their electricity providers. These interdependencies, you know, a failure of an electricity substation somewhere can cause a cascade of problems that can actually suddenly kind of envelop a whole city and all of the businesses that operate in it. You need to be understanding how is the climate change affecting your staff. If they're working from home, most homes in the UK overheat in these increasingly warm summers. Is that reducing their productivity? Is there advice you should be giving them to support them? How is it affecting people's transport routes? Because although the DFT does now have an adaptation policy strategy, I'm pleased to say, of course, lots of our roads are maintained by local government, and actually around Cambridgeshire, around where I am, we've had lots of flooding, including the A14, which held people up. Complete traffic jam quite recently for several hours, where traffic just couldn't move because of flooding. So there's all sorts of really important impacts on say, productivity, travel, health, as well as supply chains and interdependencies. And I think it all sounds, you know, really overwhelming, but I think there's also thinking about the sort of adaptive planning, thinking about what has impacts over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, what has impacts over 10 to 20 years, what has impacts over 50 years. Are you building a nuclear reactor, for example? And thinking about what are the no-regrets actions that you can take now, which leave open more extreme actions or more expensive actions for the future for longer-term issues. And then, of course, we have the challenge of small and medium companies, companies who are not reporting, and have they got good enough information that's enabling them to prepare for the future? And indeed, of course, are they able to access good enough insurance as well?
And Julie, when companies come to you for advice, to what extent is climate adaptation top of the list, or is it an afterthought when they're planning their strategies? Where does it fit in that sort of spectrum of risks that they're worried about?
Very, very high, and it's not an afterthought. We tend to deal with larger corporates. We undertake a global risk management survey every 2 years to find out what our clients are thinking all over the world. And climate change is inevitably, in the top 5 in one form or another. Supply chain management too, which obviously has a very strong intersection with climate. Almost everything intersects now. It's becoming a very complicated risk world. But we have events with our clients and roundtables, and the attendance, the insight and the engagement is very high. And our clients are working very hard to figure out their own transition plans, to adapt their business models to be more tuned in to climate change, or to change the product that they create so that it's more sustainable, which does kind of then lead on to an insurance challenge, which is we have to respond to that opportunity, and often, just like weather is changing, these risks are new, novel, and don't have necessarily the history that we need them to have in order to price appropriately. I'm sure Bruce would have some thoughts on this one as well. And we work very hard with our clients. In fact, we have so much data now on what they're doing that we've created a transition performance index. And we use that really to help benchmark peer group our clients when we take their risk to the insurance market. Because just like them, the insurance market is trying to figure out how they can evidence their own commitment, and obviously getting insight from our clients about the risk that they're writing is part of that journey. So, if I can bring an optimistic note, I would say that I rarely have a conversation with a client who is not trying to figure out their own footprint, their own response, their own product adaptation, their own operating model adaptation. There's an awful lot more going on, I think, than we give them credit for.
That's good to hear. And Bruce, I read that the corporation is going to be the insurer of the transition as one of its objectives. And what does that really mean in practice, and what does it mean for climate adaptation? How do you see yourselves? I know that you're an umbrella body with various constituent companies. So how does that run through all those constituent bodies as well?
Well, I think what's been identified already by panelists' comments, and indeed by the previous panel, was the complexity of all of this, and therefore the cost of all of this. So part of the adaptation is trying to make this simpler for folk. And it's fine if you're a large corporation, you probably expect to have the burden of understanding these issues. For smaller enterprises, this is a huge expense on their business. So one of the things we're trying to do at Lloyd's is to provide transition metrics that they can adapt in their own plans. And of course this also supports customer activity, because if a customer is asking insurance companies to provide insurance, and each insurance company is putting out its own questionnaire on where you stand on climate and adaptation, that just adds complexity. Can we do this once in a transparent and objective way that can be helpful for all parties? So that would be one aspect of it. A second aspect would be the world will be using more energy in 2050 than it is using today, not less. So a key part of this, which doesn't get, I think, as much attention as the fossil fuels part of the argument, is how we accelerate new energy sources to replace fossil fuels over time. So we do an awful lot of testing in the Lloyd's insurance market of new energy sources to make sure they're fit for purpose. Hydrogen is a great example. That promises to be an incredibly sustainable fuel source. But what we all know from growing up is that we ensure that it is a safe source of energy, and of course if it's a safe source of energy it's going to be an insurable source of energy. And we have those kinds of experiments going with a whole variety of new energies. Nuclear has been referenced. That's a really interesting space. Nuclear is a fantastic energy source until it isn't. How do you manage risk around the hugely accelerated demand for nuclear power globally? I think one of the other challenges we've got is differences of approach by different governments, and what we appeal for all the time is greater consistency across a government. So not just what is the UK government doing in the UK, but how is that the same or different from what's going on in the United States or the European Union, because we clearly all live under one climate, and as you heard from the previous panel, there are proliferation of different standards and tests out there that add to cost and complexity and actually potentially provide sort of umbrellas for people that are greenwashing because of the confusion that's created. When we try, as you identified, Lloyd's is a marketplace rather than a single enterprise. So when we try to give guidance to the market on the direction of travel we would like the market to go in, which is essentially a lower percentage underwriting fossil fuels and a higher percentage of underwriting of renewable energy sources, and both of those things accelerating over time. I get letters from our own regulators about whether I'm behaving anti-competitively in trying to persuade people to do things. I get letters from, in fact recently, from 13 commissioners of insurance in 13 states of the United States telling me that if I'm thinking about doing less fossil fuel underwriting in the state of Texas, California, Florida, pick one, I can think about having my licenses revoked in providing any insurance in those states. And so there is a huge political challenge in all of this as well, and part of it's because the horizon is always just beyond the next democratic election, and so we can have a lot of sympathy with the challenges governments have around short-term versus long-term issues. And I think businesses' role has to be trying to be consistent through the long term in what we're doing to make sure we all arrive at the right destination by 2050.
And Julie, were there any other mitigation strategies that you advise clients on, other than insurance? What are the other sort of mitigations that they might employ?
You can obviously engineer in resilience. More difficult when you've got existing assets, but we help our clients when they're acquiring new assets in making sure that they acquire an asset that has the length, the lifespan, and the resilience that they need. And obviously construction guidance, whatever the asset is, wherever it is, we'll look at where there might be a climate impact or a sustainability impact that they should consider. And you can engineer that in from the start, which is part of the adaptation program that our clients are developing. But from an insurance perspective, just bringing it back to the capital side, again, we're doing quite a lot to move towards supporting our clients. We're developing new products. We have a new product for carbon storage that's out there now. There are also solutions, I think, from the panel earlier, talking about some of the issues of doing carbon offset, some of the concerns. There are products emerging which essentially will protect the risk of an offset not being quite, performing quite as it would be expected to. And obviously that lends in some due diligence as well. So there's a lot of work going on right now to start to, it's a big issue, you just take slices of it at a time, and bit by bit the risk mitigation strategies that come from being able to buy insurance and protect yourself will start to take bites out of the problem, or support taking bites out of the problem.
Okay. And I suppose climate change is also, if you like, a positive, an opportunity for the city and financial institutions, in the sense that I know, for instance, Vanessa Hubbard-Williams is conducting a review currently looking at transition finance and how the city might be a leading or a global player on that. And obviously there's the green finance strategy. But what's the Treasury's thinking on the opportunity and the opportunities for the city in this?
Well, we absolutely respect that there is a huge opportunity here for the City of London, and we know that actually we still do rank #1 in terms of green finance, and we want to keep that position, and that's why we did the updated green finance strategy in March 2023, and we're working through thinking about how we're going to put all of those things in place. But to return to some of the comments that were made earlier, internationally, it's really important that we have as much interoperability as possible. So that's why, actually, the things that I'm particularly focused on is ensuring that we get as many people coalescing around ISSB as possible. You may have seen last week we published the endorsement process for ISSB. It does seem to me like many of the major economies are moving in that direction, and therefore at least we will have some sort of comparability. And then of course, so those international frameworks then need to be brought down to the domestic level, and it goes back to what you're saying, is you have to have domestic regulation, but it must be based on international frameworks. So then if you look at the work that we did on transition plans, of course again we did that first. So now it's our job to try and encourage other look at the work that we've done, build on it, because in this world everything builds on what went before. So when we had those sorts of ISSB in place, transition plans coming along, we thought, okay, well, how do we figure out what sort of products and services we're going to need from the City of London in order to make this actually happen? So Vanessa Havard-Williams is leading this report for us. She's been on it since January. She did a call for evidence, and I think there were 60 companies and organisations that responded, which is good. And we hope to have something to be able to publish shortly after the summer. But it really does all link in together, and if you have complexity in actually climate change itself, you also have a huge amount of complexity in terms of the frameworks and the regulation that need to sit above all of the organisations that are going to make us be able to tackle climate change anyway.
Can I just make one small plea there? Understand and sort of endorse the idea that we should try and do things and have frameworks that work internationally and make it as take out bureaucracy wherever we can by streamlining things. But we do need to remember that although climate change is a global phenomenon, its impacts are inherently terrifically local, and they depend on weather and the weather where you are, but they also depend on whether it's coastal, whether it's farmland. They also depend on the vulnerability of the people and things. And so I think we also have to think of this all the time through a very local lens and make sure that what we're doing, hopefully internationally, will actually work for people at a local level.
Fair point. I mean, going on now to look at as you say, in fact, Julia, the impact of a changing climate is felt across the world. And some of the countries most in need of finance for their climate adaptation plans are those least able to afford it. What sort of mechanisms do you think work best? Obviously, there's a voluntary carbon market, which has come under a degree of scrutiny and criticism, perhaps, for how the integrity it may or may not have. What do you think are the best mechanisms for financing developments, required developments of climate adaptation across the world, particularly in poorer countries?
I'm probably not the best person to answer that, because on the
it's for anybody on the panel.
We look at the UK specifically.
Yeah.
I'd just like to come in on that. We don't know yet, and that's the reality.
Yeah.
But the point is that not only are we doing lots of work in the UK, but actually other developed nations are as well. So, for example, Brazil has the G20 presidency at the moment, and they are leading, the UK is obviously supporting in this, a group on a working group on sustainable finance, and it's going to be looking at the sorts of products and services that can be used to deploy non-concessional capital. Because we all know, despite the commitment to invest, for example, £200 billion a year under for biodiversity, for example. The reality is we are not going to be able to solve this problem with public money alone. So it is about getting that non-concessional capital from the private sector, or sometimes from governments, into the system. And so I'm really pleased that Brazil has decided to take the lead in that, and working with other nations who've thought about this in order to think about the products and services that we don't know yet, but my word, we have some ideas of where we're going to go.
I think it's also worth adding that there is need for help when the event occurs. I mean, the data was, I think it was 313 billion of weather-related losses in 2022, 132 billion insured. So you're looking at 58% uninsured events. They happen in the places least able to afford it.
Yeah.
And there are solutions. We've worked with the World Bank on putting catastrophe bonds in place, which essentially means the event occurs, the cash is available. You don't immediately have to go on a hunt for cash for support. The longer you leave a post-event disaster, the worse it gets, the more problematic it is to solve. So the quicker you get cash into the event, the better. And the capital markets can respond to that. Yeah. Kind of takes you back to modelling, right back where we started. You need the data, but there are responses out there for the event, as well as the need for financial support to actually adapt.
Bruce, when you, as a global player, you must discuss these developments with governments across the world. To what extent are the private sector and the public sector working together? Is this joined up, or is it just most visible in developed countries? How's it working out?
Well, it clearly works imperfectly, but it is working better and better with the passage of time. I give the example of the Sustainable Markets Initiative that was set up by the King when he was Prince of Wales. It runs a number of verticals across different industries to look at climate impacts. Lloyd's chairs the insurance vertical for that. The King's convening power is awesome. He was present at the COP meetings in Dubai last year, and that gave the UK a very prominent position in those conversations. But it also then brings together particularly Commonwealth countries around these issues, and many of the Commonwealth countries are the ones who are susceptible to the greatest impact of the climate change, particularly islands around the world that are subject to disappearing under rising tides. So, for instance, Lloyd's has a project with Fiji at the moment to look at their resilience against climate change. I think that's one aspect of this. Second aspect, as has been referenced, would be working with supranational organizations. At Lloyd's, again, we work with the UN Capital Development Fund, precisely because, as Julie has said, the countries that most need it are least able to afford it. And so supranational agencies can help with financing projects that help build resilience against climate change, but also help adaptation in terms of how countries around the world respond. So I think there are a number of initiatives. My argument when I go and see governments is that they own these risks. And, that's true of the pandemic, as we all saw. It's true of the energy crisis that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And our citizens, not just in this country but around the world, expect their governments to bail them out of these issues. And my argument to government is that while industry can't take all of the burden of systemic risk, it does realistically belong in the hands of governments. We can surely help, because we understand how to price these risks, we understand what has to happen to mitigate these risks, and some of these risks can be borne by the private sector. So greater partnership between public and private sector, I think, will be incredibly important to mitigating the risks that we face here, just given the absolute size of them.
Can I just add, and I think for all governments, having clear government ambition and vision with measurable goals, we've seen how effectively that's worked for mitigation. We have measurable goals. Governments have put this into legislation. People, the private sector, therefore invests in things like the UK's offshore wind industry. If we had measurable goals in legislation on adaptation, if countries around the world did, as Germany are planning to put into place at the moment, I think that's a really strong message to investors that these are things that they should be investing in.
I wonder whether there is a role for more blended finance, and part of the reason why private sector financiers, investors, look askance at some of the projects which are obviously morally very necessary is the degree of unknown risk. And to the extent there could be blended finance where the government takes off some of the upfront risk or some of the other risks that are not suitable for the private sector. Is that something within the green finance strategy that's being developed?
It's something that we're already doing, actually. We have invested in 2 different funds. Actually, these are very related to adaptation stroke nature, where we are investing an amount to de-risk the overall package of projects which are available for investment. Because what often happens is the individual projects themselves are highly risky and perhaps won't give the returns that one needs, and there are various people who are pulling those together to create buckets of projects which can be invested in. I have to say it's early days, but I think in total we've done one of 50 and one of 30 million. So we're getting there, we're learning by doing, but I do think that is a way forward. Obviously, eventually, as the projects become more developed, it will be the case that they'll have a better revenue stream and will look like more attractive investments in the future. But of course, that will also depend on the regulatory framework and the extent to which various things become people need to invest in them because of compliance reasons. So we'll have to see where that goes.
And Judy, when you no. So Judy, are you involved in structuring financial products in what you do when you're advising institutions? So you're looking at risk. Is that part of what you look at? And does this type of issue come up of how to make project finance type transactions suitable for the private sector?
Yes, in all the ways that we've already talked about. And sometimes, conventional insurance capacity will work. Sometimes it doesn't, and we have to create different ways of enabling investment because we carry the risk through different vehicles. There's a lot of innovation going on at the moment with how to use insurance-type capital.
Yeah.
Captives are actively being utilised to take risk within regulated environments in order to provide the protection that the lenders will need to enable projects to go ahead. Parametric deals are becoming more frequent. Parametric being like two or three different events occurring simultaneously, triggering a payout. And these are very specific that enable a deal to go ahead that otherwise wouldn't get financing. So yes, I think we're trying to find lots of creative ways to enable financing to continue because the risk is protected.
So if you agree with my comment that, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting, but if you agree with my comment that government owns these risks, then actually government can play a real role in subsidising the investment in the mitigation around these risks. So if you move away from climate, government participates with the private sector in the provision of terrorism insurance in this country. And what happened when terrorist incidents were very high in this country 30 years ago, particularly around buildings, was that insurers naturally retreated in front of that by creating a partnership between the private sector and government. Over the last 30 years, a first loss provision has built up now to be something greater than £10 billion to pay for terrorist actions in the United Kingdom, with the government taking the amounts above £10 billion should that ever happen. And there's never been a claim on the government during that period. You can think of something similar around infrastructure investment, where because the government has a huge interest in the country developing more resilience to climate change, that actually this risk it already has can be used to help make projects more affordable than they would otherwise be for the private sector alone. And there's a real potential in bringing these things together.
Well, I can see the red light is flashing us on the stage, so it just remains for me to say thank you very much indeed for joining this discussion today. And a big round of applause for our panellists, please.
Thank you, well done.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you to our fantastic panellists for that session looking at adaptation and the opportunities for finance to help de-risk and support our resilience for the future. We are now moving to our final panel session before the lunch break, which will be expanding from the conversations earlier today on net zero and adaptation and taking us into the topic of nature. So therefore, I'd like to welcome our panellists to the stage to come explore with me the interdependencies between climate and biodiversity. And just while the panellists are sort of joining me on the stage, as we say, we're going to be looking today at climate and nature and how it's two sides of the same coin, and how decisions in one can affect the other, and how that can make managing a portfolio and diversifying a portfolio increasingly complex. So how can asset managers meet this challenge? I'd like to introduce you to our panel first, so we'll go down the line. Please introduce yourself and what organisation you're from.
Oh, hello, I'm Karen Ellis. I'm Chief Economist at WWF UK, where we work a lot on promoting the net zero nature positive transition of the finance sector and the whole economy.
Hello again, Stephanie Meyer, Chief Sustainability Officer at GAM Investments, so Swiss-based asset manager.
Hello, my name is Jason Mitchell. I'm Head of Responsible Investment Research at Man Group. I'm also Chair of the UK SIF, the UK Sustainable Investment Finance Association. So thank you to all members.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So I'd like to open by sharing some recent analysis by the Green Finance Institute, which identified that the deterioration of the UK's natural environment could lead to an estimated 12% loss to UK GDP. For comparison, the financial crisis of 2008 took around 5% off the value of UK GDP, while the COVID-19 pandemic cost the UK up to 11% of its GDP in 2020. So nature-related risks are as detrimental to the economy as those from climate risks. And with 3/4 of the UK having a high level of ecosystem degradation, there are significant risks to financial services and the wider economy. So I'd like to pose an opening question to our panellists. How are climate and nature actually interrelated? And why should investors broaden their focus from climate to also include nature? Karen, if I could come to you first.
Sure, and thank you very much. So I think the first thing to say is that we know scientifically that we can't achieve net zero without tackling nature loss. So we know that around 1/3 to 1/4 of all emissions are associated with land use change, deforestation, for example. So unless we halt that deforestation and other negative nature impacts, we will never be able to reduce those emissions and get to net zero. Secondly, we know that nature can be a big part of the solution. Around 1/3 of the emissions reductions we need to keep within 1.5 degrees of warming can come from nature-based solutions of different types. So nature can be a big part of the solution. We also know, as we've already heard, that nature can help us to adapt and build our resilience to climate change, whether that's through investing in wetlands and other green infrastructure to reduce flooding risks, or investing in some parts of the world in mangroves to reduce the risk of storm surges and storms in coastal areas. So there's a lot that nature can do to build our resilience and adaptation to climate change. Finally, we know that nature is also the potential for unintended negative impacts on nature from the climate transition that we need to take into account, because these interactions, there will be feedback effects, they will undermine our own climate transition strategies. So we need to think about how these two interrelate. Also, as we've heard, nature is an important goal in its own right, and there's a lot of regulation coming down the track on nature from the UK and the EU in relation to disclosures, in relation to biodiversity net gain requirements, in relation to due diligence obligations on deforestation, for example. There's a huge list if you look, and not only in those areas but globally. And so it really means that companies need to start thinking now about how that's going to affect their business and how they can manage those risks, and also take advantage of the opportunities it gives you. So I hope we have a chance to talk about the potential for a nature-positive transition, which is like the net zero transition in that it's investing in different ways of doing business that are more nature friendly, that are less nature damaging, and that enable us to deliver on nature positive goals alongside net zero goals. And that unlocks all sorts of investment opportunities, not only in nature, but in nature friendly technologies, business models, and ways of doing business.
Thanks very much, Karen. Those very, very helpful 3 key things to take away. Stephanie, can I come to you with the same question, particularly with your investor hat on? Why should investors broaden their focus from potentially just climate to also include nature?
Yeah, so nature is essentially another systemic risk, as we know, clearly very interdependent with climate as well. And with that, we are seeing very similar, I suppose, set of dynamics that a lot of investors will be familiar with when looking at the climate-related risks. So we have, policy drivers, we have technology drivers. We also have the fact that the physical impacts of nature are both, we can have both acute and chronic impacts associated with them. So I think what we're seeing is very much a need to understand this in the context of nature, as we had earlier, also in the context of a just transition as well. We're coming back to these themes of, systemic risks and operating within a system. Now, with investments, we work within a financial system. What is becoming really, really apparent is how interconnected the financial system is with the natural system and with society as well. So, from an investment perspective, it is, what are the risks and opportunities? So, perhaps elaborating on some of those regulatory drivers that there are. The EU Deforestation Directive, will significantly impact those companies that have not understood and have not ensured that their supply chains are appropriately sourced, that are not contributing to deforestation. The much broader, we've got a couple of years of implementing that, but the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, again, broadens out that requirement. But I think, the opportunities are there as well, the opportunities for really understanding how, some of the nature-based solutions are the most cost-effective solutions to addressing climate. And I think that's where we really need to focus when we think about how we engage with companies, how we allocate capital, and how we create new products for our clients to invest in.
Thank you, Stephanie. And it's an interesting point you make around supply chains, because the GFI's analysis did identify that a lot of the GDP impact to the UK came from overseas, but highly, highly connected with our supply chain, and the fact we are so reliant and globally interconnected. So, Jason, keen to hear your views on the question, but also keen to hear from you how nature is being defined by the market at the moment as well.
Sure, and I just add 2 points to that earlier conversation. Effectively, global GDP, biodiversity / nature is sort of tied to roughly half, even slightly more than half of global GDP. When you think of climate change, and there's academic work and empirical data that shows that climate in some cases is having impacts on ecosystems. Ecosystems provide ecosystem services which allow companies to do business, to stay in business. So that's sort of the chain. And I think from a second perspective, remember that nature really does represent one of the best defenses we have against climate change. When you think about the big carbon sinks that we have, oceans, forests, wetlands, peatlands, etc., there are many, many benefits there. So I guess this question of how the market is defining biodiversity or nature, I would say it has traditionally, over the last probably, call it 5+ years, defined it narrowly and discreetly, meaning it hasn't been sort of this broad brush of nature. It's been more about kind of a focus around biodiversity. Specifically, you've seen that in sub-themes within that. Deforestation has been a very big one. I think the markets have sort of struggled from a couple perspectives. The first one is the role of regulation and disclosure around this. So France several years ago came out with legislation called Article 29, which sort of mandated the disclosure of biodiversity risks, right? So it sort of really kind of lent a compliance disclosure element to it. And out of that, you had sort of the development or not the development, but the popularization within markets of certain methodologies, mean species abundance, for instance, MSA. But it was basically taking kind of a snap picture from a disclosure perspective. And I think since then you've had a real divide within the markets and between the markets and the science community around methodology and data. So there are a lot of different types of data and approaches. PDF, for instance, is another metric. It was a proportionally disappeared fraction of species. BII, which is the Biodiversity Intactness Index, so hats off to the Natural History Museum for developing that, which is becoming a bigger element. But you sort of have this divide of what are we measuring? What methodology are we kind of picking, and how is the market converging around that? I mean, one sort of anecdote I always find interesting is in sort of the ESG world, you had a very sort of popular MIT paper called Aggregate Confusion come out several years ago, and it basically said the agreement around what is ESG according to scores is fairly weak. The correlation was 0.35 to 0.4. If you were to look at that correlation, do that sort of same exercise, looking at PDF or MSA, I mean, there's literally no correlation whatsoever, right? And when you think of like the correlation as sort of a base of reporting around Scope 1, Scope 2 carbon emissions, it's roughly around 0.9 now among providers. So, you know, there's a lot of work to do, but I think with TNFD, and hopefully we get an SBTN, a standards-based nature initiative, but I think it's starting to progress.
Fantastic, thank you, Jason. And just for the benefit of anyone in the audience who's not come across the TNFD, can you sort of describe it in a bit of detail and whether we are starting to see a convergence behind that methodology?
Sure. I mean, so the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure sort of modeled much like TCFD, although there are some important nuances. It's still, it's a voluntary framework, so it's not yet mandatory, quite like TCFD within the UK, but it's basically taking that same framework, looking at sort of strategy, your risks around this. There's a qualitative reporting section, but it's basically taking the first steps in understanding nature-related risks, and I think importantly, sort of moving forward around this, you know, I would call this grammar or this lexicon around language, and that is really important. I sort of point to Partha Dasgupta and the Dasgupta Review, a recent paper with Dasgupta and Simon Levin at Princeton, and they really sort of are driving, you know, this sort of terminology of ecosystem services or provisioning goods. Maintenance and provisioning services. This stuff it's often ignored relative to the charismatic animals, the elephants and lions. But you know they're talking about fungal networks. So there's a lot kind of that is sort of rebasing from an education level.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Karen, can I come to you? Your organisation chaired the Nature Working Group of the Transition Plan Task Force, which identified a number of opportunities to embed nature into transition planning, and we obviously touched on that briefly during the previous panel. Could you share some insights on the recommendations of the working group and what you would like to see happen next with nature and transition planning?
Sure, thank you. Yes, so the Transition Plan Task Force, for those not familiar, published a disclosure framework which is considered by the government to be the gold standard for transition plans. So it is expecting and hoping that companies in the UK will use these principles and guidance to define what they will include in their transition plans. And within that, we chaired the Nature Working Group, which suggested how nature should be included in the disclosures. And so just to read out the summary statement, it asks that disclosures, that the transition plan should disclose whether and how it has identified, assessed and taken into account the impacts and dependencies of the transition plan on the entity's stakeholders, society and the economy and the natural environment through its value chain, and how that may give rise to sustainability-related risks and opportunities. So it's basically using a very similar framework to the TNFD, which is a risks, opportunities, impacts and dependencies framework. So all companies that are already using that approach can apply specifically to their transition plan in the way that is outlined in this guidance. So basically, because these are climate transition plans, it's asking companies to think about how can they contribute to their climate goals by investing in nature or by tackling nature loss specifically, but also to think about how the actions set out in the climate transition plan might be affecting nature, whether they are potentially having a negative impact on nature, and how that can be managed and mitigated. So it's to ensure coherence and a joined-up approach. So there was more detailed guidance available in the sector-specific guidance frameworks that were also published alongside the main disclosure framework. So I'd encourage you to look at that in the sector that you're in. And then we also published a paper on nature in transition plans at the beginning of last year, which really pointed to all the guidance that's already out there that might help a company to think about how to integrate nature into their transition plan in different sectors, different ecosystems, etc. So that was the main sort of body of guidance that we produced, but the final product that we produced as a working group was looking at the future of transition plans and nature in transition plans. And what it was arguing was that we could be moving towards more holistic climate and nature transition plans, whereby we include nature-positive goals in transition plans as well as climate goals, because the interlinkages between climate and nature are so strong that it doesn't really make sense to tackle those issues in isolation. The group recommended a sort of pathway towards holistic climate and nature transition plans. It recognized that the nature-positive agenda is a bit behind the net zero agenda in that there isn't clear guidance yet. There aren't clear sort of targets and metrics and milestones that have been defined at the global or the national level for nature-positive, really. Unlike for net zero. So it's quite difficult to ask companies and financial institutions to align with something that isn't well defined yet. Nonetheless, they can integrate their own nature-positive goals, and a number of companies already do have nature-related goals, so they should be integrated, obviously. And in the meantime, we need to work towards having clearer milestones, and we've called for nature-positive pathways, like sectoral pathways, like we have for sectoral net zero pathways. We need sectoral nature-positive pathways that show how each sector of the economy can become nature-positive over time. What does it need to do differently? How can it achieve that? And by when should we expect to see, that level of ambition delivered, so that we can know better how a company can align and then monitor performance against it in the same way as we want to monitor performance against net zero goals. So that second paper set out a sort of forward pathway for how we might get there over time.
Thank you, Karen. Really helpful to understand the opportunities to embed nature into climate plans, but also have nature plans as well. You touched on the fact that the nature markets and definitions of nature are potentially more nascent than definitions around net zero. And Stephanie, maybe a question to you. What lessons can the finance community learn from the net zero transition that could be applied to the nature transition? And then please, anybody else dive in if you've got any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I think there's certainly, in terms of how we approach understanding those risks and opportunities, a huge amount that we can leverage from the work on climate. Obviously, mentioned that the TNFD framework is heavily based on the TCFD framework, and I think, why it makes a lot of sense that we need to look to integrate that, because, if all the work that we've done to integrate sort of climate metrics into, standard risk management, are we going to have a completely different, we've taken that, we have that learning already, we've made those internal, I suppose, connections within companies, we've engaged with the companies we invest in to understand how those risks are being managed. So I think some of that sort of thinking and internal frameworks, processes, policies, etc., are there that we can leverage on, very well. I think the challenge is obviously, we talked about we heard a bit about in the panel previously around sort of, the adaptation and the physical risk impacts being very local. Nature impacts are very local as well. And that, that necessitates a sort of different way of looking at data, and, aggregating something up doesn't really make sense. You need to understand what are the impacts, how large are they, what are they going to mean, water scarcity, Using water doesn't mean it doesn't create a risk if there's abundance of water. It does create a risk if you're in a water scarce area and/or there are multiple other stakeholders needing that water, and you may expect that water scarcity to increase because of, climate related issues. So I think in terms of that understanding the kind of risk opportunities perspective, I think there's we should have a head start there. I think some of the other elements you mentioned around the kind of markets is the challenge around the nature is, where does the revenue stream come from? If you're going to create a product, who's paying for that? And I think big learnings around biodiversity sort of credits, and we're seeing some of that concept come through in planning regulation in the UK, etc. is, okay, we've seen what's happened with the carbon markets. We know that we need to move very swiftly to clear standards, assurance, to make that market credible, for that market integrity to be there if we're going to use these in a meaningful way and sooner. We're still grappling with that in a lot of certainly the voluntary carbon market. I think the other question is, though, how do we use that interdependency between climate and nature to actually create some of these, credits? Is it actually a carbon credit with biodiversity, nature, sort of adjacent benefits, value add, etc.? How do we think about creating some of these products that look at delivering value for both climate and nature? And that, I think, is going to be a sort of a richer source of opportunities than trying to look at them in isolation. And I think we're going to need to do that because we have, in as much as we still don't have a sort of global price for carbon, we absolutely haven't got anywhere near doing that for nature. So I think let's try and leverage a lot of that sort of carbon, the market-based mechanisms we have for carbon, and see how that can work for nature, or certainly for sort of elements of how we think about nature.
Well, that's interesting. Please, Jason.
And I guess on this point, it's been interesting to go through the net zero. We're a signatory to the Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative, but when that started, and I think this is an important lesson to learn from a nature-related perspective, but there was a tremendous amount of momentum, and sort of willingness to make a top-down commitment around your assets. I think over the last several years, there have been a lot of sort of nuances that were overlooked, legal issues out of the U.S., commingled funds, and it's sort of created, in some cases, it's sort of torn apart because of some collaboration issues. Some of if you look at the insurer's version, it certainly has been hamstrung by a number of issues. But my point is that when we do this from a nature perspective, I think it's worth spending a lot more time going slower and doing it from a bottom-up perspective, i.e. building your plans with a kind of a much stronger perspective, in terms of the funds that can support it, rather than making a big notional sort of commitment and then being forced, as some have had to do, to revise it, right? It sort of undermines it. I think there are also incredible lessons out of both the compliance and the voluntary markets, particularly on the compliance side. I mean, I think one of the questions is, how heavy an invisible hand do you need? When you look at the ETS markets in Europe, it's I think most people would say a success relative to other markets, but that has certainly meant a heavy hand that is solved for a higher price over the last several years. And so that's a kind of a philosophical question about the role of that, that regulatory hand within markets.
No, it's a really, really good point you make, actually. You need top-down, you need bottom-up. I often refer to it with whether it's nature or climate, is you need the plumbing, you need the financial instruments that can actually connect global capital with local projects. And that's where sometimes the financial tools that we have in our toolbox at the moment aren't quite appropriate, because they won't give you an attractive risk-adjusted return. So this is why you need to look at innovative new solutions, blended models, etc., etc. But we've touched on biodiversity credits a few times, so let's delve into that in a bit more detail. So carbon credits, and we've got a session on that later on this afternoon, they've been around since the 1980s and have become increasingly mainstreamed, and we're starting to see the emergence of these biodiversity credits. So what challenges and opportunities does this new market present for actually achieving a nature positive future? I don't know if anyone wants to jump in first.
I'm happy to add to, I think, some previous comments. It is around how do you structure it, how do you measure it, how do you ensure there's permanence, how do you ensure that it's also globally relevant. I think one of the challenges, mentioned around the local impact of nature, is it even appropriate to be offsetting one type of ecosystem with another one? How do you ensure equivalence before we even go into some of the questions around what metrics you would want to measure? And again, you're dealing with nature. I started off studying biology. It changes. That's the whole point. So I think one of the challenges is really how do we try and think through all of those, issues and problem statements, and use the learning that we can from the carbon markets. But again, I think using that sort of adjacency and where we can deliver on the carbon and as well as on the nature piece will be really important to ensure that integrity as it does develop. I would, though, not forget some of the other tools that we also have, things like green bonds. We have there, and that's definitely matured since that market and essentially kind of investment tool first came onto the market. And there we have seen, we have a climate bond strategy. We do a lot of engagement with issuers on measurement and impact reporting, the governance of the green bond framework, the use of proceeds. And we're already seeing some of those, the use of proceeds going towards nature-based solutions, alongside energy efficiency, renewable energy, water, and some of these other elements. So let's not forget some of those, financial instruments we already have that we can use to help accelerate an integration of nature into how we address the net zero transition.
And Jason or Karen, would you like to sort of add anything to that?
I wouldn't mind coming in on this as well. I mean, we do see the potential for carbon credits and biodiversity credits. Of course, they do have a potentially significant role to play, but we do also have very significant concerns about how that has played out so far in carbon markets. As we know, it hasn't delivered the benefits that we had all hoped for it, and there's still a lot of work to be done to make that market work properly. And we are nervous about biodiversity credits going down a similar path, so how can we avoid the same mistakes being made from the start? I think we believe that the focus should really be, in the case of carbon markets, on emissions reductions, so setting science-based targets. And for biodiversity, it's the same. It's about moving away from nature-damaging activities is the most important focus for companies, and hence we need to focus on that net zero, nature-positive transition, and more effort needs to be put into thinking about what that looks like and how we can encourage and incentivize it, how we can be creative in that space. So I'd like us to divert some of our attention into that, because that is the bigger part of the problem that needs to be tackled, and of the solutions and exciting investment opportunities as well. Investing in nature is quite hard. It's hard to make a positive rate of return. Much easier to make a positive rate of return from investing in nature-friendly farming techniques or nature-friendly renewable energy generation, for example. So let's look at those kinds of opportunities and put more effort into that. On biodiversity and carbon credits, I think we would prefer to see them in compliance-based markets with proper regulation, and where the finance is being used to invest in things that governments have decided are the priorities based on their NDCs and their NBSAPs, their National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plans, where they should have set out what they want to achieve in their country to deliver the goals that they've agreed to already in Paris and at the Global Biodiversity Framework. They can prioritise what needs to happen and manage the sort of social interactions and social, like winners and losers that will be generated in a just way. So if the markets can be catalysed and mobilised to deliver and support government's delivery of those strategies that they should be putting in place. NBSAPs are due this year from all private sector and private finance around the delivery of those goals.
I was going to say, Karen made some really, really good points. For me, it's sort of, what role does government play in this? We've seen them play different roles in carbon markets outside of the compulsory compliance markets. But there's this sort of question of, one, ideally we'd like a global market. We didn't get that with carbon markets. Can we get it with nature? It's a hard task, but it would be ideal. Two, governments should come in and as you said, really sort of try and sort of minimize some of the problems that we saw in the voluntary carbon markets. There's a question of the ownership of legal rights when it comes to nature. There's a question, I think, later on as these markets start to mature about the securitization of some of this. I think a number of, particularly academics, are worried about the financialization of nature in this respect. So I think these are kind of really strong arguments for a much more kind of regulatory oversight than not.
Well, a couple of times we've mentioned regulation and policy, so why don't we delve into that a little bit deeper? Because we know that action doesn't happen in a vacuum and we do need catalysts to actually create change. So what sort of top enabling policies, regulations, standards, taxonomies will help to accelerate nature markets? Thinking particularly here, not just how will it support nature, but how will it support finance into nature? Karen, can I come to you first?
Yeah, so I think, as I alluded to earlier, we are really keen to see nature-positive sectoral pathways mapped out to enable the private sector to know what it needs to do to align itself with nature-positive goals. So the Global Biodiversity Framework that was agreed December 22, which set out a whole set of goals and targets that countries have signed up to deliver, one of those being that financial flows will be progressively aligned with those goals. But at the moment, it's not clear how to align those financial flows with those goals. And one of the missing pieces anyway is that sort of sectoral analysis of what each sector needs to do to align with those goals. And that has been produced for net zero, as I said, both at the global level. So the International Energy Agency obviously produced energy pathways, sectoral pathways, at the global level, but also the Climate Change Committee in the UK produced a series of sectoral pathways to deliver net zero. We haven't got that for nature positive, so it's really not clear what it means for different sectors of the economy. And there's a lot of choices that are going to need to be made, and synergies and trade-offs between net zero and nature positive that are going to need to be thought through as well. We need more science, but we also need more economics to work out the most cost-effective way of delivering these goals. So we feel that there's a need for a sort of economic strategy to deliver this nature-positive transition, including these sectoral pathways that then the financial sector and the private sector can align with and start to develop solutions for, and we can unlock the same kind of creativity that we've seen regarding climate transition plans, where, as others have alluded to, there's been a lot of energy around that in the private sector, identifying solutions, where they need to work together to create solutions, where government can come in and support. So that same conversation needs to happen for nature positive. So I think that's my one biggest pitch, really, that we need nature positive pathways.
And that sectoral approach, it aligns or works so well in the climate space. Our approach at the Green Finance Institute is to look sector by sector, because the type of finance to develop an offshore wind farm is completely different to how you decarbonise at home, and the same applies for nature, because you'll have different security setups and different cash flows, or sometimes lack of cash flows. So it's really interesting around having the sectoral pathways. Stephanie, I don't know if you want to come in on that question.
Yeah, I think it's not to overlook actually quite a lot of the regulatory framework that we have in place already. If you talk about things like, disclosure, I know we've talked about TNFD being, voluntary, but as we've, heard, there's probably a sort of 2-3 year pathway towards that being, one of the ISSB standards. We already have, the sustainability disclosure requirements in the EU and other, jurisdictions that aren't you know, that go broadly across and explicitly reference, you know, biodiversity and nature as well. And when you look in the finance side, you know, the taxonomy, EU taxonomy includes biodiversity and other sort of related issues that contribute to nature around, you know, air pollution and the sort of circularity piece as well. So, you know, we do have a lot of that infrastructure there already. And again, if sort of the definition of transition plans becomes more explicitly the expectation that you know, systematically considers nature as well, then actually we have a lot of that there. And going back to some of the sort of real economy policies that I referenced earlier around, you know, things like the EU deforestation directive and, you know, other jurisdictions that are increasingly focusing on some of these key, you know, drivers of nature loss and nature destruction. Actually, I think there's a lot there already. It is really around how do you more deliberately make those connections and how do you use what we have already but take the learnings that we can and should from the sort of journey we've taken and are still on for climate.
And Jason, same question around, you know, enabling policies and regulation, but also keen to hear if you've got any thoughts on the role of communities in enabling nature projects. We've spoken a couple of times about how hyper-local some of these nature risks are, and what role do we see communities playing as well as those sort of top-down frameworks?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, just on this current conversation, I mean, the one thing I would say is, so the science-based targets for nature, the sort of cousin to the SBTI, is in pilot phase, so that will bring more, hopefully, sort of integrity, you know, to understanding the sort of the nature pathway of companies. I think, two, it would be great to see an S3. So S3 would be within the ISSB sort of rollout a nature standard. I know that they're obviously talking about that, but that's probably on a 5-year plus horizon. And I think one of the issues there is, you know, nature is sort of, you know, kind of inherently impactful. Right? It brings in this idea of double materiality. So, you know, it's not just the impact that nature can have on a company, but the question of what the company is doing that impacts nature. And so that you find that already sort of deeply embedded in European legislation. Not so much anywhere else. And so that's kind of a big question of how that gets sort of translated, particularly in the United States, which has a kind of a hyper-focus solely on financial materiality, you know, sort of what nature how nature impacts a company. So that's sort of an important question. But you're absolutely right. I mean, in terms of on communities and indigenous people, this is going to be sort of a big area. I'm not so familiar around that area, but it will clearly, in terms of the carbon credits, or not the biodiversity credits, sort of mean working closely with a gold standard or a Vera version in the biodiversity space, but nature space, and alongside and making sure that there's sort of a just transition for local communities.
Fantastic, thank you very much. We're coming almost to the end of our time, so I'll wrap up with a final question, which is, as we look towards COP16 in Colombia later this year, what brings you hope and optimism for nature and biodiversity? And Jason, if we can start with you and we'll work down the line.
Yeah, I mean, so I was going to say, like, we've seen plans out of the EU, Japan, and hopefully China into COP16. And so I am hopeful to see new commitments and sort of the progress made. There certainly might be some disappointment, but I'm certainly hopeful there. But, you know, the other thing I want to point out, and we've actually not talked about it, but, you know, the fact that within England, we've seen BNG, the biodiversity net gain, sort of really sort of take force this year, which is world leading, you know, an important precedent in terms of the formation of kind of biodiversity nature related credit markets.
Fantastic. Stephanie?
Yes, I think I mentioned earlier, as we're thinking about sort of the COP29 on climate, there's a much more explicit understanding and appreciation of the interconnectedness with nature. I hope that actually that sort of internal capacity that's been built within governments and within that sort of international policy making around the need for, you know, aligning the finance, having national-based adaptation and biodiversity plans and targets, and putting those elements together to start shifting and signalling really for the financial sector to align behind delivering on these goals, that actually we can move a lot quicker. And this is really the first sort of point post the global biodiversity framework and the goals that were set out then, to really see how far we have gone since then. So I'm hopeful we will have seen some progress and a lot more of that sort of structure, so we can get there quicker than we have with climate.
Brilliant, thank you. And Karen?
Yeah, so I mean, I've been very excited to be part of the transition plan work, and it's really unlocked the sort of creativity and energy and dynamism of the private sector, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that happen for the nature positive transition as well. And by the way, there are already great pieces of guidance out there from WEF, Business for Nature and WBCSD, who've all published sector pathways, actually, so along the lines of what I was talking about, but they are global level sectoral pathways towards nature positive that companies can use to start thinking about what it means for them, depending on which sector they're operating in. So that's a great start. We've argued that that needs to be downscaled to national level and implemented by governments as well, because we need the policy backing behind it. But that's a great start for companies wanting to start on this journey, so that's very exciting. And the other thing that gives me hope is that nature can bounce back so quickly, actually, unless we've made it extinct already, so let's try and stop doing that. Once we give nature a bit of space and just stop damaging it, it bounces back. It's not that expensive, actually. We've seen it with wildebeest in the Serengeti, beavers in the UK, you know, it happens all over the world. So all we need to do is give nature a bit of space and it will bounce back, and we'll see massive improvements in all sorts of things that benefit us directly as well, and our businesses. So yeah, I'm optimistic that we can tackle this.
Well, thank you all for your time today. Hopefully everyone is feeling hopeful and optimistic, so please join me in thanking our panellists this morning. So we've had an excellent morning and we've explored many different things, the role of finance, regulation and nature in the net zero transition. We now have an opportunity to reflect on the morning's discussion over lunch, so please go and help yourself to lunch and return to this room by 2 p.m. for the first of our fireside chats. So thank you all. We will just give it a second. Haha, now you can actually hear me. Welcome back from the lunch break and welcome back to the afternoon session of today's City Week Summit. I hope you're all feeling refreshed and ready for an excellent lineup of fireside chats, panels and speeches. And welcome back to all of our virtual audience. We will be covering a variety of exciting topics this afternoon, from climate resilience, carbon markets and reporting and disclosures. And a quick reminder that the City Week Summit app is available for networking and to view the agenda. And please do remember to complete the feedback form on your table. It will take a mere minute and will help us ensure that these events are as impactful as they can be. But now we're delighted to bring you a fireside chat between Vanessa Harvard-Williams, Chair of the UK Transition Finance Market Review Lead, and Maurice Button, CEO of City Week and City and Financial Global, exploring the role of transition finance and bending the emissions curve. This will be a pre-recorded fireside chat, so please do look at the screen.
Hello, Vanessa. Very good to have you with us here at City Week 2024, albeit in a pre-recorded manner, for our conversation today about bending the emissions curve, transition finance focused on emissions reductions. Of course, we spoke before when you were at our transition planning event back in February, and I'm wondering whether or not, to what extent progress has been made so far on the review. Where do things stand now?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but my diary is chaotic at the moment. So where we are at the moment is when I spoke with you last, which was in February, we were in the process of writing our call for evidence, which we issued in mid-March. And the last day for submission of responses to the call was Thursday, just Thursday the 9th. And so we now have a lot of responses to the call that we are now in the process of digesting. And I just want to thank anybody who is listening to this, who sent us in responses. They're incredibly high quality. We're really, really very grateful. But it has also given us a lot to chew on.
Okay. And for the purposes of your review, how do you define transition finance? So there seem to be various different definitions kicking around.
So it's absolutely right. There are a number of different definitions. In the call, we articulated that our intent was to look at financing in respect of the transition in a manner that's consistent with our climate and nature goals. So we are effectively instrument agnostic.
Okay. I suppose one of the questions is, does it include all types of financial services and products that support a net zero transition, specifically transition labelled, e.g. transition bonds or whatever, and more general forms of finance?
Well, that's one of the things that we asked people to tell us what they think, because my impression looking at the market is transition financing that's labelled as transition is actually a very small volume. Then you've got labelled products, but there is a lot of financing, I think, that is going through general purpose facilities and also project finance. So we're looking at all of that. What we're really looking at is within transition finance, if you assume a broad definition of transition, we then think from an impact perspective, you should be looking at the high emitting sectors first. So we're focusing on the way in which finance can be enabled in respect of those sectors.
Yes, I suppose part of the debate has been whether or not one's looking at how to transform high polluting industries or trying to accelerate a transition where perhaps you wouldn't bother to finance some of the higher polluting, say, energy production, and instead you'd invest the money directly into fully clean energy. Because I guess, every pound that you put into transforming, say, an oil and gas company, one could argue is better spent as a pound that's given to a clean energy company. What are your views on that?
So I think there has been a lot of work done in relation to defining green and the way in which regulation has developed, certainly in Europe, but also I think in other markets, has tended to skew towards looking at the financing of green. And that is definitely important, and it's also been very successful. What we are being asked to do is look at the area which the market has found more challenging, which is how do you finance the change that a sector needs to go through to transition to a lower carbon approach consistent with Paris. And at the moment, our sense is that that's harder for the market to engage with for a range of different reasons, including concern about greenwash risk.
Okay, and in terms of the link between transition finance and transition plans, is there a significant role for good quality transition plans aligned with TPT disclosure framework in the provision of transition finance?
So the way in which financing has moved thus far has been very driven by taxonomies. And the role, I think, of transition plans and transition strategies is just a slightly different one. You're probably looking at an entity level, and the transition plan, if it's TPT aligned, will be a detailed strategy document focusing on how the organisation will shift from where it currently is to where it needs to be with short and medium term targets, and with consideration of the capital allocation that it needs to plan for, and with metrics and appropriate governance. And it also adopts a whole of economy approach. So that enables probably a slightly more tailored approach for an organisation, which may be doing a whole range of different things, some of which could be categorised as pure green plays, and some of which are much more incremental or longer term. And it just fulfills a different part of the toolbox that we need for engaging with this transformation that we're going through. Is there an inherent tension, do you think, for financial institutions between having robust, credible transition plans and helping transform high polluting companies into something greener and better? Because of course, if there's seen to be financing, for instance, oil and gas companies, they can come in for criticism from a lot of stakeholders and media and so on. How can that element of the transformation within transition be handled, do you think? So I think all of this is quite hard because we're doing a very big change and we need to be doing it at speed. So I think we have to recognise that. I think the other point in relation to transition plans is there are actually not that many of them at the moment, which is why when I was talking before about transition plans, I also talked about transition strategies, because it may be that we have to disaggregate what the core components are of transition plans under a TPT type framework, which is, a Rolls-Royce of transition plans, and work out what's the basic bone structure of a strategy. Okay. So so going back to your question, I think there are challenges, aren't there, for financial institutions who set their own transition strategies and who may well have sector pathways, which they will be navigating, particularly over the next 5 years as their 2030 targets become nearer. And those are issues that I think everyone is engaging with and thinking through how to deal with. And we are at a relatively early stage in all of that process, but it's clearly going to involve quite active engagement across client bases.
Okay, looking at trying to get a bit more granular in the sense of what transition finance is, GFANZ identified 4 key financing strategies in their transition finance framework: climate solutions, aligned, aligning, and managed phase out. Are you proposing to use the same approach, or are there other ways of defining the different types of transition finance?
So we've asked people what are the frameworks and what are the approaches that they're using. A lot of people talk about the GFANZ categorization, and I think it's a useful categorization. And it's also one that lends itself to thinking at a different level from the taxonomy level. So I think it works across taxonomies and transition plans. And I think it is established in the market. So I don't know where we're going to come out, but it's definitely a useful tool.
Okay. And obviously there are a number of different frameworks around, like the GFANZ one, some national and some regional. Is part of the challenge with all of this ensuring consistency and interoperability between them? And is that something that's likely to be a phased approach over time?
I think interoperability is a better approach to aim for than consistency, because one of the very clear things that we need to grapple with is that there are different pathways in different regions. And so having a single approach almost certainly won't work. And I wonder if, as we go through our review of the responses, I think it's likely that what people are looking for is an articulation of how all the different bits of the jigsaw could fit together, and where what's the pathway of interoperability. And it seems to me that you've got ISSB and EFRAG talking to each other and developing positions on interoperability. You have TPT, which links into ISSB and IFRS S1 and S2. And you can start to see that framework. And then you have a range of taxonomies, which have been, a number of them have been heavily influenced by Europe, but they are different. And some of the taxonomies, the national taxonomies, are quite different. But in a way, you can have those taxonomies, and if you can align to ISSB, that enables a degree of consistency, a degree of interoperability to work. And one of the things we're thinking about is, in relation to transition finance, can you set at a higher level a set of principles that act as a sort of frame from which you hang the various different instruments? A chandelier.
Yeah, and I suppose similarly, there are a variety of different taxonomies available. Is there a role for taxonomies in the provision of transition finance? And if so, how do we deal with the differences between them?
I think that's a bigger question than I can answer, but it seems to me that over time there will need to be discussion in relation to the various taxonomies and seeing whether you can articulate the level of interoperability, and that will help. And I think that is starting. That kind of work is starting to kick off.
Okay. Obviously, transition finance will need to be scaled up, as the phrase goes. What are the potential barriers or disincentives to scaling up transition finance in the UK, or indeed across the world? And might there be any unintended consequences? And if so, what might be done perhaps to mitigate them?
So one of the issues is if you're a multinational, you're going to invest in the jurisdictions where the policy regime offers you the best and easiest route to do the transition expenditure and works that you need to do. So that will skew things, and I think we've seen that with the IRA. For financial market participants, I think what we talked about earlier, the concern about greenwash, some of which is instinctive rather than a pure legal analysis necessarily. It feels quite a challenging thing, and I think also the way in which the SFDR has developed, that has made it harder to look at transition strategies than maybe it's been to look at pure green strategies. So that's another issue. And then I think in relation to a lot of the new technologies and new businesses and new ways of doing the same thing that are evolving, there is also a challenge in terms of enabling funding to flow, which is to do with the way in which private capital, private equity has tended to go to more asset-light investments. And here we're looking at more asset-heavy types of business. And there I think you are looking at how do you find routes to de-risk and to reduce the cost of capital. And that's to do with a whole range of different tools, and also probably the order in which they're deployed. So there are a bunch of different areas, and I think there are things that you can do in all of them, but you need to look quite broadly to address the canvas that we've been asked to look at.
Turning to risk, is risk a major barrier to accessing or deploying capital or financial services to support a credible transition? And might the availability of the cost of insurance products become an issue for access or deployment of transition finance? And related to that, if I could just add a further question, do you think that the UK government could make better use of blended finance approaches to de-risk and scale up transition finance?
So the last thing first, everybody's thinking about how to use blended finance to de-risk, to reduce the cost of capital. I don't think it's a UK specific thing. I think there is an opportunity in relation to insurance. From the people I've spoken to in that market, I think it's relatively untapped, and probably we need to think more about the way in which insurance products could be used to support de-risking and therefore to reduce cost of capital. So yes, I mean, I think it goes back to my earlier answer. You're looking at a whole bunch of things. You're looking at off-takes. You're looking at, does insurance have a role? What would that role be? What's the level of cover that's possible? And potentially you're also looking at blended finance. And really all of those things, and possibly also a role for other things like procurement, or thinking about whether there are opportunities for sandboxing, and generally being more, I think probably there is a role for a more strategic collaboration, thinking about what are the areas that we need to do first in kinds of, or to develop capacity in.
Focusing on the concept of labelled transition finance instruments, what has the recent history been like? I mean, I don't think it's been entirely positive, has it? How effective have they been? And have you had any feedback about how they might be improved?
I'm sure I may have had feedback. I probably haven't read it yet. Because at the time of recording, I think we are 2 or 3 business days in to our SIFT. So label products have, grew very quickly. Use of proceeds product, I think, are still very popular. There has been a pullback in relation to SLBs and more so, I think, SLLs. And that, I think, is probably for a range of reasons, some of which are to do with the higher interest rate, which means that the step up is just less meaningful. I do think those are important products, but they're not the only products. And I'm sure there are opportunities, particularly with transition strategies, to see if there are other ways of developing KPIs and metrics that are maybe more, maybe they're metrics and approaches that the market will feel more comfortable with. I do think you have to think about the borrowers as well, and ask why, how do you make this product attractive to borrowers too? And there is definitely a conversation to be had on continuous improvement. That has to be right in this area.
Collaboration seems to be quite a key theme when one talks about how to make transition finance work. How do you see the role of the UK government and other public bodies such as the British Business Bank, the UK Infrastructure Bank, UK Export Finance, perhaps Innovate Finance, in building the UK into a global hub for transition finance?
Well, I have to declare an interest because I chair the Sustainability Committee for UK Export Finance. Those institutions are doing really good things. I think there might be an opportunity to enable those institutions to front to the market in a more easy to use way, so it's clear who's doing what and what their approaches to transition are, and then that just doing that actually I think will help in terms of access. And there may be scope for thinking more strategically about how UKIB and UKEF and BBB and the others play their role, given that we're always cost constrained, but thinking very carefully about how you use your public finance seems to me an important part of moving us along and seizing the opportunity for the UK.
Looking at overseas, at what other countries are doing, are there any best practice international examples of providing the right ecosystem for transition finance, where there might be lessons perhaps for the UK to draw on?
So I think the first thing to say is this is a very competitive area, and I think it's getting more competitive. There are people doing lots of different things. The Monetary Authority of Singapore has last year developed their strategy and is now in the process of executing, and has done a bunch of interesting things, including the publication of their transition taxonomy, but they're also looking at how to build out competency. The Hong Kong Monetary Authority has just announced some proposals for subsidies. Germany has got a Sustainable Finance Council, which is interesting, which is a mix of financial institutions, NGOs. France has got some very interesting retail products. I mean, there are different bits that you can look at where you say, yeah, that's really interesting. But I think generally the message is this is an area where we are going to need to spend a lot of money, you know, and that is an opportunity for a country like the UK. But it's not just us, and so there is an importance in thinking carefully and then thinking about how to implement and executing.
And here in the UK, obviously the City of London has a world-renowned ecosystem of financial and professional services expertise. How can this all be harnessed to support the growth of transition finance?
I think it goes back to looking at what our resources are, and we have a lot of strengths in terms of our law. I would say that our language, the strength of our capital markets, and our insurance market, our professional services, we're one of the largest exporters, and then we have probably one of the largest cohorts, possibly the largest cohort of sustainable finance people. We have universities, and we're the home of standard setters, quite a lot of standard setters. So within all of that, that's quite a lot of heft. And I think there is an opportunity to be more strategic and more collaborative to seize that opportunity and to start to show that we are developing products and approaches and that we have a skill set and an adaptability that makes us good people to do business with. So it's about, I think, working across sector. This is a systems issue, so I think we need to get up out of our silos and also having a strategic direction and some priorities that we want to tick off.
So we're well set to establishing the UK as a leader in transition finance, but I suppose part of that is demonstrating global thought leadership. And I suppose that's part of the role, is it? And if it is, what strategies could the UK employ to influence and facilitate this development?
I think I might say it differently. I think we have a role, and I think we have a collaborative role as a country with other countries. There is an opportunity, I think, for the UK financial markets, because we have this long history, we have a principles-based approach, we've got such strengths, and we also have connections around the world. But I think it would be a shame if we didn't acknowledge that there is innovation happening all over the place, and actually being able to aggregate and leverage that. That is also its own skill. So I think play our role, but also listen. And certainly as I'm talking to people, I'm seeing good ideas. And if they're good ideas, there's no reason why we can't do them as well. And we should expect that to be happening in other places. Normally, to get ahead, it's all about having a straightforward strategy, a robust strategy, and then executing. So I think the execution piece, the implementation piece, is going to be very important.
Great. Well, Vanessa, thank you very much for that very interesting discussion. And we look forward with a great interest to seeing the outcome of your review. So I'm wishing you the very best of luck with it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, everyone.
A warm thank you to Maurice and Vanessa for exploring the really fascinating topic of transition finance. And it's clear that transition plans from that conversation need to be operating at an entity level, need to work at a different level to taxonomies, need to have a clear strategy and need to be relevant to their geography. And it was great to hear an insight on the role that transition finance can play, how we need to move beyond, let's say, sustainability-linked loans and sustainability-linked bonds, but look at other financial solutions that genuinely address the challenges that borrowers and investors are experiencing. I'd now like to introduce our second fireside chat of the day, which will be looking at the recommendations of the London Climate Resilience Review and its wider implications for cities and conurbations. Please welcome to the stage your host, Professor Denise Bauer, OBE, Group External Engagement Director at Mott MacDonald, and our speaker, Emma Howard-Boyd, CBE, Chair of the London Climate Resilience Review and the Green Finance Institute. Thank you both.
Thank you very much for your kind words, and hopefully you can see us at the back. We've had to sit down to get near enough to these microphones, but hopefully that's working okay. Let us know if not otherwise. We're conscious that earlier today there was a panel discussion around whether adaptation can happen fast enough, how the risks can be managed and the challenges of transition planning. So we don't intend to repeat that ground, but rather drill down pretty much straight away into the London Climate Resilience Review, as you've heard. In 2021, London was hit by flash floods that caused damage to homes and businesses across the city. The following year, there was a heat wave with temperatures hitting 40 degrees. Last year was the hottest on record globally and the second hottest in the UK. Emma, before we go into our more sort of slightly formal, if you like, Q&A, you often say that climate change is global, but the impacts are local and personal. I think you had a question for the audience, didn't you?
Absolutely, and here we are in the after lunch slot. Fireside chat, I think that name should be banned. I'm certainly feeling warm from the weather that we are experiencing today, and heat is something that I definitely want to come on to in a minute. But how many of you have experienced the lived experience of climate impacts? For me, it feels like something that is almost happening to us on a daily basis, but really keen for you to wave a hand if you think your life, whether it's the sports you play, if you've got children in schools which have become overheated, seeing disruption to your railway lines, is this something that you feel is becoming almost a daily occurrence? Please put your hands up. Yeah. It really is the lived experience. And certainly when we launched the interim report for the London Climate Resilience Review, I was being interviewed in front of the Thames on what was at that point the coldest day of the year. And there wasn't a single journalist that didn't or that mocked me for talking about heat on the coldest day. But one of the packages that was the best was one that was played on BBC London, where the whole way through, nearly 3 minutes of interview, we saw from mobile phones the lived experience of Londoners, both from heat, fire and flooding, something that we're experiencing more and more.
Absolutely. And you note in your review that while there has been significant climate adaptation and resilience action in London, not enough's been done to meet the forecast rises in global temperatures and the accompanying disastrous consequences of climate change. So I think we are going to come back to heat, aren't we? Certainly as a director of a global engineering business, I really welcome the interim report because it's very practical. I'm assuming everybody in the room's read it, Emma. You might have to say a little bit more about it as we go. But it's very practical and it really articulates the challenges of pulling together pockets of good practice because we do see good things happening, don't we, that we really want people to be building on too. Where I want to go first, though, is, again, probably going to quote you, Londoners are facing lethal risks and a step change is needed. In the absence of national leadership, regional government has a more significant role to play. We need pace, not perfection. What for you is the really critical key exposure in London and the vulnerabilities that it brings about?
There's so much that you have touched on in that question, Denise. I think what we are experiencing now in terms of that daily series of events announced around the world is that the whole climate impacts that we're experiencing are happening to a greater level and at greater pace and ahead of when we really thought that they were going to take place. So just a few months ahead of the extreme heat that we experienced in London 2 years ago, the Committee on Climate Change had published a report which said they didn't expect us to be experiencing 40-degree heat until at least a decade. And yet, a few months later, we were experiencing 40-degree heat. I know that the National Adaptation Programme was talked about this morning, but there is so much that our leaders can be doing at a city level. We have the huge benefits of the Thames Barrier down the river, downstream, and although we know that in due course we will need to build a new barrier and that we need to do some important works along the embankments, both sides of that barrier, the one area that I really believe we need to focus on in the immediate future is extreme heat. We saw the impacts not just to ourselves as individuals, how we were living through that period of heat, temperature rise. In the places that we were living, if you're nearer green space, the temperatures can drop. If you're living at the top of a building, the temperatures are higher. But we also saw hospitals close because of the impacts on IT. We had our journeys impacted on the tube and the train and using aeroplanes. And often with extreme heat, you get this cycle of temperatures rising, we start using water more, so that leads us potentially into a period of water shortage, drought. We did experience extreme, alongside extreme heat, wildfires. There was a ring of wildfires all the way around London, putting again pressure on our emergency services. For the London Fire Brigade, they thought it was the busiest day they'd had since the Second World War. And then often that period of extreme heat ends with extreme rainfall, which leads to surface water flooding, something that the Thames Barrier does not deal with, and again can grind our daily lives to a halt as we have to deal with that extra water.
Goodness, it's really sort of complex systems challenge that we're facing there then, isn't it really? And yet we're looking to attract investment to tackle this. And investors look usually for consistency, you know, being able to use standardised approaches, taking things at a really strategic level. Was there anything from your review that focused on London that would be helpful for this room to hear in terms of attracting investment to tackle exactly what you've just been describing?
I think we need to see every single sector think about preparing for climate shocks alongside our net zero and nature positive plans. Any investment that we're making, whether it's in the built environment, our houses, our social infrastructure, our schools, our hospitals, our travel infrastructure, need to be ready today for the climate shocks that we are experiencing. And I think for too many in the city, in the world of finance, we've been focusing on reducing our emissions. We've seen a to be the discussion of the next, the focus of the next panel. And in nature can be that double positive benefit of both helping us reduce emissions, but also helping us get ready for climate impacts. So every sector alongside thinking about net zero, needs to be thinking about the ways that we can embed adaptation and resilience steps into that investment program. A lot of it is around standards. A lot of it is about what kind of world we're preparing for, knowing what's already locked into the system. And it's not just the events that we're preparing for, but it's also whether the materials that we are using to build this important range of infrastructure is ready to operate in higher degrees of temperature or indeed after extreme rainfall. Blue and green infrastructure has a massive role to play.
Completely agree, Emma. And I suppose we're talking about London, but the Sea Fortress is making a huge difference because cities where over half the world's population live. So widening out from London, if you were to have a wider message, would there be any difference, or is it just absolutely the same core principles that cities need to be thinking about everywhere?
Well, cities will be governed in different ways, but I think there isn't a single conversation that I haven't had with mayor of different cities from around the world that hasn't highlighted the importance of governance arrangements, making sure that the powers at a national level cascade to the city level, where this coordination and collaboration can take place in an important way. And I think it's the same for funding as well, making sure that money flows to that city level where, again, you can make sure that what you are creating for your cities, how you invest in your cities, is right for your cities and takes people, their lives and their livelihoods to the absolute core of what is needed. And I think that is why we talked about the lethal risk, because ultimately this is about lives and livelihoods that we need to get right, as well as making sure that our investments are protected for the long term.
Thanks, Emma. I'm going to go back to the national level with a couple of questions, if that's okay. I'm going to quote you again, sorry to keep doing this. Your report describes the third National Adaptation Programme, published only last year, as inexcusably lacking in ambition. I think there was a headline where you said they were taking a nap, was the phrase that you used. Given the floods and rising temperatures now seen in England, could you just expand on that for us and maybe spell out where the programme mostly falls short and what could happen to improve it?
There's a lot going on in this country that is beginning to take the adaptation and resilience agenda seriously. But it's not happening at the pace that we need, nor is it integrated across the departments. And I know that whilst we have seen committees introduced to try and make sure that join up is happening, it's not led at the level that it needs to take place to make sure that this is an absolute priority. So I encourage all of you that are talking to government, I encourage all of you that are talking to what will potentially be the next government to make sure that this join up is understood, both in terms of the risks, the opportunity if we get this right. If the governments from the past hadn't thought about the Thames Barrier, and it took about 30 years from the event in 1953, which caused some fatal flooding along the East Coast, for the Thames Barrier to be built and the massive system that it requires to protect London. If that had not been built, we wouldn't have all of the buildings around Canary Wharf, all of the buildings this side of the amazing embankment system that have been unlocked because of the Thames Barrier. But what we didn't get right is making sure that those buildings have been built in such a way that will withstand extreme heat, will have surfaces that are spongy enough to absorb water, have the right amount of trees to help with the urban heat effect that we know is so critical to get right. And this is about unlocking the investment that we need for the future.
There's a lot of work to do, Emma, isn't there? I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable to think we wouldn't have some of what you've just described. That, you know, it seems inconceivable now because we're so used to that being there. Some of what you have been setting out might happen if we don't take further, more immediate action. will require skills across a whole array, financial skills, engineering skills, people out there making a difference on the ground day in, day out. Have you got any thoughts as to where the main pinch points might be that would, decelerate progress once we get going?
We, again, alongside any debate around green skills, it's kind of any and every job needs to think about operating within the climate impacts that we're now experiencing. We know that when it comes for surface water flooding in London, and something like 160,000 holes are dug every single year to maintain or upgrade or introduce the services that we need. Every single one of those holes is potentially, could be used for blue-green infrastructure. It could be used for a rain garden to absorb water, hold water, create shade. If we're switching very quickly into looking at these opportunities, we also know we need people working on planning. We need people who can maintain those green spaces, making sure that we're not just seeing capital investment, but ongoing maintenance. So wherever you look, there is a green job, whether it's in the world of finance, whether it's in the world of planning, that will ultimately be there to deliver on the vision that we need our national government to introduce. And failing that, our city leaders can introduce that vision so that we know what it is that we're aiming for.
Thank you, Emma. We're out of time now, but what a positive note to end on, having started on quite a stark one. What I do hope is that everybody who's participated, through listening to us will take further opportunity, maybe to grab Emma a little bit later on when that opportunity does present itself, but also get behind the messages that the London Climate Resilience Review is advocating and play your part in helping us to navigate the transition as quickly and as in as just a way as possible to make sure that those green jobs do come to fruition.
Thank you. And I think one final point from me, we will be publishing our final review at the beginning of June, on June the 4th. So that will be an of recommendations building on the interim review that we published in January. And again, this is about all Londoners. It's about the vulnerable as well as the investment community, and making sure that we are allowing our cities, London here, but cities around the world, to thrive and be safe places for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma.
Thank you so much, Emma and Denise, for bringing to life the implications for cities and conurbations of a rapidly changing climate. And climate change really is a lived experience. It's not just what you see on the news or in other countries. We are experiencing those wildfires, floods and extreme storms. So we really do need to adapt ourselves for a more resilient future. I would now like to welcome to the stage our first panel session of the afternoon, which will delve into the world of corporate reporting and disclosure, and whether the new ISSB sustainable standards will lead to an integrated TCFD and TNFD model. So please welcome to the stage the moderator for this panel discussion, Jill Lofts, EY Global Financial Services Sustainable Finance Leader. Welcome, Jill.
Yes, we'll spread the ladies around, shall we? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you this afternoon. I'm having to move nearer the mic because I think I must be shorter than Emma. I'm Jill Lofts. I look after sustainability for EY, and we have a great panel this afternoon. I think I'm going to really struggle
to keep this panel under control. Everyone's got a lot to say, and we have a very informed panel. We want to make this lively, upbeat, pragmatic, and we definitely have the authority to do that. So stakeholders are increasingly demanding more transparency from corporates around the impact that they're having on the world and their sustainability ambition. As businesses prepare for the implementation of new standards, adopting voluntary standards, there are a myriad of questions and challenges that arise, ranging from data, process, technology, and skill sets required to meet these requirements. So this panel this afternoon is aiming to do three things. Is to look at the evolution of reporting and disclosures on climate, nature and sustainability. Is to discuss a little bit about the synergies and differences and interoperability. And finally, to talk about some of the challenges and business implications of this. So, the great panel that I have here, at the very end we have Paul Simpson, who co-founded the Carbon Disclosures Project, CDP, in 2001 and served as Chief Executive for 12 years until 2022. He's now leading climate change and sustainability at the environmental consultancy ERM. Next to Paul we have Sue Lloyd, who was appointed Vice Chair of the International Sustainability Standards Board, the ISSB, in March 2022, after serving as Vice Chair of the International Accounting Standards Board, the IASB, since 2016. And notably, Sue played a leading role in the establishment of the ISSB from 2020 as a member of the Technical Readiness Working Group. Next to me we have David Craig, who has a wealth of experience in financial markets, analytics and technology, and he is the co-chair for the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. And I do apologise, there are a lot of acronyms in this panel. So that's the TNFD. We probably need a slide behind me just explaining all of these. And he's an advisory board member of the Sustainability Markets Initiative, which is led by King Charles. To my right, and by no means least, we have Alan Valance. He's a chartered accountant and newly appointed Chief Executive of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. And up until spring this year, he served as Chief Executive of the Chartered Insurance Institute. So welcome, everybody. So on the first section, we said we would look at the evolution of reporting and disclosures on climate, nature and sustainability. Sue, I'm going to turn to you first, if I can. If we look at the trajectory of sustainability reporting requirements, such as the EU Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and the ISSB, it's clear that there's a greater expectation for firms to approach sustainability more holistically. So what do you think firms should be trying to achieve with their sustainability disclosures and reporting?
Thanks. So good question. In terms of where you start, I think if I take a step back, the big change that everybody should be focusing on is a move from a world where reporting on sustainability risks and opportunities was really voluntary reporting. People were doing different things and it was standalone reporting. And we're moving now to a more formal reporting with regulatory requirements, so you're required to provide the reports, and where that reporting is provided alongside the financial statements with the sort of rigour that's expected of financial statements. And so firstly there's a sort of a pivot to the sort of the formality of the reporting. So I think that's the first thing that people should be starting to get used to. And in terms of what you were focusing on there, the breadth of the reporting, that's the other thing that we're in the process of seeing change on. So if you look at the standards that we've published at the International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB, we published 2 standards in June last year, which are our first 2 standards. And in the first year of reporting, we require reporting just on climate. And I think that's a good idea, moving the formality of your reporting just to a climate focus in the first instance, so you get used to this new type of reporting, the connections with financial statements, and the fact that you don't just choose the parts that you can comply, you have to do the whole thing. So that's the first step. But we do require in our second standard that you report on all of the sustainability risks and opportunities that are important to your business. So you should be thinking beyond reporting on climate from year 2 of using the ISSB standards. So you can't just think about climate in isolation. The other thing I will say is that we put out some educational material right at the end of last year to remind people that when we say you must report on climate, that just doesn't mean greenhouse gas emissions. There's nature-related aspects of climate. There's human capital-related nature aspects of climate, and that's already required by the ISSB. So have a look at the examples we published in December. It shows how water scarcity might affect crops for some businesses, so you need to provide information about that when you report on climate. If you've got a plan to change your factories in a fundamental way and you're going to have consequences for staff skills and employment opportunities, having plans and disclosures about what that means for your workforce is part of your climate-related disclosures, even though it's about human capital. So I think really important to remember right from the start that climate reporting is not a silo of information that's distinct from all other sustainability risks and opportunities.
That's great, thank you, Sue. And Paul, can I ask you the same question? What do you think firms should be trying to achieve with their reporting and disclosures?
Yeah, thanks, Jill. And we've obviously come a long way since we founded CDP in 2001, that sustainability reporting disclosure is now completely mainstream, thanks to lots of the work of people on the panel. Sitting in this conference today, almost every panel and speaker mentions disclosure because it's one of the greatest tools we have. But in that sense, let's just think, well, what's the purpose of this? And I was trained in financial accounting, and the purpose of financial accounting is to make sure managers look after shareholders' money, owners and managers, right, is the theory, and to provide really good management information. And you can take that into sustainability disclosure, and the purpose of sustainability disclosure is to make sure companies and financial institutions are good stewards of the planet, of sustainability and people and the planet. So that's really the purpose, but it also provides wonderful, rich, valuable management information to make better decisions. And at ERM we see really companies approaching this in very different ways. Some companies are saying, well, we just want to comply. We don't really want to do this. We don't see the value, minimum investment, minimum effort. We personally think that's very high risk, but there are many companies like that. And there is a whole wealth of a spectrum of many companies saying, actually, this is an amazing tool to make ourselves a truly sustainable company. So we can see it as a compliance requirement, or we can see disclosure, the ISSB, the CSRD, etc., the many different wave of mandatory regulation that's currently coming around the world. We're going to use that to transform our business. That all of the data is going to give us insights to make better business decisions and be more sustainable. And I think, I started my career as an analyst. We'll learn over time which company is going to win and lose in the very rapidly changing world. But certainly the companies approaching a transformation because you can manage the risk, which is obviously critically important, and understand and seize the opportunities in a rapidly changing world.
Yeah, great, thank you. And I think when we were discussing this panel, prepping for the panel, we talked about, a real change, as both you and Sue have said, between voluntary versus mandatory and a much broader spectrum of metrics included. David, in your role as co-chair of the Task Force for Nature-Related Disclosures, you've seen, I believe, 320 organisations have voluntarily adopted the TNFD in more than 46 countries. And in a way, this really epitomises everything that Sue and Paul have just said. Could you just give your views on why will that number of firms across that number of countries adopted a voluntary set of standards and frameworks?
Well, thank you, Jill, and thank you very much for the chance to speak here with this great panel. And I'll just build on something that Paul said in order to answer your question, which is it is now becoming the norm that companies are addressing not just how they steward financial capital, but how they steward natural capital. Because what we've learned, and what Professor Dasgupta told us several years ago now, was that our economies, our pension funds, our businesses are totally dependent on the natural environment. So in order to survive, and in order, as Paul said, be fit for the future, we need to look at our interface with nature. So that's the first really important point. And that's why so many companies and financial investors, it's now actually way more than the 320, it's growing every week, are now voluntarily starting to look at TNFD. But let's just think about what disclosures and reporting really is, because Paul said something very important there. This is not about a bunch of people running around filling a form in. This is about understanding your business model and your interface with nature. And Mother Nature doesn't recognize TCFD or TNFD or separate initiatives for climate or nature. It's a holistic natural system that includes the oceans, fresh water, the earth, and the atmosphere. And so whilst we did start TCFD many years ago, and we've now embraced that and incorporated that into TNFD, we think about this as a holistic approach. And so why companies are doing this now voluntarily is, I think, for a couple of really important reasons. One, they recognize how important this is, and they want to understand their interface with nature. And in fact, there are many companies now that are doing this, and the portfolio, the asset managers, and the asset owners that are doing this are learning a huge amount that they didn't know. They're learning what they didn't know about their interface with nature. Two is they see regulation coming, and when you see regulation coming, don't wait for it to arrive and then panic, but get ahead, know what you don't know what skills you need to have, know what data sets you need. You need to get ahead of this and to do it. And the third reason is you can help shape the regulation as it comes. These are not simple topics. You can't sit around a desk with a bunch of experts and say, right, let's decide how we look at and report on our interface with nature. You have to try this out. We did over 200 pilots. We learned a huge amount around the world about what's feasible, what's practical, what matters, what doesn't. So I think for those three reasons, people are recognizing this is about building a portfolio or a pension fund or a business for the future. They need to start the skills building to do it. They recognize that this isn't something that necessarily has been done before, and they want to shape regulation. As Paul said, there will be plenty of companies and financial institutions who wait for the regulation to come, and then they'll get into a panic and complain that they weren't ready. Other institutions are getting ahead of it, and I welcome that. I think it's fantastic that they're doing it.
Thank you. Alan, I'm going to come to you now, just to talk a little bit about, as these standards and frameworks evolve, as mandatory requirements increase, what lessons can we learn from other major historical pieces of regulation on mandatory standards and reporting that have occurred?
Well, Sue, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd probably put this thing into context first in the timeline. So the IASC, as was created, I think it was 1973, and the ICAW actually hosted the first meeting. It took something like 26 odd years, or over that 30 years, for it to become IASB, for IFRS to be adopted by the EU. So that was over 30 years. Climate data, I used to have a different job as a deputy head of the Australian Weather Bureau, is only valid after a 30-year data set. So it was an awful long time for that to evolve. Cut to 2010, 2011, when I was actually sitting in Melbourne, we were fighting terrible floods in 2 states, bushfires, the Fukushima nuclear reactor, radioactive cloud, and a plague of locusts on the one hand, and on the other hand, introducing the first ever Australian water accounting standards. And David made a great point, you know, these things are systemic. Looking at one of these issues in isolation and trying to do it firstly on a voluntary basis and then mandatorily is really difficult. So I think there's lots of lessons that can be learned, not just from specifically the IFRS, but others too. There's been quite a lot of work done. In fact, we issued a report last week called Shaping Sustainability Standard Setting. It's a little bit seashells and she-shells. But if you want to look at this, you can just Google Shaping Sustainability, ICAW. But we went through and looked at the history of IFRS and how that's all evolved, the large number of different sort of standards that have been set, how they've been converging and harmonising, and there are kind of 10 lessons in this, which is an interesting read. Interoperability was one of the key issues that came out, not the only one, but as a goal towards ultimately convergence rather than just agreeing that they're different and they'll need to be sort of harmonised. Clear statements around setting plans, understanding the issues, other things that aren't necessarily related to the standards themselves, but stakeholder engagement. You know, financial standards have investors, creditors, other lenders. Sustainability standards have a much wider set of individuals who are engaged. Political engagement as well as sort of technical sustainability engagement. So there's lots of lessons in there that I think are relevant. And equally for the profession, the chartered accountancy profession, other professions who are involved in sustainability, auditing and assurance, and the public as well. So without getting into huge amounts of detail, I think there's a huge amount we can actually take away from all of that. Lots to come.
Brilliant, thank you. And, you know, the fact that you said it was 30 years for the adoption of IFRS, and clearly, you know, we were discussing earlier, if we were talking 2028, that feels, you know, given the 2030 interim targets, that starts to feel quite challenging. So, Sue, let me come to you. Interoperability, you mentioned it, Alan, and in particular, I know you've been doing work with the EU, but with lots of other bodies and jurisdictions. Perhaps you could talk a little bit about interoperability and the work you're doing there.
Sure. So let's take a moment just to remember why the ISSB was set up in the first place. So we were set up in the first place really to make sure that investors have got the information that they need and they can be confident to rely on and to make valid comparisons between companies in different jurisdictions. That's the whole point, global comparability for investors and for companies, making sure that we've got consistency of requirements around the world, because it's far more cost effective if you're a multinational and you've got the same requirements in different jurisdictions, and if you're part of a sort of a supply chain and your customers are asking for information, if everybody's reporting to the same system, it's just a far more cost efficient and effective system. So the dream at the ISSB is that our standards are picked up and used around the world, just used directly. So that's the dream. So the global baseline is utilised and built on when jurisdictions want additional information for a particular reason. But that's not always possible, and Europe's the case where that's not possible. And it's not possible because in the case of Europe, they started before us, so they didn't have the opportunity to use the ISSB standards. They started drafting European standards beforehand. So what we've done is the next best thing we can do in a situation where a jurisdiction can't just use the global baseline. We've worked for several years now to make sure that we've got common language wherever possible between ESRS and the ISSB standards, particularly on climate, where we've both got specific disclosures. And we have concluded that we've got a very high level of alignment between our climate requirements in Europe and with the ISSB, which means that that good news story is still there. You can provide the climate disclosures required by the ISSB in a way that that information is used as part of your ESRS reporting. So that same efficiency for companies is still there. And so that's why we published just 2 weeks ago an interoperability guide that explains that relationship. So everything that we're doing at the ISSB, and when we talk about the global baseline or interoperability, it's all with this idea of efficiency for investors, efficiency for companies. And the other aspect of interoperability that I'll touch on, because I know David will come back to it later, is wherever we can, we want to build on market practice and existing frameworks. The ISSB was really blessed in building on the work of the TCFD as the basis for both of our new standards. If you've used the TCFD recommendations for climate reporting, you're really well placed to use S2, our climate standard, because you can recognise the bones of TCFD there, and everything that was in TCFD is in S2. So we're really thrilled that when we get to our work on biodiversity, ecosystems and ecosystem services, to have agreed that one of the frameworks that we'll look particularly closely at is the work that David's leading at the TNFD, because again, we'd love to find the opportunity to build on that work, because that's then really efficient for people in the market.
Brilliant. Thank you, Sue. And David, I would like to pick up with you on TNFD and get your perspectives linking in with the ISSB, with the TCFD and other frameworks.
Yeah, well, I guess the good news is in a crisis, which is what we have, collaboration and people work much more collectively together than ever before. We were born just before the ISSB was formed in Glasgow, and it was terrific news because it so simplified the myriad of standards bodies out there. But we're not a standards body. We're a market organization with 1,500 members, many now starting to adopt TNFD to try and design something that can be incorporated in the standards body. So we're delighted to have worked with Sue and the team for the last couple of years. We've aligned TNFD recommendations with the same language in S1 and S2, which is really important. And then when ISSB starts to work on the nature, as Sue has said, they're going to look at TNFD, amongst other things, as incorporating that into the standard. But we also, before that, recognized that TCFD was an amazing place to start. We reused all of the 11 disclosure recommendations, added 3, and what we found with our early adopters that are already doing this work and looking at nature and climate together is that they're combining their teams. They're bringing their TCFD and TNFD teams together, they're reporting together, and it very naturally leads to this thing that people call the climate-nature nexus, in that actually as you start to look at your physical risk and transition risk coming from climate, as Sue mentioned, areas like water, or land loss or other areas, you're finding that the physical risk is manifesting itself in nature. So the unnatural boundary between TCFD and TNFD is coming together very quickly and binding. And then I'll just talk on the EU as well, because it's great news what Sue just said about the alignment with the ESRS. We too have worked very closely with the ESRS. They've actually incorporated not just the TCFD 11 recommendations, but the TNFD 14 as well, which is fantastic news. And they've also recommended using the LEAP methodology to assess nature risk. So we too have a mapping that's there. It's very closely aligned. They've just signed that off as well. So I think what you're seeing is a world of probably more increased collaboration between these bodies than we've ever seen before, because we recognize that we can't afford, for the reasons that Sue said, to have the inefficiency of different standards floating around there when we're trying to deal with a crisis that is globally wide and not, isolated in one part of the world or another. So there's a lot more work to do, but I think it's an amazing good news story. If I'd sat here 3 years ago and said this is the outcome that we could talk about today, I wouldn't have believed it. So I think we should be very happy with where we're heading in this direction to create a global baseline, more uniform and standardized approaches to addressing both climate and nature.
Great, thank you. Paul, a quick comment from you, if I may, and then I'm going to ask Alan to talk about how the profession skills up on this tsunami of regulation and standards. But before we do that, Paul, what could the global architecture for disclosure and reporting requirements look like to drive efficient and effective capital markets and a sustainable global economy?
Yeah, I can remember when, I think it was wrong year, 2012, when we started the corporate reporting dialogue, and then the FT started to call it the Group of Five: CDP, GRI, SASB, IRC, and CDSB. If you can name all the acronyms long enough, you win a prize. And some of those have already now been merged into IFRS for ISSB. So we already have this contraction and convergence. Frankly, for the last 20 years, companies saying we want one global standard. If you run a company, financial institution, you don't want to have to do 10 things, you want to do just one. So that is the long-term goal, and we're making great progress, as we've heard. I think the long-term architecture is becoming this global baseline that every regulator can have the comfort to adopt, because there's extremely strong standards built on the work of the IFRS. There is, as everyone will be aware, the CSRD and things like the GRI that want to go further and focus much more on impact. So either, and I've said this when we gave CDSB to the ISSB, so either the ISSB will in time expand out to focus more on impact, but that's not currently your mandate, and what institutional investors want, or there will be a world with two standards, which will be the ISSB and CSRD or GRI or CDP, something like that, where companies will say, well, we have to do the baseline, and everybody will do that. We'll provide a brilliant foundation of data, and then some jurisdictions, some companies, David said many companies want to go further than the regulation to find the value, we'll do just one other thing. And I think in the next 2 or 3 years, we'll learn, is the CSRD going to be adopted by others? But many countries don't want to adopt what Europe's doing or what any other country. Countries like to do their own thing. You're independent from a country, that's really helpful. But there will be something more on impact, because if you look at the science of climate and nature, we're in very serious problem, a crisis, as David said, and we have to act very fast. So there will be a lot of pressure on you at ISSB, and you know this already, but it's not your mandate, to do much more on that impact piece. But I think before 2030, we'll end up with these 1 or 2 global standards.
So would you like to actually respond to that before I move to Alan?
Yeah, sure. So I agree that our reason for being is to provide the information that investors need. And we talk about the primary user and the common information needs of investors. And so many aspects of climate and other sustainability risks are of interest to common needs of investors, so we pick up lots of impact. So, for example, we ask for information on greenhouse gas emissions because understanding transition risk associated with that is really important for investors. But you're right, there is then sort of pure impact information, and what's really important to us there at the moment is our MOU with the Global Reporting Initiative with GRI to work on making sure that our sets of standards work well together as well, so that a company that wants to report to broader stakeholders beyond investors, again, can do it in an efficient way. So that's the state of play at the moment.
Thank you. Wow, Alan, that's a lot for a profession to absorb, isn't it?
It is, Jill, and well, where would I start? I mean, I tend to support the convergence. You know, I think we need one set of standards. Climate is a global phenomenon. You know, I think we need single standards globally to really sort of focus. But you have to be pragmatic as well. We have, you know, a very complicated set of converging standards, but it's way from being there yet. And just to bring the sort of numbers back in, I'm a chartered accountant, I'd love that. I did a little bit of a date calculator this morning. 31st of December 2050 is 9,722 days away from now. And if we're going to give the profession the tools to be able to succeed, we can't take the next 26 years to get there. There's an urgency to do it now. So I think there's lots of work that institutes like ICAW, but many others need to collaborate on, you know, and we are doing that. So the Institute itself is doing a lot of work in terms of giving professional chartered accountants the skills, the learning and development to be able to get there. We've, as the Institute, introduced a sustainability certificate in 2022. We've had thousands of members who've taken that and more still to come. But I think importantly, this, you know, institutes like mine will need to pivot the resources towards sustainability to give members that understanding to learn, to be able to develop their skills, to provide thought leadership on the development of assurance standards, to be thought leaders, to talk about, you know, data quality and all those sorts of things. But to do that in collaboration as well. So one organisation by itself can't solve this. You know, it will take many organisations focused in one direction as soon as possible to really make a difference. Some positive signs I've seen, you know, we're involved in the Sustainable Finance Education Charter, which is 14 professional bodies in the UK under the Department of Energy Security, Net Zero. We've just issued a report for 2023. Over 110,000 professionals have been trained in some form of sustainable finance. We've seen over 600,000 people look at that information. There was something like 16 new sustainable finance qualifications courses that were new in 2023, in addition to the ones that already existed, such as the ones we've got. But again, they're all potentially different. You know, that whole convergence, I think, is really important. So some great early signs, but the clock is ticking, and we have to reinforce, you know, we owe it to ourselves as the Institute, as the profession itself, to lead the charge, but also to work in collaboration with many other professionals who are involved and will be involved in sustainability, accounting and assurance over the years to come.
Very good. Thank you. we've got 10 minutes left. I'd like to talk about some of the other challenges of firms. And David, I'd like to come to you to sort of put a bit of a spotlight on data, and in particular, I guess, some of the data issues and challenges for climate and also nature-related data, if you can.
Yeah, no. I will talk about data. When we started this journey 3 years ago, we recognized that data would be both an enabler and a challenge to the nature assessment of dependencies and impacts and risks and how that works. And I spoke to many CEOs around the world who said, oh, you know, we should definitely look at nature, but there's not enough data to do this. And it was kind of a curious comment, because when you actually look at how much data we have on the planet, there's petabytes of data from low orbit satellites, from monitoring systems, from various reports. But it's not ready and prepared necessarily for businesses to look at it and to come up with an answer straight away about what they need. And let me give you an example. You know, one of the areas of nature that it's slightly different from climate is that nature is very location specific. Many firms actually, when we spoke to them, didn't know where they were located. Now that might sound a bit ridiculous. You don't know where you are, but you might know the legal entity and the name and the legal jurisdictions it's in, but do you know the latitude, longitude and the square kilometre that you're occupying in a data form that can be managed and used? And not every company has that. Certainly not every portfolio manager or asset manager has that as their portfolio. So the location data is extremely important. And the one thing that the companies and the asset owners and managers that are doing that are getting ahead of this is they're getting much smarter about location data. Then what they're doing is they're mapping it to the available data on the state of nature in that location. And that's where there's plenty of data, but there are gaps. There's inconsistencies, there's problems with time relevance. And so people are learning, well, what's usable, what's not usable, and what are the proxies or other estimates that I can use to get there. As a result of all of this, we set a data catalyst up 3 years ago. We have 150 companies in that data catalyst. It was to convene the innovators, the traditional firms, and the others that were in this space. And the incredible innovation that I've seen in 3 years is just outstanding. The tools and the analytics that are now being built to allow companies to look at nature and climate together is extraordinary. Over the weekend, I was looking at a public TNFD report. A utilities firm in Europe analysed over 110,000 sites for not just climate risks but also nature issues, and have managed to do that. I mean, it just shows you actually, with time and effort, it's possible to do this. The real gap is not just the data, though, it's the skills and the analysts who can put that together. So the data catalyst is there. We have a tools catalogue. We're working on the next phase of what we call the Nature Data Public Facility. We did a scoping piece of work for the G20. We're taking to COP16 an operational blueprint that will help all of the constituents of data around the world make sure their data is more easily accessible, is joined up in a more a joined way so it can be translated, it can be used, and that we start to address some of the data gaps. So my message to companies and financial portfolio owners at the moment is, yes, there are gaps in the data, but the data shouldn't be used as an excuse. There's lots of data out there, and the disclosures work will actually make it increase. The job to do now is to start figuring out where you're located, where your supply chain is, and figuring out how you map that data to it. And that is something that we need to start now and not just wait for magic data sources to arrive. The innovation is incredible, but we're still not at that point yet where you can like press a button and out pops the answer of those 110,000 sites. It does take work to do it.
Great, thank you. So we're going to wrap up with the same question for everybody on the panel, and I'll start with Paul and just work along, which is, what would be your kind of one piece of advice for everybody in the room? What should firms, companies do now?
So I would say, yes, you have to report, but don't start with that. What is the ambition of your company or financial institution? If you want to be net zero, nature positive, of course you want to make money, every company does that, we know that. But if your ambition is to be net zero, nature positive, that's the goal. How do you use the data and the insights and the process to drive value for management and to change the business to meet those goals?
Brilliant, thank you, Sue.
Just stole my thunder, Paul.
Yes, it's going to get worse as we go down the line, I guess. Sorry, Alan.
Well, I'll pivot slightly, very slightly. My advice would be to get started. That's what people need to do. I think it's easy to look at all this and think, oh my goodness, that sounds hard, and sort of become paralysed, and so that you can't move forward. And I really think people need to get started, and I would start the same place where Paul was, I think. If you start looking through a prism of really understanding how these risks and opportunities affect your business, like really digging into things like how physical climate risk is going to potentially impact your business, and really understanding your supply chains, I think it becomes more real. And it's more manageable because it's become something that you can really relate to in how you run your business. How do you govern these risks? What's your strategy? What's your risk management? Metrics and targets are actually the last thing we ask for. We ask for those other things first. And I think what my hope would be is that as a company, when you really dig into that and you think about that, it should become you managing your business well for long-term value creation for your business, and the ability to prosper and do well, and then reporting on what you've discovered and avoiding it being round the other way, which is what do I need to report, and making that a separate exercise. And so I think the sooner you start thinking that through, the better to be successful in that journey.
Thank you, Sue. David?
So Paul and Sue have done a great job. Paul, start with the end in mind. Sue, start now. And the reporting is the end product, not the piece. I think the one piece of advice I would have on top of what Paul and Sue have just said is we haven't started thinking yet what transition in nature looks like, and I would start thinking about that now. We've learned in climate that we set targets, and then we thought about transition. We have an opportunity now to think about transition before we set targets, and to think about not just the risk side of that, but also the opportunity side of that across industries of doing things in a more sustainable way. I'm seeing billions of dollars of investment going into that opportunity if we start now thinking about a natural system transition to more nature positive outcomes. That's an incredible thing that you don't want to be waiting a few years before you start to discover. I would start now for that reason.
Super, thank you. Alan?
It does get harder, doesn't it? Get started, start now. Why haven't you started already? But adopt, adapt, don't wait for perfection because it won't come. Embed sustainability into your organisation, and invest in people so they know about it, and win the hearts and minds.
Great, thank you. Well, it was really hard to stick to the time frame. I think we probably could have all spoken for 40 minutes apiece, but I'd just like to say thank you very much. You were absolutely fabulous. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Our thanks to Jill and all the panellists for sharing the latest developments on sustainability reporting and disclosures. What really stuck with me was Paul's comment that we've got to remember the purpose of disclosures. It's around financial institutions and companies being good stewards for the planet, as well as better business management. So we will now hear from our final panel session of the day, which will explore the role of international carbon markets and the evolving relationship between voluntary and compliance markets. So please welcome to the stage our moderator for this session, Marissa Buchanan, Senior Vice President of Low Carbon Solutions, Trading and Shipping at BP.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Invite my fellow panelists to take a seat. And I realize, I think we're the last session of the day, so in between content and happy hour is always a tough place to be. We'll try to make it as punchy as possible, which I think is easy to do when it comes to talking about the carbon markets. So just as some quick background, Marissa Buchanan, I'm Senior Vice President for BP, and I run a team called Low Carbon Solutions, responsible for our renewable biogas business and also carbon markets. And BP has been very active across the compliance and voluntary markets for a number of years. And I am really pleased to have the opportunity to facilitate a conversation with a esteemed group of experts on many issues in the carbon market. And I know there are many views about the carbon market, but one thing is indisputable, and it's the fact that the world needs and is going to continue to need a significant amount of capital to enable the energy transition. It's actually more like a global transition is what we need in order to meet the Paris goals. And one report published last year by the Climate Policy Initiative, which Darshan works for, estimated that need to be on the order of around $9 trillion a year by 2030. So some pretty significant numbers. And much of that will need to come from the private sector as well as the public sector. So some of the questions that we are going to explore today include how well are carbon markets working when it comes to channeling private capital to climate solutions? How are companies using offsets, and what do investors think about this? How are efforts to improve integrity working? And where and how might we see greater convergence between compliance markets and voluntary markets, and how we continue to grow and scale climate finance in this space? So joining us for this conversation today, I'm pleased to introduce Annette Nazareth, the chair of the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, Dr. Alistair Fury, CEO and co-founder of Silvera, down at the end, Darshan Wignaraja, UK and Europe Director for the Climate Policy Initiative, and Aaron McDougall, Head of Climate Thematic and Senior ESG Analyst for Amundi. So Darshan, I'm going to turn to you to kick off this conversation for us. When we talk about carbon markets, that can actually mean several different things. And as you all know, the carbon market is not just one market. It's actually many, many markets. We've got various compliance-based markets around the world, something on the order of more than 30, as well as voluntary markets that have been the subject of a lot of attention. So, Darshan, I'm curious for your perspective on how you see the effectiveness of carbon markets in helping to send a clear signal to the market to drive decarbonization, and also channeling capital towards low-carbon technologies and projects, especially in emerging markets. What do you see that's working well and also not working well?
Thanks, Marissa. That's quite a question to start with. So first, good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to be in the Guildhall. It's such an impressive location. So I think I'll start by just saying, look, the regulated and the voluntary markets together, if your question is, do they send a price signal? Yes, certainly, right? If they are transparent, efficient, and by efficiency, I mean, do they have a good degree of standardization? If they're transparent, efficient, and you can verify, they certainly can send a verifiable and a helpful price signal. I think the evidence that you see from the EU ETS is probably one of the standout examples, but there are other examples like the Korea ETS scheme as well as the New Zealand ETS scheme. Particularly in Europe, I would point to the number of new companies that have emerged in the spaces of carbon capture and nature-based offsets, which has very much come about because of those trading schemes. The next point I'd make is just to make sure that you get a sense of the scales, right? The regulated compliance markets are in the region of $850 billion. The compliance markets are rapidly increasing, but are today at a scale of 3 billion, 3 plus, the scales that we're dealing with. There is a real sense that the voluntary market will grow quickly. By 2030, we're looking at a market maybe to the north of 30 billion. But it is helpful to we at Climate Policy Initiative, we track a lot of financial flows across the space. And when we put numbers out there like 9 trillion in terms of what the need is globally, that is related to all climate finance, not just carbon markets. So yeah, I would start there. And then I would say your second question was around emerging markets. And I think there's really a very important element here, which is about fairness and the equitable nature of the carbon markets as they unfold. And here I would say 3 things. In emerging markets particularly, there's a limit to early stage capital. Investors are loath to provide it because of many of the risks that are apparent in some of those markets and some of the costs. Capability constraints within emerging markets themselves, and I'm specifically referring to project developers. And then third, I'd point to high transaction costs. Those are, they have some similarities with OECD markets, but certainly in emerging markets, there's some real challenges there. So you have to tackle each of those barriers in order to be able to genuinely unlock the sort of flows that many emerging markets are hoping to see from carbon markets. Why don't I leave it there to start?
Well, a quick follow-up before I turn to Annette. In light of those challenges, how well do you think we're doing in terms of channeling capital towards emerging markets? What more do we need?
Yeah, so if I was honest and brief, I think I would say not well yet is the most accurate and robust answer. I think it is very critical for things like the carbon principles that the ICVCM have recently announced to be adopted more holistically, to form the kind of calling card, the standard to which others, we should be asking all suppliers to have the CCPs within their modus operandi. In part, from my perspective, in a non-profit, because right at the heart of those principles are the benefits to local communities and making sure that the value chain really is set up in such a way that the credits and the vast majority of some of the credits that are being paid out benefit those local communities. Whilst, across the value chain, understandably, the middle persons need to take a cut. Standardization can help drive that to be more economical, more efficient, and remove some of the unnecessary margin which is in that space.
So that's an excellent segue to you, Annette. As Darshan pointed out, there's been significant focus on improving the integrity of the voluntary carbon market, and you've been the chair of the Integrity Council for quite some time. Wondered if you could give us an update on the ICVCM's progress. And I'm also curious if you can talk about whether, and if so, how, you're seeing the work of the ICVCM influence quality in the compliance markets globally around the world.
Well, thanks for that question, and thanks for inviting me to be here. And you're absolutely right that Darshan did a great job of teeing this up. The Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market is a new international organization whose mission is to improve the integrity of the voluntary carbon market. We are the result of a task force that preceded us, which was set up by, originally established by Mark Carney, who many of you know. And the task of the task force was to spend a year coming up with a blueprint for what it would take to form a high-integrity carbon market. And the outcome of that was to form the Integrity Council and also our sort of North Star, which is our core carbon principles and our assessment framework. So we established 10 core carbon principles that really define what a high-integrity carbon credit should look like. And in addition, because principles are obviously very high level, we have an assessment framework, which is akin to like 130 pages or so of rules that tell you how to implement those principles. We issued those last July after a very robust process. We like to operate almost in a regulated-like fashion, so we issued our proposals for full notice and comment internationally. All the comments were transparent, and what we ultimately adopted, we were very clear on why we took the positions that we did. It was very exciting in July because we also then put up online our online tool for carbon crediting programs to apply, because the core carbon principle applies at two levels. It applies at the level of the carbon crediting programs, but it also applies to the methodologies. And I mean, I think it's really remarkable when I go back and consider that when we got to Dubai in December, now we'd only issued these principles in July, carbon crediting programs representing 98% of the existing market had applied for our label, which means it's really incredible that we have that level of buy-in. And so in the meantime, we have now assessed those programs, and I think the interesting thing there is that it took them a little while to apply, actually, and it was because they read these principles and they decided that before they applied, they were going to raise their standards to ensure that they would get approved. So even while, you know, behind the scenes it looked like not much was happening, a lot was happening. The market was improving even before these programs applied. So we now have the 5 largest carbon crediting programs that have been approved, and we're now in the process of slogging, and I mean that, slogging through 100 methodologies to ensure that they also meet the standards, or if they don't, they won't get the CCP label. But ultimately, what we have to have is carbon crediting programs that have been approved as meeting the standards, and that they issue credits where the underlying methodology has also been approved. So we call it a sort of two-tick approach. So we're making very good progress.
Excellent. That is also a great segue. Alistair, I'm going to move to you because as the CEO of Solvera, Solvera is out there rating and evaluating a whole range of projects in the carbon market. And I'm curious for your perspective on what you're actually seeing in practice on the ground. I think, you know, Annette, you raised a great example of actually the existence of the standards has actually led a lot of the crediting bodies to go and reevaluate their methodologies. And curious, Alistair, if you can speak to how this is playing out in the real world. What are you seeing?
Thanks. Yeah, great question. And I think to answer it, I have to kind of wind back a step or two. Which is like, when we talk about quality, what does that really mean? And it's so much complexity, you know, it's kind of an alphabet soup of acronyms. Why go to all this bother? It's something about climate finance, but where do the voluntary credits fit? Because that's, quality is really a measure of whether they're doing the job that they're supposed to. So obviously, we have a net zero journey collectively as a world to go on, a huge amount of emissions reductions, 80–90%, and then a ramping up of removing emissions to balance out the residual. So we've talked about compliance markets a little bit, and in certain settings those can be used to disincentivize emissions or incentivize efficiency investments. So the EU ETS has been rather successful in that regard, but there's a gap still. So especially in the global south, as you mentioned, emerging markets, you have an underfunding of emissions reductions activity, both in industrial sectors and in land sector in particular. So voluntary credits can plug some of that gap. Then you have a huge ramp up. Again, it's like in the trillions of dollars that are going to have to be spent on carbon removal over the next couple of decades. Many of the dollars to fund that are going to come from these credit types. In the voluntary markets in particular, what quality means is there really climate impact? Because we're in the net zero universe, right? So if the credit hasn't driven a ton of emissions reductions on one side of the equation, or led to a reduction of CO2 from the atmosphere, or sequestration, removal of a ton, that's poor quality, right? So because the claim on the ticket, on the instrument, isn't reflected in the underlying basis. So that's what we do at Solvera, is at a project level, so down in the weeds, we're looking at, is that climate impact there? Now, one thing is probably helpful to say is, like, quality doesn't mean utility, and utility doesn't mean quality, right? So you can have a credit, so for example, under CORSIA, the aviation industry scheme, which is going to drive lots of capital needed onto the ground, a CORSIA eligible credit doesn't necessarily have the climate impact that's on the tin. Which is why initiatives like the ICVCM are so welcome, because they're trying to raise that bar across the whole sector. So you're trying to get quality and utility closer together. And when I say utility, it's like, what can you do with that credit? Rather than just tell a story or put it in my sustainability reporting, I can actually claim some actual benefit, and it gets more to a regulated environment. So what we've seen over the last few years, as Annette alluded to, is greater scrutiny on the voluntary market. And yes, the good news is there, where you do have actually very high levels of disclosure at the project level, that lets people like Solvera analyse and assess the climate impact of the credits and the projects. You are seeing a greater level of accountability. You need two things. You need the disclosure, and then you need the accountability, and how ratings and other types of insights drive accountability. They drive purchase behaviour, they drive price differentials, and that incentivizes people to invest more confidently in high-quality projects, because high-quality projects tend to cost more money because the outcomes have to be real, and therefore now there's a more comfort that there's going to be a buyer for those, and there'll be a price paid that actually allows some profit to be made, which is all fine. And then I just think that a final point on convergence of voluntary markets and compliance and Article 6, which we haven't mentioned. You really need a very high level of accounting standard at the project level, at the ground. Otherwise, you can't really reconcile confidently between voluntary compliance and Article 6. What's been really interesting and slightly painful over the last few years seeing is just in the last month we've worked with a transport company. They've lost over $100 million by trying to save a few bucks basically and buying credits that didn't have very high integrity. An energy company that's wasted hundreds of millions doing something similar, and a tech company that's probably in a hole of getting towards $1 billion for misallocating capital, really because they were not aligned with quality, like fundamental climate impact. And I think the penny's kind of dropping now, that it's probably, because the context is net zero, it really matters that the climate integrity is there, and that in general is going to be the direction of travel of industry initiatives like ICVCM, of regulatory activity. So the best way of future-proofing new projects is to make sure they have high climate integrity. We'd also work with governments. We worked with the Singaporean government, and it was really wonderful working with them, because we were speaking about their Article 6 purchases and basically saying, hold on, before we are going to make those large investments, those long-term commitments internationally, why don't we take the learnings from the VCM, the voluntary market, and apply them to the Article 6 type purchases? Not only would that align us with quality and climate impact, which is obviously going to be a good thing in the long run, but it also would allow the reconciliation of voluntary credits and Article 6 credits, and then help facilitate a high quality convergence. And they've run with that, and now that's been a model then for other nation states. So you often get a lot of negativity around voluntary markets, but they've been a sandbox for good practice, and you're seeing that now adopted and propagating through.
It's interesting, and I'm going to go off script a little bit here because you raise a topic that's really important, which I really think of as continuous improvement across these markets. Which I think is something that we haven't always seen these markets do to the extent that they probably can or should.
100%.
And curious, and welcome for anyone's perspective on how we build that loop of continuous improvement in. I know the ICVCM is really starting that. How do we continue it? And I think, Alistair, to your point, facilitate those learnings across both compliance and voluntary markets. How do we do a better job of that?
Well, I would say it relates to what Alistair was saying. The amount of transparency that will be in the market will be, a step level higher than it is today. I mean, we are requiring in our core carbon principles a very high level of transparency going right down to the project level, and the data will be all publicly available, widely available for free in similar formats. Standardization, which has been referred to by both speakers, is key to having, a good market. But it's going to be very, very important that we have these, that we take this data and that we continuously improve. We have actually said right from the outset that the core carbon principles and the assessment framework that we have started with are the first step. But that we know we have to continuously curate, particularly the assessment framework, based on best science and best practice, which is always changing. So we have committed actually to update every 2 years, and we want the market to expect that. We're going to take all this data. We know, for instance, it'll be painful, but we know that notwithstanding all our best efforts, not every project ultimately will deliver on its promises. And we're going to have to assess that and figure out, was it a one-off? Is it the developer? Is there a more systematic issue where we need to go back and really think about this? But we will continuously curate and update the framework. But in addition, we already knew when we started that there were areas that we would like to be better at. So we have continuous improvement work programs, several of them already meeting, talking about permanence and additionality, certainly MRV, the measurements of all these things. And we're starting now so that we can actually be ahead of the game in improving these standards. So I think that's another very important thing. This is not a steady state by any means, but we have to be, and some of it won't be pretty, but we have to be prepared to continuously improve.
Well, and I think one of the best things about the core carbon principles is the fact that you're systematizing that continuous improvement, whereas I think it used to be quite informal previously in the market. So that sense of formality, I think, is really important. Erin, I want to turn to you because I know we've been talking about project development, impact in the market, and in your role at Amundi, you are actively engaging with companies that are using offsets as part of their energy transition plans. I wonder if you can speak about what you're seeing in terms of how companies are using offsets, why they're using offsets, and also curious for your perspective on how you would like to see companies using offsets or not using them across both compliance and voluntary markets.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Marissa, and thank you to the panel as well so far. So I think to answer that question, I need to give you a little bit of context as well. So yeah, our role as responsible investors, and this is not limited solely to ESG labeled products. Amongst other things, it involves assessing the quality and the credibility of both current performance and future plans, transition plans of the companies that we invest in. So, this is the angle that we're coming at this from. When we're evaluating one of our issuers, we need to be sure that to the best available information, they are performing as we would hope. And that they're engaging and developing better practices. So let me get back to it. So for the answer of how we feel offsets could be used or how we see them being used within the companies we invest in. Well, first let's be pragmatic. So there are some sectors and some industries where low carbon and zero carbon opportunities, solutions already exist and are well developed. And there's others where they are still in development. So part of this does help us to determine where and when offsets could be appropriate, within which sectors, within which industries, which company would that be a more appropriate choice for. And then it's how they use them as well. So, we view offsets as being either transitional, so in respect that for mitigating short-term emissions in a company whilst new technologies or processes are being implemented. And then, second to that would be residual. So once such changes have been made to process and technology, once those changes to the efficiencies, to the optimization of sustainable business practices, once that's been done, then it's offsetting the residual amount. So that tail end of the emissions curve. So I think there's a few combinations there where you can certainly see a legitimate and appropriate use of offsetting instruments. And I'll just finish on how we actually assess that as well. So when we engage, and bearing in mind we engage as an asset manager for the purpose of encouraging better practices. So we ask our companies to do specific things, to change specific things about their business model or how they report to try and encourage better outcomes. Now, in amongst that, we essentially ask for two main things. The first is transparent disclosure, which was mentioned on the panel previous to this one. And secondary to that, we ask for ambitious target setting on emissions reductions. Now, when we're evaluating such targets or such plans, we ask specifically for companies to quantify and also limit the use of offsets in those targets. So there's three reasons for this. First one, when we assess a transition plan, we need to compare that to an appropriate sectoral decarbonisation pathway. So for a company within a certain industry, we need to check that that is aligned with what, for example, the IEA believes that sector needs to do to decarbonise. And so therefore we need emissions on a gross basis. So we need to know that gross target so we can compare it. The second point is, as I said earlier, we engage because we want companies to prioritise emissions reductions. We want them to prioritise driving efficiency and building sustainable business operations. And following on from those things, then yes, offsets can certainly play a role. And finally, and this was touched on by my fellow panelists throughout, there are risks. There are risks within the voluntary carbon markets in the current setup and with current systems of, for example, green lighting, green labelling, just due to the opacity of many projects, due to certainly some of the controversies we've seen in the press throughout recent years. So we feel we need to mitigate this risk somewhat. And that is exactly why I'm so happy to hear from my fellow panelists on some of the initiatives that are developing and how they could help.
Excellent. So we've got about 5 minutes left. I've got a host of a few questions that I might fire off at the panel. So to start, I've heard some people refer to this year as the year of democracy. I think we've got a record number of countries entering democratic elections. Curious for everyone's perspective on the role that elections could have this year and the impact that they might have on a range of compliance carbon markets and also the voluntary carbon market out there. Is it going to be a boom or bust? Or somewhere in between?
I mean, I'll take a first stab. I mean, it's very exciting, right, what's happening in the world. I think there's lots of possible directions we go in. But I think underneath it, there's a trajectory, and the trajectory is moving in one direction. If you want to be part of the solution, I think it's very clear what you have to be doing. And people like Alistair and the work that they're doing at Silvera, it's not going to, under any circumstances, whichever way the outcomes go in the US or in Europe, I don't see Europe's commitment to the green agenda shifting in a transformational way. I think many of the core elements of the Inflation Reduction Act will stand the test of a potential another Trump administration for very good reasons, right? I think there's real benefits flowing into from economic standpoint into a number of non-partisan states across the US. So I think there's a risk of getting distracted a little bit by the election circumstances across the globe. I think the real question is, we have the Paris Agreement. In my previous job, I led finance at COP26. The Paris rulebook is essentially closed. The question is now the degree and speed with which we move through implementation. So if we hold fast to that overall guideline, which all states have signed up to, of course there are going to be bumps along the road, but I think in the carbon market space, there's tremendous opportunity for us to move forward in a positive way. And I think particularly Annette's chairing of the ICVCM, it's shining a light in the direction that we need to go. Do I think policymakers need to get on board quicker? We were intriguingly having the conversation. If I have the benefit of being a former civil servant in the UK. It's interesting, right? Because I look at my former Treasury colleagues, and this is a financial services conference, right? There is a financial services play, a competitive play, which is unfolding. It was interesting to hear Alistair mention Singapore, right? Some of the leading financial capitals on the planet want to make sure that the carbon market features heavily in their green finance offer of the future. So to the earlier comments about how do we make sure we're continuously learning, I think the ways we discussed, but we should also be really conscientious around how do we make sure we're creating a world which is different from the one we have today, one where there is genuinely more equity, where the flows are more fair. And I think it's incumbent on every one of us, those of us on this panel, those of us who work in a place like the City, to think through what are our institutions doing to bring that alive. Let me pause there and hand on to Alistair to chip in.
Any other thoughts?
There's a certain robustness to different administrations coming to power because of the climate context, right? So you can't ignore what's happening out the window. That is an underlying secular driver. The other aspect is this switch of from like a FOMO, sort of the greed starting to outweigh the fear and or whatever the slight set of incentives is. But as more and more actors start to kind of make their positions clear and set rule systems up like CBAM, which we might come to, then the opportunities of acting become clearer and it becomes a competition. And you definitely see that in different governments and private sector actors that we working with. They're very clearly identifying where they can benefit economically, which is a fantastic way. You can't rely on purely voluntary outcomes. You really want incentives to be aligned with climate action, and that I think is something that you can't change with a single government coming in and out of power.
Mm-hmm. Great points. Okay. We are at time. I'm going to ask just one more question because I can't help myself. Last question being, I know these days there have been a lot of media stories about the carbon market, many of them negative. Curious if there are aspects of the carbon market that you wish got more attention, positive developments that you'd like to see get greater coverage or discussion.
Well, I would answer that in the following way. I think the narrative on voluntary carbon markets has been pretty relentlessly negative. And certainly there are justifications for some of it. I mean, clearly there have been some bad projects. They have not always delivered on their promise. Totally understand that. I think it's the challenge that we have now, and we really have to be diligent about this, is to change that narrative. To really get the press to understand that they have to give us a shot here. We didn't spend 2 years on CCPs and an assessment framework just because we had nothing else to do. It was absolutely to address these quality and integrity issues. And what we need to do is to stop, hopefully, looking in the rearview mirror but look forward to what are the opportunities, the seriously positive opportunities that the voluntary market can capitalize on, which not only will accelerate our transition by being used as a complementary tool, but also, as Darshan pointed out, the other benefits, the sustainable benefits and the benefits to local communities are so positive and so palpable that this is the kind of thing that we really need to focus on. Now, heretofore, it was a little hard to complain because we didn't have something to point to, but I really think that we're at an inflection point here between the implementation of these principles, having these CCPs attached to carbon credits, and then really being able to point out the difference.
Excellent.
Can I just quickly squeeze on top of that and say, I know a lot of my work is on emerging markets and developing economies. Most of the world's natural resources, in many senses, most of the world's remaining biodiversity, which is in precipitous trouble, resides in a number of those nations. So we have to find a way of monetizing that value and enabling the people who live closest to what are, the last remaining resources on planet Earth to be incentivized to protect them, right? And we can't do that, I think voluntary carbon markets has a core role to play in that story. It both informs what will happen in the compliance markets. I think the last 20 years has shown waiting for governments to act is not always going to get us to where we need to be. So we need to take those steps when those opportunities arise. Because, from a climate finance negotiation perspective, a lot of the emerging markets are not receiving the development capital that they need to flow. So we need to source that, and carbon markets is part of that solution. We should also make sure that developed countries are also staying honest with their commitment to transfer what is being renegotiated this year, around the 100 billion per year. But they're all parts of the same jigsaw, so just add that.
Excellent. Alistair, or any other final thoughts?
I don't think I could improve on those words. That was great.
Hard to top that. Well, on that note, I know we're just over time. Please join me in thanking my panel for their thoughts today and for this really interesting discussion. Huge opportunity and I think progress in these markets and more to come. But I think this just shows some really important work underway that hopefully will continue because there's lots more to do, technologies, markets, and with companies. So thank you all for joining us today, and we'll pass it back. Thank you.
And thank you, Marissa, and to our expert panellists for such an insightful session on voluntary compliance carbon markets. So, at the start of this summit, I promised you a jam-packed agenda filled with the movers and shakers of the net zero and climate finance agenda. And haven't we seen that play out today? We have explored the latest trends and innovations in climate finance, reporting and disclosure, and international regulation and markets. And if I had to summarise a few takeaways from today, I'd say that climate change does not know borders. We do need to have a systemic solution to a systemic problem, and we need to have radical collaboration across sectors. That includes finance and business, policymakers and communities. And as Baroness Brown highlighted earlier this morning, the impacts are inherently local, so we do need to ensure that we take that into consideration and bring communities on the journey. As Sarah Ruskin highlighted, the just transition is vital for the narrative of net zero, and we need to bear in mind her three key lessons around policy scaffolding, collaboration, and intellectual integrity. We've looked at things like climate resilience, which are essential for cities and conurbations as we move towards a 1.5 degrees or plus future, and the insurance sector can play a vital role in that. We looked at nature and how nature and climate are two sides of the same coin, and that we cannot address one without needing to address the other. And throughout all of this has underrun policy, regulation, standards and certainty, which can give confidence to business and to finance to undertake ambitious development plans. And last but not least, the financial services sector will play an absolutely critical role as we move towards a net zero and nature positive environment. Financial services are trusted advisors to their clients, and they can help clients and companies achieve their goals with innovative financial solutions. We have a real opportunity as the finance community to have a systemic impact on this challenge. And so all that remains for me to say is thank you to our speakers and thank you to our event partners and sponsors, and importantly thank you to you for bringing your curiosity, questions and interest both in London but also our virtual audience in looking at what is happening next for climate change and natural capital. So please do share your feedback via the forms on your table. That is the last time you have to hear me say that today. And to close out the summit, we'd like to play a short video from the day, wrapping up everything that's being discussed. And after that, please do join us for some networking and drinks at the reception.
Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to the 14th annual edition of City Week.
And if you haven't been impressed by any of the conversation today, which is unimaginable, you've got to be impressed with the quick turnaround of the editing for the video today. So thank you all for joining us today. It's been wonderful having you as our guests, and please now join us for some networking drinks in the hall. Thank you very much.